Hey, how's it going, everyone? Hope you all having a great week. Um, Let me get started real quick. Let's see. Let me share my screen real quick. First piece of news. My Milwaukee Bucks. That's my NBA team. They won the NBA in-season cup. Listen, they kind of turned things around. They had a horrible start to the season. I think they were like 2-8 or something like that, but they ended up winning the NBA Cup. Let's see if we can keep going. So this was a great little moment because the season was looking like a disaster, but they ended up fighting. Had some gritty games and kind of spanked the Thunder to win their cup. Let's see. I want to see how many more photos we got. That's it. So let's go back. Um, the other piece of news, Travis Hunter, which we were saying for a while, was the shoe-in to win the Heisman. I'll be honest with you, I was a little worried leading up to the during watching it. I watched the whole Heisman. I was kind of like passively watching, but they said it was like the closest race in like maybe the last like 10, 15 something years. Let me go back and share that stuff. So they, as they typically do, they held it in New York. Let me go back to that. So I think the first two Heisman, the first two guys here, Ashton Genty, the running back, I mean, had a incredible season. He finished second. Others, I guess Cam Akers from Miami, and I don't remember his name, from Oregon. But Travis Hunter, the wide receiver / cornerback from Colorado, I think he was the second person from Colorado to win the Heisman. I think they were saying like Rashawn Salam or something like that won it years, a little while ago. So let's go into that. So like that whole last week or so, Travis Hunter was racking up awards. This is kind of like a little photo I wanted to show that somebody on Twitter was saying like, hey, when we want to remember how dominant or how important Travis Hunter was to football, or even for this team, you want to look at something like this where he's like the impact player for both offensive and defense. Let's see. This was like a little heartfelt moment. I want to kind of like watch the little video, but oddly enough, Deion Sanders was not a Heisman winner. He was like a nominee. Um, so this was like a great moment. It's a great story too, how he was I think he was like a 5-star recruit, and he decommitted to go to Jackson State with Deion and Shador. Stayed there 2 years, then went to Colorado, followed them to Colorado for the last two. This was like right after he won the Heisman. He got to take pictures of all the other previous Heisman, like Cam Newton and others. So that was awesome. Again, it was a very close race. One of the closest in history, in recent history. Some other little pictures. Let's see how much we got left of those. I think we had a ton of them. Let's go here. Won a ton of awards. He was the AP player of the game of the year. That's when it kind of like solidified that he was probably going to be winning Heisman. But I think he won all the awards except for like one. I think it was like the best receiver award. I think he got second or something like that, but I could be wrong. So Walter Camp, he won the Blitnikoff. Let's see. He won this one too. Let's see if there's anything else. So they have like a bowl game to go. Let's go back. Let's see. Okay, let me see what else. I don't know if I have so much to say about this, but Obi was like in the last show, um, he was like, hey, because I was showing the cooking stuff and all that kind of stuff, kind of like showing how I'm multifaceted or whatever, or try to be. He was like, hey man, you're gonna get a YouTube girl on YouTube if you keep showing your cards. Well, you know what, Obi? Listen, quiet as kept, my YouTube crush, and we're not even close in ages. Tynesha Talks, that woman's fine as hell. I'll just leave it at that. She left Atlanta. I was like, man, why the fuck you gotta leave Atlanta? I think she went to like DMV area, but shit. If I ever make it big, you're gonna know because like you're gonna see her and I probably going out. I'm gonna leave it at that. Um, I wanted to get into this shit. It's a little timely. The cooking with Kaya shit. Listen, we want to see everybody's who just tries to become a content creator be successful. I'm happy for her. I truly am. But I hate what black men, and it seems like black women are jumping into it too, and just becoming kind of diabolical on social media in regard to her content that she's putting out. And her content, let's just be clear about that. It's a big troll. It's a huge, she's being like a big troll. Listen, you can cook, but I think the reason why she's got that edgy angle is she knows the food is nothing really to sniff at. It's nothing to brag about. I mean, it's cool sometimes, but it's giving low vibrational food. It's giving dig back. It doesn't. I saw a video. It might have been one of her first videos, and she made cornbread and she used the Jiffy box. And I was like, I mean, listen, it's not that hard to make cornbread from scratch. It really isn't. Some cornmeal, some flour, some other stuff. Some I think you even use like some buttermilk or some shit, but like it's not that hard. So like I said, I think that's the reason why she takes that angle. Like I said, like on this banner, like the whole cooking with Kaya shit is disrespectful to the food tuber community, whether they're on YouTube, whether on Twitter. There's so many better choices to pick from. Like I said, with all due respect, cooking with Kaya is nothing to brag about. Um, they're But I hate the fact that like black men specifically are using this as a political play, as a gender war content. Um, I got some content to show about this shit, but it's like I think Cooking with Kaya is like 23, 20, maybe like 23 years old, and she looks like a kid. She looks like an underclassman in college or something like that. And when you watch some of the content that people are making about her, to troll girlfriends or troll women, they all look like kids too. They look like high schoolers. So it's like going back, going to the next banner. There's so many better other choices to pick from. You got Melissa Clark from New York Times Cooking. You got that girl can cook. I need to edit that. I keep messing her thing up. We got to edit that on the fly. Hold on. We got to edit that on the fly. That girl can cook. I'm messing it up one more time. I'm gonna edit it one more time just so it's gonna eat me alive to like see it misspelled. But that girl can cook. I think I might actually show just a tiny bit of her content, but it's like Daddy's Kitchen. He does like Jamaican food. New York Times Cooking is just a platform. Preppy Kitchen, Bon Appetit. They kind of were a little problematic years ago, but I think they've kind of smoothed things out. Tastemade, another platform. Joshua Wiseman, Tabitha Brown. There's others. Not Another Cooking Show, Simply Mama Cooks, Babish, Cooking with Babish, whatever the fuck his name is. Views on the Road, Mr. Make It Happen, blah 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 blah. But there's so many other people you could choose from. Let me see. So I understand that with Cooking with Kaya, it's about entertainment value. I think that's the only really thing that she brings to the table. That and sexuality, and the entertainment through trolling. So I was like, listen, instead of watching her content, I mean, in addition to watching her content, if you want funny shit, if you want to see some entertaining cooking, watch Chef Rush and all the people he collaborates with. If you want to actually watch someone who cooks and throws down, watch That Girl Can Cook. We're gonna show some of that content. Let me go to the okay, we got this. Hold on. Cooking with Kaya is just so low vibrational, but I get it. It's meant to troll. It's meant to be entertaining. It's like rage content. It's, I mean, I hear what you're saying, nobody, but it's like I hate that she's intentionally trying to trigger people. Just keep it on the food. So, let me see. There's a little bit of content I wanted to show regarding this. Um, let's see. So the one thing I want to say about Cooking with Kaya is like no man over the age of like 25 or 20, 25, whatever, should even be consuming that content. Like I said, like there's better choices that I showed on the screen. She's not even really throwing down in the kitchen. I think one of her shticks is, I could take your man since you're not cooking. I'm cooking. You better be cooking, or I'm gonna take your man. It's like, yo, you cooked a big back breakfast. You cooked some low vibrational food. It was, something I could have gone to This Is It and got the same shit. And that shit is trash. Nobody wants to eat it. This Is It. No, she's not. She's not. She's not throwing down. She's cooking food. I'll give you that. It's nothing to brag. It's nothing to brag about. Like if I was tired, if I was hungry, I'm not driving to go get that. I could go to Zaxby's. Let's see, dive deeper. I could throw something on the skillet. Dive deeper. Who's triggering? Who's raging? Man, I don't know if you're missing the whole thing about her. Let's get into it. I got some content to show about that shit. Here we go. I like this. Good to see you, Nomadic. Let's see. She's cooking good food with a good attitude, and she's twerking. Wow, your bar for throwing down is so low, sir. Yes, she has a good attitude, but it's kind of like with an asterisk on it because she's trolling. Obviously, she's twerking. Okay, I didn't need that. I didn't need to see that. There are other people that are wearing like booty shorts and cooking. She's not the first person to do this. I think that she's the first person that I've seen that's really doing this to antagonize women and I guess seduce and antagonize, turn men to antagonize other women because of what she's doing and trying to triangulate, using her to triangulate against other women. She's the first that I've seen. Let me try to see if I got some content to show. Let me try to see. Let's see. Let's just watch this little clip. I'm just gonna show this. And maybe an alternative. Let's see. Okay. Let me put the fair use on and we're gonna get into it. Let me share my screen. Window. Just gonna go for full screen on this. Fair use.
Prepare to be offended because this is about to piss off a large percentage of y'all on the internet. Listen, black people, the more you practice bullshit, you get good at it. So for all of you women running around talking about, I don't even know where the hype is with Cooking with Kai. She's not that cute. She's not this and that, the third, blah, blah, blah. All right, first of all, what she's doing is telling you black women, essentially, if you can't cook, what you can't do, another woman will. First of all, that's what she's telling you. That's number one. If you are offended or if you are scared of her because she's cooking, get your ass in the kitchen and learn how to cook some other than pasta Alfredo.
I don't support this
statement. Like just cooking is not that difficult. It's really not. If you're scared of her because you can't cook and she can, and you think that's enough for your man to get took, well, then first of all, you and your man need to have a conversation, a major conversation. Point one. Point two, and this is most important. Her over sexualizing cooking a meal, she didn't just pick that up. She understands that sells. And my question is, where does she get that from? And this goes back into the degeneracy thing. Whatever we practice, black people, whatever we practice doing repeatedly, we start getting good at it. It is no secret to me, and it is a damn shame that the number one thing that we promote in our community is the over-sexualization of black women. 60% of black women in this country have dealt with some form of domestic abuse or SA by the time they reach age 18. What is never really studied, though, is the self-exploitation that is done when black women reach a certain age. If nobody's told them before, I'm going to be the first to say it. Black women, there's more to you than your titties and ass. There's more to you than that. There's more to you than your titties and your ass. You have more substance than that. Now, if you choose as a grown adult to sexualize yourself, well, then by all means, go ahead and do it. I was even listening to a conversation with Amber Rose and Candace Owens. And they did a 1-hour sit-down interview about this. And it was really interesting because Candace Owens told Amber, and Amber told Candace, she's, Amber Rose, for all of you who know, she's been now a supporter of President Trump. She was a former detractor of President Trump, and she formerly had an OnlyFans. Amber Rose said, listen, 90% of the girls I talked to that had OnlyFans said they're not a fan of sex work. They don't want to be sex workers. And she said 99% of the women that have OnlyFans and that do sex work don't want to do it. They're doing it because they know it's fast money. They're doing it because they know sex sells, and they're doing it because men are horn dogs. That's the greater question. If you men running around hyping this girl up, talking about, oh, look at cooking with, first of all, she's 23 and half of you is on her page talking about how great and good she looks. Half y'all look like y'all about 40, 45,
exactly.
50. Half y'all look burnt the out, right? Some of y'all talking this about her, talking about y'all want her, y'all want to be her daddy, and y'all is nasty.
Correct.
That's the conversation that needs to be had and discussed. It's not only the fact that I don't like women solely using their bodies for material gain, but hey, it's the age of the Instagram model for whatever reason, age of the TikTok model now. But we have to also discuss the men that make these women rich. That's the more interesting part of the conversation that no one wants to talk about.
Facts.
Before you sit up here and just unwillingly bash women for using their bodies, let's look at the supply determines demand. Period. Supply determines demand. And obviously,
I think that might be enough. This dude is going on, talking in circles. We get the fucking point. I was dragging on, being like, dude, get to your fucking point, please. Land the plane, shit. But yeah, that's the one thing that's disturbing. It's like I put all the other alternatives. Like, dude, these people. Wait, hold up. I don't know who you're talking about. Cam up. Oh shit, I'm on it. Oh, let's turn that off. Fuck. Yeah. I was cammed up for a second. I didn't mean to do that. I forgot to share the screen. I pushed the wrong fucking button. But anyway, now you see how I look. But yeah, it's like let me get that just drew me off the point. It's like they might as well stay camped up. I'm supposed to be doing it in shades. Fuck it. But no, I'm not. I think some people were like, hey, stop doing the cam up shit. Let's leave something to the imagination. So I did. Well, I fucked up. Anyway, let's get back to the point. So he was talking about he finally landed his plane, and he was like, I keep getting my whole train of thought is thrown off. I'm editing that shit in post production. So you 5 people that saw that shit, I'm editing that shit. But anyway, I'm glad that he finally landed his plane. Because we got to talk about the men. Like I get it. Like we'll play a video in a second about, like, again, like I said, like a lot of the guys who are supporting this shit, they range at different ages. A lot, I think, for the most part, they look like little fucking kids. But for the most part, there's also the ones who are actually making the shit go viral. They're not 20 years old. They're like 30, 40, some of them 50. I saw Fearless speaking about Cooking with Kai, and it's like, dude, we're too old for this shit. When I was face palming, I almost wanted to rip my fucking face off. I was like, dude, I'm too old for this. I literally said, I'm too old for this shit. The games that she's playing, the games that people are playing with the Cooking with Kai content, I'm like, I'm too old for this shit. I realize, like, I'm too old for this. But let's see. Hold up. Okay, whatever. Anyway, let me go. I think I have some other content. Quit being a hater, nobody. Let's see. If you want funny content, wow, you're doing that for a man? Okay, whatever. And listen, Dobie, that's the second time I fumbled and showed myself camming up, whatever. But whatever. You're gonna screen cap a dude, whatever. Pause. What's up, OB? Let's see. Let me see what I was gonna show. I'm gonna show some Chef Rush content. Let's do that. This shit is funny as hell. We're gonna watch it. We're getting nobody. We're gonna get back to that in a second. Just give me a second. We got the fair use on. I think we're full screen. Let's do it.
Today we're making a smash burger. This is a burger. Holy sh! First, we want to throw the meat into a blender. We don't need no fucking blender. You don't know how to smash? And there you have it, a smash burger. I'm sorry. Today we're making.
That shit's funny as fuck, and hopefully I'm not gonna fumble this stop the screen shit. Good. Okay. Nobody, man. I don't know why you gotta choose violence. It makes sense. What? No. Let's be very clear about that. Don't let me get. You don't need me to get to. You don't want me to get obnoxious and start showing pictures of myself. Like I said, I was at an angle. Anyway, but you're trying to antagonize men on the internet. Cooking with Kaya is doing the Lord's work. She's attracting the Dusties and keeping them occupied. I mean, I can't stand Cooking with Kaya. I FLA Trucker, I don't know what you're talking about. Hold on. We'll get back to Angie's point in a second. Hold up. We got a good night of sports. We got Denver versus Chargers. Is that tonight? Oh, it's Thursday. It is Thursday. It's Thursday Night Football. Okay. Okay. No, we're coming for you, buddy. But this might be. We're gonna be coming back for you. So I'm gonna go back to OB. Okay. No, FLA. We're gonna get to it. I'll get to it in a second. So, I think I have some content to show from Cooking with Kaya, but I don't know, Angie. Like, I don't mind cooking with Kaya as long as people don't make her a tool to antagonize people. That's the part I hate. Like I said, like I hate that men are like getting googly eyed over like this low vibrational food in most cases. From what I've seen, I hate that they're trying to triangulate and say, "Oh, look at this young woman," blah 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 blah. Stuff like that. They're trying to use her to put down other women. I don't like that. Anyway, so yeah, clarity. You must not FLA. Let's move to you. You must not have been listening to these recent live streams. We ended the last live stream. It was like 8 hours. And we ended up talking about, hey, for me and the married woman, that's been kind of like some content that I've been consistently making because I was dating this. I'm dating this woman, and we were saying I'm hoping to seek clarity for like New Year's and 2025, all that kind of shit. So that's what we're revealing today. You know what the clarity was. So anyway, man. Whoa! Hold up, man. You saw me like chest up, and I'm looking good, by the way. I told you all in the last few lives. I'm down like, I don't know, like maybe like 14 pounds or something like that. I go to Orange Theory Fitness. Your boy looks good, man. You're gonna make me turn to my obnoxious side, and I'm gonna start like bragging on myself. You know what? Fuck it. Let's share some shit just for nobody's sake, because he did see me on cammed up. I fucked up, but we're gonna since he wants to be a fucking obnoxious. Give me a second. Let me make sure I don't fumble again. Tinder profile. Where is that shit? Where's my Tinder profile one? There we go. I'm gonna show it just for your ass. No, buddy. Don't. You're not running. Now you've turned me, and you've sparked my obnoxious side. Now I'm gonna do it. We're gonna reshare stuff that I've already reshare stuff that I've already shared. You know what? Matter of fact, we might go even beyond that shit. I'm gonna go beyond. Give me a second. Let me just cue something up. Let me go beyond that. I want to show something I've never showed before. I might have talked about it. Give me a second. We're gonna be obnoxious tonight because of nobody and because of me fumbling. Let's see. What the fuck? Let me see if I can get this queued up. Just give me a second. Shit. Where the fuck is this? I don't want to fumble this shit. I know we got this. Just give me a second. Bear with me. We got technical difficulties. Hold up one sec. Save. Hold up. Nobody, this is for, we're going to do this for you. I'm just waiting for one thing to show up. And we're going to show you some stuff. We're going to get super obnoxious with it just because you damn, it's taking forever to sync to iCloud. Fuck. Hold up. I'm very impatient. Hold up. Why did I able favorites? Hopefully I'm not fucking sharing my screen. Thank God. Hold up. Just give me a second. Favorites. What's in my favorites? Okay, we got it in the favorites. Okay, so we're gonna play a game. We're gonna play. Once I play the video, we're gonna say who can figure out who I was in the lineup. Just because of nobody. I'm gonna end up doxing myself, but we'll do it. I've done this before, but since nobody is so infatuated with me tonight, yeah, we're gonna do it. Oh, it's not gonna play the fucking sound. Shit. Okay. So nobody. There you go. That's what I look like. There you go. This is my. I'm gonna. Last time I did this shit, I showed my Tinder profile. That's how Fearless and Ronan, probably Fearless, was able to dox me because I posted the link. But I took the pictures off the shit so y'all can see what I really look like. You saw me from the side. Let's see. There I am. Black menswear event. Kind of a spoiler. You're gonna be able to see what I look like. There I am too. Me too. That's 40th birthday photo shoot. Squid Games. I play pool. I'm good at it. That was Black Panther. I looked kind of a little wild. There was the famous Robin Hood photo. What else do we have? There we go. There I go. That's the famous one. So let's play this. Let's see if y'all can figure out who I am in this. We had influencers in the building. All right, we're done. Nobody, you had to be fucking annoying. So that's why I'm going to clap back. So I don't know if y'all were able to see me. It's going to be hard to figure out who I was in the lineup, but I was there. Y'all saw the picture of me. So I gave you a little bit of a spoiler warning. But okay, we'll go back to the comments. I'm glad to see Maya back. Very timely to be back. We'll get into that. But all right. So nobody, funny you would say this. To me, it doesn't really matter what I am. Beta, alpha, sigma, whatever the fuck. It's more so about being confident, because if we take it by today, nobody, the alphas are fucking struggling. They're crashing out. They're flying overseas. They're struggling to date. So it doesn't matter what I am. If I'm a sigma, if I'm a beta, whatever the fuck, I'm cockier than I'm more confident and cockier than the other dudes, the alphas that you're claiming. They're struggling. They're not confident. We're in a time, I said on previous podcasts, we're in a time now where the alphas are walking around like they're 3 feet tall, and the betas are actually speaking, and others are walking around like they're 7 feet tall. So we're in kind of in a weird era. But like I said, no matter what I am, I exude confidence, and so it doesn't matter what I am, technically. I'm whatever I'm not, whatever I am, you're not gonna be able to say I have low confidence. I'm always gonna love me some me, like Kanye, like T.O., like some of the others. So I don't have to. The funny thing about that, I'll land the plane. There's some people who have swag. I don't even know if I have that, but I have extreme confidence, and it might come off like that. So wait. Oh, you want pictures? Okay. I might do that, nobody, since you want pictures of me now. I do have one, but I'm gonna wait till New Year's Eve. I'll take one then when I'm dressed up and stuff. Then instead of just regular. I have recent pictures, but I have lost a lot of weight, so I'm not gonna show, like I said, like 12, 14 pounds. So I'm not gonna show those because I know you're what? No. Listen, there's some great married women out there. Exactly. Okay. No. Nobody. You did care, so I'm gonna be dragging your ass for it. I don't understand why you're assuming what I look like. Oh no. Okay, you trolling it up. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not. I've said on previous podcasts, nobody, you're not gonna be able to shake my self-confidence. I'm an attractive guy. I'm a kind of like husky-ish, muscular guy. So like I said, anyway, you're not gonna gaslight me and make me feel insecure. That's fine. That's what you're trying. You're doing your best. As Kanye said, that's nice try. Tried to hit me with the cyanide. Nice try. Anyway, wow, you throwing it up, man. Oh no, you hit it. That's my doppelganger. I actually wanted to go in Halloween. You're throwing me off my content, but that was one of my doppelgangers that I kind of wanted to go as Halloween is Von Miller. Yep. I'm already muscular, dude. I'm not NFL muscular, but I mean, well, I'll take that back a little bit. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. It's because of you. Yeah, I can go all day. Okay. I mean, Maya, I got some stuff to say, but I'll let you on the panel. Let me open up the panel. I'm getting thrown off my content, but nobody. I appreciate people like you. I love trolls. You're out doing FLA Trucker, and that's saying a lot. Anyway, let's see. Was you wearing the pink? What? Wow. I don't know. These alphas are desperate out here these days. Yeah. Okay, we agree on something. No. Let's address this. There's nothing wrong with metrosexual. There's nothing wrong. Like sometimes I can kind of maybe sometimes give off those vibes. I do love fashion. I do like dressing up. But I think metrosexual, I think is kind of like limiting. It's actually you shouldn't be ashamed to want to take care of yourself, moisturize, dress well, take care of self-care. I used to be one of those dudes who was like, I'm not going to get my I'm not going to get a pedicure and not get a manicure. Man, I was missing out. That shit's great. Let's see, the betas and trans. Okay, we agree on something. Alphas and betas, ain't it? Be a man, little boy, that's it. Okay, I don't get it. They're renting wives, they call them black pearls, like all they wives. Okay, we're gonna get into some content. I mean, I'm just gonna go through these comments and we're gonna go through some content. I didn't call you gay. We're gonna get to it. Nobody. Passport bros are self-proclaimed alphas who rent foreign wives. That's, I mean, some of them are renting foreign wives, some of them are wifing up foreign women. Hey, what's going on, Maya? Oh, yeah, change that. I don't care what no one thinks. Listen, I love your energy. Nobody, just know you're not gonna drive me. I'm gonna if you want to troll, I'll troll harder. You're not gonna gaslight me into making me feel like, because like I said, wait till I'll tell you this. You like I said, you made me very obnoxious tonight. My goal, nobody, and I tell this to every woman I date. I'm when I hit 40, I was like, I'm gonna try to get in the best shape in my life, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I'm striving to get to my Jonathan Majors moment, my men's fitness moment. Don't let me do that. Don't let me fuck around and do that, nobody. Y'all gonna be sick as fuck out of me on YouTube because I'm gonna be showing y'all shit. I'm gonna be showing y'all the whole fucking photo shoot, probably behind the scenes and shit. Just wait. Maya, your camera's on. But I don't know if you want to do that. Are you trying to cam up? Because I see you camming up. Anyway, I don't want you, if you don't want me to do you like that, I'm just not gonna add you to, okay, we'll just add you, your camera's off.
I don't care about camming up. I've been on a break.
Well, you want to both do it? You want to both do it?
And I see that I gotta go pick up my daughter from her hair appointment soon. So
okay.
But other than that, how have you been? What's going on? What's the love life looking like?
That's the name of the show. I was about to get into that.
What's the love life looking like?
I mean, okay. Do you want to cam up or no?
It don't matter to me. I mean, I'm driving right now, so
okay. I mean, if you want to, I'll do it. I mean, I'm
at Quick Trip. I gotta go get me some ice.
All right. Well, maybe never mind. Let me just go through these comments and I'll answer your question. We'll get into the banners. We could do it together. Okay, good. Like that. The host. No. You're right. Nobody. I can handle my own. Like I said, I got content. And like I said,
let's leave nobody out of it. Let's talk about this love life. I got my cup is empty, honey. My cup is empty.
What do you mean? What do you mean your cup is empty? Your love
I need
life?
some tea. Fill it up.
All right. We're gonna go onto this.
Come on, let's not long wind things. It's a lovely Thursday night. It's 50 degrees in Atlanta. Let's talk about this love life. Let's talk about the married lady that's divorcing. She met the love of her life. You know, I want to hear this.
I mean, okay, we're gonna get into that. This is very timely that you came back. All right, man, y'all brace yourselves.
I'm interviewing right now.
Yeah, breaking news. We got clarity.
Okay.
We got clarity. Let me see. Let me get my banners together. Let me take a breath. Let me get some water. Let me take a swig of water. All right. Breaking news. Married woman and I are no longer dating. I ended it.
Okay.
But the way I'm gonna get to it is the way, Angie, Ronan, Fearless, and I were talking on the last stream. It kind of, Fearless kind of said, hey, maybe you should have a conversation with a married woman prior to New Year's. Because we were planning to have a romantic. She wanted a romantic New Year's Eve. I was like, hey, let's go to a nice little restaurant. Let's just go to a nice little midnight, peach drop or whatever the fuck. And she's like, no, I want something quiet. I want something romantic. And I was like, oh, okay, I like that. Okay, fine. So we executed those plans, and then, but I talked to her last Wednesday, and I was talking to my therapist prior to, and I was like, yo, for me, a little bit of backstory. I talk about like my on again, off again ex, and I was like, I remember her asking me maybe a year or two ago when I invited her to a birthday. She was like, "Chris, what do I mean to you? What am I showing up as?" And I was thinking to myself, what the fuck does it matter? Like, it's my birthday, just come here and cheer. But I now got a taste of that medicine when like I said, the married woman was like, let's have a romantic New Year's Eve. We're all adults here, fill in the blanks, use your imagination. Shout out to Flowetry. But I'm just saying, I started tweaking. I was like, wait, we're starting to blur the lines and we're dating other people. We're not in a not in an exclusive relationship. I'm like, what the fuck does this mean? We're doing exclusive type shit. Me, high key, I think New Year's Eve is it's a lover's holiday. Now, I'll fast forward. I won't fast forward yet. But I was like, I talked to her. So my therapist is like, ask her about how she feels about the kids. About adopting the kids. Let's check in and see, does she still want? Does she actually? She said, I'm willing to adopt. I'm willing to surrogate. I was like, and my therapist was like, willing to and wanting to is two different things. And I'm like, damn, okay. But the way she's selling it, it sounds like she wanted to. But yeah, let's check in. So I asked, I'm like, I really want to personally know where I stand. Like, what are we doing? Who are we to each other? I'm gonna answer both of those questions. So I asked her, I'm like, hey, do you want to adopt kids? Or do you want to, are you good with the kid you have? She's like, funny you asked me. I actually changed my mind. I don't want to have any more kids. I kind of made my mind up around Thanksgiving. And I'm like, okay, well, what sparked that? And she was like, I don't want to talk about it. And I was like, damn. And I was like, okay. So I pivot. I started talking about some other stuff. I'm kind of like cry Reese. I'm like, congratulations. I'm kind of happy for you, but not happy for you. But I'm like, okay, it makes sense. You're 40. You know, a lot of women at 40 who have their kid, they're kind of one and done, or they don't want to start over with a young kid, blah, blah, blah. So then I'm like, eventually she's like, okay, I'm going to be transparent. It's because there's this investment account. We're still going through the divorce. Me and the ex-husband kind of got into it. We're supposed to split this account once it matures for the kid. And once it matured, I split it. But then the husband was mad because he wanted to keep the money in there and earn more money. And she's like, I don't want anything tied to you. So I'm like, okay, fine. But then I was like, you know what? Now the second question is like, what are we doing for Thanksgiving? I mean, for New Year's Eve, what are we to each other? And she's like, we're just people who enjoy each other's company. And I'm like, all right, whatever. And then I'm like, I think what hit me was, we started talking about, like, she was like, hey, you know, you got to find your person. You're gonna probably have to date younger. And I'm like, yeah, I plan to. And she was like, in the meantime, you can still date me. And I'm like, I don't know. Doesn't make any sense.
That's like being a placeholder.
Possibly, yeah, kind of. I mean, it's possibly, but it's just like, it's not. It's counterproductive. Let's say that. And I'm like, what was I gonna say? I had someone from St. Louis that kind of came into my life the last couple of weeks, and we kind of got close. And she said the opposite. She said, Chris, I don't want to have any more kids. I want you to you've said you want to have kids, you want to find a family. I'm not the woman for you. Don't spend another dime on me. Spend that on the women that you want to, that you're going to have kids that can give you kids. I'm like, wow, I appreciate you for saying that. Cause like some women out here don't say that. And that was before the married woman said that shit. So when the married woman said that shit, I was like, man, that's kind of selfish, but I understand where she's at. But so I'm going to get into like the banners of this shit. So first and foremost, New Year's Eve is rebooked. I'm hanging out with like a woman from my pool league. She's very attractive, kind of older though. I'm hanging out with her and her friends. The next thing, it was kind of like a bad omen, when Money Travels was like, yo, love the one who loves you, not the one you love. And I remember on the stream saying, I just let go of an orbiting ex who came back, who I feel like loves me. There's definitely love there. And I let her go to try to avoid creating collateral damage, because it does when you have two women who are interested in you and you're in a certain stage of dating. So I was like, man, I just kind of like messed that up, because I think I left someone who loves me for someone who I'm interested to see where it could possibly go. So let me see.
At a bar just now that I just left because I was waiting on my daughter, and they had been separated for 10 years.
Yeah.
And
And she said that they had basically been waiting on each other. Really, he got married, she got married. It didn't work out,
Yeah.
and she said they dated when they were in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And her dad didn't really approve of him because he was going to the Marines. And they were both telling me her dad was like, "There's no way you're dating a Marine."
Mm-hmm.
So she said she still loved him over the 10 years. She said she just been missing him and yearning for him.
Yeah.
And she said that she would pray every day and say, if this is a man for me, bring him back to me. And they were there together at a bar, and they were telling me how they live in an RV together
Mm.
out in Gwinnett. Where did she say? She said off of Indian Trail. She was like, we got an RV because we travel a lot. She was telling me how they pay $700 a month for the land, for
Yeah.
water, electricity, and whatever else. And she was like, they pay for the RV in cash, and they eventually they wanted to buy a house in the beginning, but they traveled so much together, a house wasn't a thing that they needed. But she were like, they were together and they were having fun, they were talking, and she was like,
Yeah.
I pray and I ask God to bring me a man that loves me, that makes me laugh, that provides a roof
Yeah.
over my head, and food on my stomach. And I was like, that's pretty much the basics. And between dating, I don't know how complicated things tend to get when it comes to loving a person. And I
Uh-huh.
say that because the African guy that I was dating as well, we're not dating anymore either because of political views. And he was just extremely argumentative
Uh.
about my political views, but I was open to his political views. And I was like, okay, what's going to happen in the future? Should we have a disagreement? Is it going to be like this all out, clash out, blowout shit? Because I can't tolerate anything like that. Like, I'm a person that let's agree to disagree, and let's put this shit to bed, and let's go to dinner tomorrow, let's have sex tonight, whatever. I'm not into like
Sounds like a plan.
going overboard. I'm not into going overboard about political issues. I mean, I don't give a damn. I mean, I'm a propaganda kind of person. I feel like they know who they want to put in office.
You're kind of breaking up. This is the old Maya. This is what we've been used to. She'll be back in like 30, 40 seconds. Uh,
Hey, can you hear me? That happens when
yeah.
my screen locks. I'm sorry. I don't.
I got an iPhone
I
too.
switched from Android to an iPhone, and I absolutely hate it.
I am with an iPhone. I'm on a Mac right now, but I some in the olden days I used to be on iPhones or I'd be on an iPad.
Yeah, so this guy was very argumentative about our political views, and I
I get
was
it.
just like, if you're this extreme about politics, like,
Right.
what's going to happen if we really get into the nitty-gritty of things? You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
Right.
And I'm not a knockout, drag out kind of person. I kind of say what I'm going to say and I leave it alone. Like, I can't go back and forth and you kind of force me into your views.
Yeah.
And I can respect what you want. I want you to respect what I want because I'm a very amicable person. So that kind of ended. So right now I'm just on chill mode. I'm living my single life. I've been dating myself. I've been going out. I don't think I'm necessarily looking for love.
Mm.
Um,
Well, no.
I think that the
I want
person,
to fixate on that. I want to fixate on that, Maya. How do you survive without love? Like I know I need a lot of attention. I crave love and the
because
attention. I'm in an attention
I give my
deficit right now.
I give myself that attention, right? So
Uh,
it's not okay. I used to think that self-care was okay, taking care of your skin, going to get a facial, going to get a massage, going to get your nails done, taking care of your health and your hair. But it's also about the inside and how you're loving yourself, right? So I'm a big energy person. Like, it's been proven. I've seen it. I've experienced it. And my birthday was on the 10th of November. As I am becoming wiser, I don't want to say aging because I still feel extremely youthful. I'm fit. I'm in shape. I'm
so,
happy. My mental health is intact. It's more so about the inside and how you love yourself. And I feel like when you love yourself, you tend to attract those things. So now my boundaries are a lot stronger. My desires are more clear, and I'm not really willing to settle for what is in front of me. So like, yeah, you may make me laugh, or yeah, there might be good conversations, but I want something deeper than that. Like, I want to know what makes you tick. I want to know how you problem solve. I want to know what's important to you and things that I look for in a mate. I don't give a fuck about any other thing outside of what your spirituality looks like, how you eat, how you think, and what's important to you. So if those things aren't presented to me in the beginning, I just don't want it. So I'm okay with being alone because I could go out to eat. I could sleep alone. I could please myself, all of those things. And when you're alone, you get more clarity, right? So you don't have so many distractions. And I said to myself that I don't want to hear anybody. I don't want to hear my girlfriends. I don't want to hear my homeboys. I don't want to hear my coworkers. I don't want to hear anybody else's experiences, anybody else's advice about dating, because I only want to hear God. I only want to hear myself. I want to hear what I want. I want to hear what I need. And once I center myself in that place, I feel like I'm only going to attract the mate that I desire and need.
Okay, yeah, I want to say this. Yeah, and that was a good. I appreciate that. That
I love attention.
oh, she's gone. Anyway, fearless. Um, I don't think that I hear you on the 3-date rule. I'm not imposing that, but like I'm gonna get into the banners. Like I think it's more so on me because like I had to date this woman. I think it was I've said it on many different. Do you take your camera off, my?
I lost you. I lost you somehow. Like you said, I love attention. I love being showered with compliments and all of those things, but I don't think I need that in an exterior way anymore.
Yeah, I'm an attention whore a little bit. I love I need that love, I need that attention, I need that those words of affirmation are my number one. So I'm like, without that, um and we'll get into it a little bit. It's like I think that like I need that. I realized that after my divorce when I started to date someone who were like some people who are
But
overly
why do
affectionate.
you need that? But why do you need that from the outside instead of giving it to yourself?
Oh no, I give it to the inside, but it's like, yo, let me address the comment. I was historically, I've always been really in a relationship. I was married for 13 years. That was a 20-year relationship. So we're talking 18 and then 39, and then now I'm 42. So like most people, like they know how to function, outside of a relationship, probably being single. I didn't really get that till I got divorced. I want to address Fearless. Fearless, I know you have the third date rule. Listen, what my story shows is dating is not it's not always on easy mode. There are challenges. I fumbled the bag in some areas with a married woman. What I'm trying to say is I think the thing I fucked up at, Fearless, is this. I learned at the end that, and I think the married woman dating the married woman, I've said on previous podcasts, it helped me see where I have come, because I was once where the married woman was. And I think I told the oldest of my sisters, I said, this is going to be the first and the last person going through a divorce that I ever date.
I told you that when you first
No,
started dating her. Remember, if you go back to when you first started
I know.
seeing her, I told you this, right?
You did. You said,
and I only told you this coming from a woman's standpoint, right? Because I don't think anybody should be dating each other until you clear up your shit that you got going on, right? You have to be, when you're dating. What I found out, it's like I don't believe in this whole YouTube and TikTok and social media shit, right? So this the social media shit is a whole nother distraction and a whole nother entity, right? Because 10-15 years ago we didn't have that, right?
yeah.
It was MySpace, and you only could get on Facebook if you were in college. Instagram was pretty much a platform of pictures, until narcissistic people decided to take pictures of themselves and show themselves, and now it became a business with restaurants and businesses advertising themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when your plate is clear, I don't believe date them all. I don't.
Mm.
I don't believe in, okay, well, don't put all of your eggs in one basket. When you got too many distractions and you got too many options, it takes away from what you can see in one individual person.
I want to say that's why I've tried to stress to y'all, dating the married woman in this Regency period-esque, even though people said you've been dating her and you haven't been, you guys have been celibate, blah 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 blah. Let me be clear. I gotta roll the tape back. Fearless said this on the last live. How could you be struggling with this when this was not your life? Because like I told you, when I was in high school, I dated one woman for like a year. Then I met my soon to be ex-wife, dated her for 20 years, married her for 13. Then I got out, and then I'm coming into it kind of like Captain America. I'm coming out of a block of ice into the modern world with apps, having different options, having hundreds of women on these apps still to this day, having women saying, Chris, there's nothing wrong with you. You're perfect. Da, 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 da. So I was in the belly of the beast struggling because I understood. I was like, I kind of can understand. I'm not justifying the shit, but I'm saying when they say like a man is only as faithful as his options, when you have someone when you have an ex lingering around and you don't have healthy boundaries with exes, that can cause, if you put yourself in the wrong positions, you can make yourself more vulnerable to cheat. And I'm not justifying it. The shit's bad, but I'm just saying, for me, I didn't have that because when I was married, never thought about cheating, never cheated.
But Chris, nobody should be ashamed of dating exclusively if that's who you are and that's what you want to do, right? So when it goes back to options, like if I'm dating someone, if they're for me, I could continue to work on that. That way I don't have to break it off with John, Tom, Dick, and Harry because I got so many things going on, right?
Right.
Okay, I'm talking to Tim. Me and Tim getting to know each other. Me and Tim are dating. Me and Tim hiking. Me and Tim went to the museum. I cooked dinner for Tim. Tim came over. Me and Tim have been intimate. I don't have John, Dick, and Harry and Bob distracting me to say, okay, well, I don't know what to do because I don't know who really got feelings for me because I got too much shit going on. I can't see through the smoke.
So I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say. Are you trying to say you date one person at a time? Is that what you're trying to say?
I feel like everybody should date one person at a time because I feel like, and this is my personal opinion, I don't live in a scarcity mindset, right? So when you're in a scarcity mindset, right, we all seek comfort, we seek sex, we seek food, shelter. Those are primal necessities, right? So I don't live in a scarcity mindset to say, if I'm dating this one person and this one person only, I don't have any fear that there's nobody else around the corner.
I hear you.
For me, right? For me. Because when you start to create minds and scenarios in your mind that really don't exist, you can't think straight. Right? So I could date one person and I could get to figure out in the next 30 to 60 days if this person is for me or not. So as soon as I start having doubts or times where there isn't any clarity, that person isn't for me, because when it's for you, it's for you. Just like anything else. That's with a job, that's with a car. Like when you say you see a car that you like, you do research on that car, right? You're gonna look at the specs, you're gonna go to the dealership, you're gonna do a test drive, you're gonna get the mileage on it, you're gonna get how many miles to the gallon it gets. You're going to do all of that. Even with food, you're going to say, hey, I like this. This is what I like to eat. I don't eat this. I do eat that. So it's the same scenario with relationships. I don't have a scarcity mindset to say I'm in fear of not having nobody, because there's too many people in the world for me to say that I'm going to be single or I'm Asian and I'm not, because I'm a fit woman. I look good. I take care of myself. I work hard. I speak well. I'm educated. I don't have any fears of that. You get what I'm saying? However, I do have competition. Yes, of course. Of course, I have competition. But when I wake up in the morning and I look at myself in the mirror and I go out into the world and represent myself, I feel like I'm the baddest bitch on the planet.
Right. But how about this? I want to throw a hypothetical at you. If you didn't have a kid, and let's just say hypothetically you're 37, 38, do you think you would still be like, oh, I'll just get back out there whenever I feel like it?
No, I'm 39 and I have a 15-year-old. And I mean, I attract young men, I attract older men, I attract men in between that.
Right.
I mean, if the options are really up to me, what I want to do. You get what I'm saying? Like I could bite this or I could not bite this. But I'm going deeper into I've been with the provider man. I've been with the Amazon worker. I've been with the drug dealer. I've been with the scam. I've dated every man far and in between. You get what I'm saying? So at this point, I know exactly what it is that I want and what I'm looking for, and I'm not willing to settle for anything other than that. And I understand that everybody got problems. And my grandpa told me this yesterday on the phone because he was sending me some money for Christmas. And he said, well, you ain't found, he's an old country man. He said, well, you ain't found no man yet. I said, no. And I said, he was like, well, you want one? I said, yes, I do. But he was like, so what's the problem? I said, I'm living by the values and the things that you've instilled in me.
Right.
And I said, I haven't been able to, my grandma and my granddaddy was together 52 years before my grandma passed away from breast cancer. Now, I don't know if times and things are the same then and now, but my grandpa basically said, don't go get you out with no man talking about you paying all no bills. He said, your grandma money was her money. If we needed anything, she had money shelled away if I needed it. She never bought a car. She never pumped her gas. Okay, I may understand to a certain degree that may not be the thing, but there are some real gentlemen out here that's still willing to do that.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, there are.
So I'm in a place where for me personally, I want a man, let's just say he's not a fit person, right? And we introduce ourselves to each other and we share with each other what kind of lifestyles we want to live. So if we can't come to an agreement with certain things like the food we eat, how we travel, how we're going to pay our bills, how we're going to invest it in each other. Like, I don't mind the 50-50 thing. That's the whole, I don't want to go 50-50. I'm not a girl that's going to be able to sit at home and wait for you to bring home the bacon. That's not for me because I think about the future. Like, what if something happens to you? What if you get sick? What if you die? I don't know. Life isn't guaranteed. I don't know what your life expectancy is, but I do prefer a man that eats well. I do prefer a man that works out. If he's not fit, I would want to get fit with him.
Uh-oh. We lost her again.
Want to introduce him to more healthier foods, fasting and drinking water, hiking. How can we invest into each other? Like, I don't want a man that want to go clock in to a job. You get what I'm saying? But if he got to clock in for now, he got to clock in, and it's the same for me. Obviously, I want to get out of clocking in. Like, okay, so what investments can we do? Can we invest in some stocks? Can we start a business? Like, I need an ambitious person, and I need a person that got some fire up under their ass.
We got to fix the screen lock, Maya.
I'm a very fiery woman. And I want some more fire. Like, I want to create a flame. I want to create some smoke. Like, let's get together. Let's do us. Let's create an empire. Let's create a legacy. And I'm not talking about no fucking fake ass bullshit legacy. Like, oh, nigga, you been in the fucking military and you got fucking VA benefits. No, let's create a real legacy. Like, when I die, when you die, your children, my daughter has, whatever the case may be, we have something to show for it.
Okay.
Like, my mate has to be my powerhouse. I want to be a powerhouse. I don't want to get together talking about, oh, you're cheating on me or your job problems. Like, okay, you got a problem at work. Come on, baby, how we gonna solve this? Let's talk about it.
Yep. I want to focus still on this fearless post. Like, fearless.
I don't do fearless. I don't talk about fearless.
No,
I
no,
don't
no.
fuck with. No, I'm just telling.
I get it.
I'm being 1,000 with you. I don't fuck with Fearless. I don't talk about Fearless. I don't do Fearless. If I ever seen Fearless on the street, like, honestly, I'm being very honest with you. He's a very negative person. I don't like him. I don't do him. I don't deal with him. Like, honestly, like that man right there, I'm not gonna even say a man.
Let's not even let him affect us. It's just me and you on the stage. I'm not worried about him.
He's done. That I saw y'all look. I only watch y'all channel for views and to promote the channel. But he could never and ever be a topic in my life because I don't like him. I don't like him as a person. I don't like his thoughts. I don't like him as an individual. I don't like how he has tried to divide me and a personal friend of mine. And I don't do him.
Let's move on.
And if he's listening, fuck you. And if I ever seen you in person, is fuck you too. And what I would like to
Maya, if you can hear me, let's move on. We're here trying to make content for one. And we gotta fix this lock screen issue. Because I've had iPhones for like the last decade plus. Oh, she dropped. But anyway, I want to get back to this Fearless. I don't, like I said on the previous podcast, I don't regret anything that I did. I had to date this woman. Like I said, this is gonna be the last time I date someone going through a divorce. I think the reason why I did was her intentions on the apps was like, hey, I'm dating for marriage. I'm dating for a life partner. She may very well be still doing that, but I'm just saying what I learned is I had to look back at myself and say, Chris, look at you when you were in her shoes. It made me look back, and I need to go back to the banner. Hey Maya,
somebody call me.
Yeah, one second. One second. I'm still going. So Fearless, it made me think about what was Chris like in 2021, 2022. And let me go to a banner. I ended up calling her and said, I'm not gonna put her name out here, but I was like, hey, in 2021, I remember you telling me, Chris, you're not ready to date me. And I was like, what? Back in 2021, I was like, what are you talking about? I was just thinking to myself, I was like, I'm 30, probably 39 at the time. I make pretty good money. I was down there for a whole month. I'm like, I'm trying to, be committed, whatever. I was like, why can't I not? What is it? If it's effort, I can give the effort. But now I realize, because I'm a different person from 21, 20, 21, 22, 23 to now, I'm like, I understand. No matter what I would have wanted to do, I didn't have the maturity and the discipline to be able to be the person that she needed me to be. And where she was at is where I was at now. Right now, this whole year, you saw me. I wasn't playing around with the married woman. I wasn't playing around at all. If people came back, they didn't stick around. The exes, I put them in the proper place. The old Chris couldn't really do that, no matter how bad he wanted to. And she was the woman in St. Louis when I was dating her at the time for a whole month in St. Louis. She was on that type of time. She wasn't playing around with me. I was, unfortunately, people who are going to divorce, so I said, I know what you mean by, when you said you're not ready to date me. I understand that wholeheartedly now, because I'm now in that place that you were at in 2021. I'm there now in 2024. I'm ready to not play around in dating at all. Not because I want to like hurt people in the past, but it's just like you have to kind of shake it out and get it out your system. You're kind of like almost like a dog shaking the water off for some people. But I'm saying what I had to look back retroactively. The married woman, I don't think she's a bad person. I think that she's doing what's normal for someone going through a divorce. It's selfish, but not like manipulative selfish. They're not in a rush. Like when I was going through a divorce, on my profile, I said, I am not looking for a long-term relationship. I don't remember what my intentions were, but they were
Chris, can I, not to cut you off?
Yeah, go for it.
This question. Are you a person that don't want to be alone? Like you can't be alone, or you don't want to be alone, or you don't know how to suffice or survive on your own?
That might need to be a whole different show. But all I'll say is this:
I'm asking you a direct question. I need a direct answer.
I'll say this: I think it's not for me. Just speaking for myself, I don't think to a certain extent it's healthy to be alone. Whether that's friendless, whether that I like being in. I like being in a relationship. I'm not saying that I had to be in a relationship all the time. Like I broke up with people over the last few years, and I went and I got to enjoy being single. This is another time where I think I'm going to take at least a couple months off. And up until maybe like yesterday, I was kind of like, I was telling Prism, I'm like, my energy is off. I know I'm not ready to date. Like I remember I saw this like really attractive woman slid into my Bumble, and I was like, I went to the hand and I said, yo, what do you think? And she said, I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready. And she's like, you're not ready. And I'm like, what do you mean by that? And she's like, I don't think you're emotionally ready yet. And I'm not. I was like, I'm just a little. I was calling it emotionally concussed. I felt like I was like, in concussion protocol. I'm not hurt, but I'm just like, I'm not ready to get out there and take the hits. I'm not ready to go out there and just give 100% effort. I need to recharge to 100. Since she dropped, let me see. So I want to go back to Fearless. Like, let me keep going, Maya. So you were asking me like, can I be alone? I can, but I'm just like, from a relationship standpoint, that has typically not been the trend. I've typically been in a relationship. I'm typically serial monogamous or whatever. So, but I have to get used to it to an extent. Like I know when it's time I need to step away and kind of like work on me and enjoy just being single. Like I know when I first, when I recently broke up with the married woman, I was just like, or stopped dating the married woman. I was like, I know I'm not ready to jump into a relationship. I know I'm not on any level. I'm like, I just need to kind of like work on me. It's not fair for me to just tell the people like, hey, take it slow. I need to be completely over this. I need to like, recharge and whatnot. But
so let me ask you this.
Yeah,
So
go for it.
when you're in a relationship, what is it that you need exactly from your significant other?
I need the bonding. I need the friend. I need the words of affirmation, the affection, the consistency, hanging out, the love, the love and the affection. Can you do that for yourself? Yeah, I love myself. I'm very confident, stuff like that. But it's like being alone it's not the same as and listen, there are healthier outlets to do. There's other ways to do it, Maya. You don't have to have a relationship to fill that void. You could be more social. You could be hanging out with friends. You could be hanging out with family. You could be doing other social things.
Right, but that's just not what you want.
Well, I'm saying there needs to be a balance. Like I love that I play pool. It gets me out the house. It gets me social interaction. And I'm a natural introvert, but I learned in the pandemic, I'm like, man, I crave human attention too. I was craving human attention. So I went back to pool. And as a person who used to be like a man who was an island to himself, I was like, no, I'm tired of doing this shit. It's high key not healthy. It's healthier to be around people and build bonds, extend networks and all that kind of stuff. So I don't
Okay,
need to.
I'm just asking you things because I'm a loner and I'm a single person and I kind of enjoy it in a weird way.
I used to be at that.
I'm asking as a person. I mean, eventually and evidently, I want to come out of that.
Yeah.
I do want to be in a relationship, but I want more so of a companion and a genuine friendship over a relationship. Like I want you to be my friend over just being in a relationship and having somebody that I crave attention from or sex from and things like that. Like how can we grow and build together?
Right. Yeah, and I get that. And like, listen, I think we're both trying to achieve the same thing. But I have other goals stacked on top of it. I'm trying to get remarried. I'm trying to start a family. So I'm trying to do that. And I'm trying to do all those things that you're saying. Meet someone genuine, build something organically, figure out if we have the same goals in place, figure out if we have the same time frames in place. I think with me and the married woman, we didn't have the same time frames in place. But like I said, I don't regret dating the married woman. It's just I had to learn. Thinking back on it, I was like, she is just starting her journey. I am much further along in my journey. I've been doing this for years, and I'm if she and I met at the same point in our journey, if we were both filing for divorce at the same time, I would be a whole different Chris. It would be a whole different experience. But like I said, Fearless, I don't regret it. I just know going forward, I'll say this. There's going to be more communication. There's going to be checking in. I think what the cardinal sin that I think I did with the married woman was, in gambling, they have this term called chasing the dragon. When you lose your money, you don't re-up. I re-up. When I noticed the energy was kind of off with the married woman, I re-up and I just went harder. what I should have done is I should have had a conversation, said, hey, my needs aren't getting met. Something's kind of weird. And let's talk about this. Let's fix this or step off. There were many different times with the married woman, like that I was thinking about stepping off, but I was like, I wasn't strong enough yet. I didn't have the clarity. But when she said, hey, I've made my mind up. I don't want to have any more kids. And I said, oh man, I wish I would have checked in with you, talk more. And she said, no, that's not even the issue. I just, changed my mind recently. So, but still, I need to check in, and I'm going to just be 2, 4, 5, 6, 2, 4, 6, 8, 3, 6, 9, 12 month increments. If things kind of are off in between those increments, I'm going to start talking and having conversations. And that's, I think the problem is I let that go, and I said, let's just vibe, let's just have fun. And I'm dealing with someone who just wants to do that. When you're going through a divorce, all you want to do is really have fun. So I don't fault the married woman for that. I kind of needed this experience, and I was able to soak up as much as I could possibly soak up in it, and I became a stronger and better person. So it's like I just need to do what I did with the married woman with some tweaks for the right person who has the right time frame, who has the same goals in the same time frame involved. So I don't fault it. I don't regret it. It's just I'm glad that we're not bringing it into 2025. I think she's an incredible person, but she and I have different time frames, and we also have like maybe different family planning goals. And when I really started to know this, Fearless, where it was kind of going off the rails, adoption isn't cheap. It's like if you know the birth mother before you get to the agency, it's like 10 grand. If you don't, it's like 40 to 80. It's like,
but don't you get benefits? Because I have a friend that was adopted, and he has a great relationship with his adopted mother, and that's who he calls his mom.
Right.
So, I'm totally not against adoption because, there's women that can't have kids.
Right.
There's women that have fertility issues, and that's the only option to have a child in your life. And then there's people that have children that can't care for them and provide for them due to life circumstances and things like that. So is it just adoption that you want, or do you want to have your own children?
That's the thing. Like last time I think we talked, I was like, throughout the years, let's take it all the way back. I broke up with my on again, off again ex because I was like, she felt like she couldn't have kids. She was willing to adopt kids. She actually kind of recently kind of orbited and was like, yo, I'm willing to adopt kids. Let's just adopt some older kids, 5 or older, whatever. I'll think about it. But I'm like, I broke up with her once. I remember like at the 12-month mark, I was like, I don't know where I stand on this having kids situation. She says she can't have kids. She's willing to adopt. I don't know if she really wants to do it for me or for her or for both. And I was like, I don't know where I stand on the debate of having my own kids versus adopting. So I was like, I got to take a step back and just until I make a decision on that, I can't date her because the clock's ticking. You're dating her. Things are going to start meaning more. And like, what are we to each other? And I think it's not fair to date her if I don't have the answer to that. So like now when I dated the married woman, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. If I just adopt a kid, have my name on it, that's good enough for me. I don't have to have a biological kid. Now, the World Series of Poker, the odds are now that I'm probably going to have a biological kid. Now that I'm not dating a married woman, like we're going to probably be seeking out women who can have kids, or unless we find someone like you said.
So how old are you, Chris?
42.
Okay, so you may want to find a woman that's like 33, 34, 35.
Like I said that on the last live. Like if the minute I stop dating the married woman, we're making wholesale changes. We're not. I love dating age appropriate women. If Tracy Ellis Ross or Taraji could have kids, man, I would go up to 50. I really would.
They probably could still have kids. You don't know that.
I'm just saying. No. Listen, Tracy Ellis Ross said she was premenopausal like a year or two ago. It's a wrap for her. But I'm just gonna say is this. I am no longer, it pains me to say this, I'm no longer going to be dating 40, 45. The on again, off again is 5 years older than me. She's like probably turning 47 this year, 46, 47. And I'm not going to be dating the 39, the 40s. I do have an ex who is like 40 that does want to have a kid on like a very fast time frame. But I'm just saying I'm going to be dating probably like 35 and 36, 35 and lower. But like I said, it pains me to do that because I'm like, I like women around my age. I like women who are older than me, but that's not going to be happening because I've hit that wall of, hey, I got my kid. I don't want to have any more kids. I got one kid that was a traumatic pregnancy. I can't have another kid. So I unfortunately have to date younger. That's not what I naturally want to do, but I have to. So unless I find the person who we vibe, kind of like my ex, like I said, who's 40, who wants to have kids, but I'm attracted to, who's 37 to 40 or whatever the heck, or older than me. If I find that person, I'm not ruling it out, but I'm just saying I'm going to be shifting my algorithm to look for younger women. That sounds horrible. I mean, I'm just going to be dating younger women. If it's not to say that dating someone around my age or older who wants to have a kid or extended family and actually mean it, that I won't, find another one. So,
But women do. Younger women, even when I was younger, we tend to like older men that are more settled in their ways and more directed in life and who want to settle down and things like that.
yeah,
So that might be the thing for you than a woman in her late 30s or early 40s. And I think you just got to put yourself out there, because I've been out a lot lately. So the times that I haven't been on the panel, I've really been spending a lot of my time out socially. There's definitely people out there. There's a lot of people who are meeting each other that need to meet each other. Atlanta's a really big social scene. And I think you just got to get out there and really put yourself in certain arenas.
absolutely.
You're not gonna meet them at the house. You're not gonna meet them here on YouTube. You're just not. And not all the time you're gonna meet them at work. Not all the time you're gonna meet them at the gas station. I really believe that we're really in an era about really socializing amongst each other versus the internet and dating apps. I mean, I tell everybody, delete the apps, because anybody could portray themselves to be who they want to be. But when you meet a person in person, it's just really a genuine connection, and you really get to feel that energy and that genuinity to say, okay, hey, I want to take it a step further with this person.
Yeah, I want to address this thing from Angie. Like, I'm not against the celibacy period. We're not going to be doing as long as this one. This one was kind of a little ridiculous, but I'm just saying, I understand, and it was, like I said, it helped me become a stronger person or whatever, a more disciplined person. Like I said, you could not tell me not to date multiple people in the past. I'm no longer doing that. It just complicates things, because I know I was fucked up when my ex came back around August, and I was vulnerable because I was going through this LBC thing, and I was getting kind of sick of it too. I was really getting irritable about it, and we can use your imagination. And around Thanksgiving, both her and the married woman were like, "So what are you doing for Thanksgiving?" I think the ex was like, "Hey, what are you doing for Halloween?" And I wanted to do something for Halloween with her, but I was like, I know that the married woman is saying, "Let's do a little vacation weekend." That's high key kind of disrespectful to go on that. We didn't go on it, but to go on that and then still date the ex. And she said, I'm okay with you dating multiple people. You say that now. So I said, no, I had to break up with her, because I was like, it's at some point when you're doing certain things together, whether it's being physical, whether it's going on vacations, whether it's Instagram official, whatever the heck, it just becomes a little disrespectful. So I was like, I'm not going back to dating multiple people, even though I love it. I think it's great to do it to a certain extent. I'm not going back to it, because for me, it'll make me more indecisive. It's gonna take away from. I know the person who I will become. I'll become the person who's trying to run the clock out. If they say, "Hey, 6 months, be exclusive. 12 months, engaged or married," I'm gonna run that whole 6 out. I told that the last person I dated, I was like, besides the married woman, I said, "Listen, I'm giving her. I was spending 90% of the time with her, and then like maybe 8 with my on again, off again ex, and then maybe like 2 with this woman in Charlotte." And I was like, things are going great. She was like, "Where do you see us in 6 months?" At the 6-month mark. And I was like, exclusive? Because things were headed in that direction. What she meant by that was like, why don't we be exclusive right now? I wish she would have said that, because I didn't hear that. I heard, where are we gonna be at 6 months? And I said, we're gonna be exclusive, but I'm gonna still date multiple people until we do, till we get to that point. Because I felt like, hey, what's the problem? But after a certain point, when you cross a certain threshold, or you're doing certain things, you have a certain pattern, certain people are gonna want to be exclusive, or and it might have crossed a threshold where it really deserves to be. So I'm like, I'm not gonna just put myself in that position to be running the clock out. be, possibly to lose a person. I'm not going to put myself through that, but I get it. And like I said, like, I'm not mad at the celibacy piece of it, because it slows that clock of having to be exclusive, in my opinion. I get to kind of say like, well, no harm, no foul. So I actually liked it, because I said on the previous podcast, I said to Married Woman too, I said, I appreciate that we did that, because when she it was not just the celibacy thing, but this is the pace. When she said, hey, I really want a boyfriend like 3 months in, and I kind of pump faked, and I just didn't do it, because I knew I had like a on again, off again ex that I was still friends with, not doing anything sexually with, but I was just friends with. And I said, I want to show up as 100% Chris, not 90, not 70, not 80, not 60, not 40. I want to show up 100%. I don't want to show up, hey, I think I can solve this. I think I can, get rid of these, these extra little branches later on. No. I'm showing up 100%. No baggage, nothing. No emotional entanglement, nothing. So I like I said, I'm taking a different approach now. So like, I'm in that place. I think I'm in a really good place now. Like, I'm not playing around and dating. I just need to find the person who's on that same type of time that we both, the chemistry, all the chemistry is there. And Fearless and Ronan, the 3rd date rule doesn't help you save you from a breakup. So it's like, that can still happen down the line. All I just know is I'm going to have more conversations up front. I'm going to check back in when I'm going to read the energy. And instead of trying to read the energy and say, oh, it's down, I'm going to up my effort to try to bring it back like I did this time. I'm just going to sit down and have a conversation. Because like a lot of times, historically, I can be like conflict avoidant. I'm like, why? I don't want to fuck up the fun. Let's just keep having fun. I'm going to sit down and have some conversations and say, hey, my needs aren't getting met. Things have changed. Why have they changed? Let's correct this or make a decision to kind of go our separate ways. And like I said, I was going in and out of that with the Married Woman. I remember on my birthday, the recent ex was like, call her up and break up with her. And I called her up to break up with her, the Married Woman. I heard her sweet voice and I was like, I can't do this. I couldn't do it. I was like, hey, what you going to be wearing? Okay, you're going to be wearing that. Okay, I'll see you. I couldn't do it. But that stems from not being very comfortable with having those conversations to address and recalibrate things along the way. I think the last time I did that with the Married Woman was like July 4th. We sat down, we had a great little date, but we said, I said, hey, are your needs getting met? How are you doing? Are you happy? And she was like, hey, what you're giving me is not exactly what I would have expected, but it's consistent. It's giving me kind of like what I need. And for now, and once my divorce is final, I'm going to want to be in a relationship, and it's not going to be enough. And I'm going to want to take things to the next level. So I kind of got comfortable in that space. And I said, all right, let's work. Everything's good. We'll just keep the fun going. And I did. And then eventually I started seeing energy kind of being withheld or drop or whatever, or we were struggling with affection and all that kind of other stuff and other things. But we enjoyed each other's company. It's just, I don't think we were romantically compatible, but I don't regret anything. It's just, now it taught me to get more comfortable with having these uncomfortable conversations, making sure that bonding is happening by a certain time frame, making sure that I'm aligning myself with people who are really on the same time frame, and not because with the Married Woman, I knew she wasn't ready to get remarried. I knew this, but I was saying, I will wait for you. I'm willing to wait for you. And then when I dated when I was in her place too, I had a woman who was like, Chris, I'll give you all the time you need. And that was like the first person I dated. One of the first people I dated, during my divorce, and that like warmed my heart. I was like, "Oh, really? You'll wait for me? Wow!" Oh, and I fell for it, hook, line, and sinker, like after like one date, and then I kind of like thought about it, talked to some families, talked to my friends, and I said, you know what? Actually, I kind of want to roll that back. Let's work towards that. But I was like, she was a person that was like, "Hey, I'll wait for you." So like I was doing the same thing with the married woman. I was like, I'll wait a little bit. I was not going to wait 5 years. But I'll try to split the difference at least and try to see, what we can possibly be in the meantime. But like I said, I don't have any regrets. I just know I'm not dating another person who's going through a divorce for the sake of they might not be as serious as you want them to be. They might not have the same time frame as you would like them to have. But I think that's the only regrets. I think she was still a great friend. She was great company. I had a great time. I learned a lot. I grew a lot. I see your little post. I don't. You're right. I don't. So hey, what's up, Richard? Welcome to the panel. I'm gonna go through this. I'm gonna stream through these little. You can go. You can go ahead and talk. I'm gonna stream through these comments. I've been ignoring them.
Well, first of all, greetings to you and happy holidays.
Hey, you too.
Reporting to you live from beautiful Patia on
Good.
a breezy.
How's it going?
Well, on a breezy, sunny. It's 9 a.m. here, and I've been listening to you for about an hour, pretty much since you started. And I've been enjoying the discourse between you and Maya. I've been reading the chat. It's getting kind of messy in there a little bit, but otherwise things are well here, man. And I wanted to tap in and kind of just referee some of the conversation, perhaps.
I just want to say something right here to OB. Cooking with Kai is like 23. I don't want to date anyone who acts like that. I'm not saying that a 25-year-old can't be mature, but I'm like, if she's gonna be acting like Cooking with Kaya, man, I'm sorry. I don't want to say, I don't want to go too graphic, but I'm like, I'm gonna be pulling my hair out. I'm gonna be pulling my face off. Go ahead. Sorry about that, Richard.
To wit, I'd like to address some of the comments you've made throughout the show with regards to the dating thing. As someone I do respect for, the conversations you have on your show. Yeah. Shout out to Zed as well and Maya. Yeah. But to address some of the things you said earlier, I think Maya hit it kind of right on the head about maybe this is a time to stop seeking outside yourself and be single and alone. Yeah. The root word of lonely, alone. The root word of alone is lone, alone. It branches off from that loneliness. There are different levels of being alone. Yeah. And there comes a time in your life where maybe that's where your life's path is steering you. Yeah, there might be a moment when, hey, man, maybe you'll go up against Bata, Efren Reyes.
Mm-hmm. I know
you do. He's the most incredible pool player in the world. But, he's getting old, so maybe you'll take his place. I'm joking, of course. But here's the point. Maybe Maya is right. Maybe, just step back. Give yourself 12 months, period.
I might I might split the difference to 6 or something like that. But I'll say this: it is healthy. There's things I can work on. I think one of the things I thought about was I definitely need to expand the social footprint, put myself out there. Even Poppy Rico said something like that, like, oh, you don't reach out to women in public. That's kind of cutting off a stream of people to meet. I need to put myself in other places. I need to get back out to go into mixers and all that kind of stuff. I'll be fine. It's just I want to speak to. I'll say this before I get to Obi's point. I've done that being single one time because let's turn the hands of time back. 21 to 22, Chris. I remember when I was dating this woman who said, "I'll give you all the time you can need," and I was like, "Oh my God, you'll do that for me?" And I remember when we broke up, and I reached out to her because she said, "Hey, if anything ever changes, reach out to me. Let me know." So I said, "Hey, I'm single again. Like, what's up with you?" And she was in a relationship. And I thought she was taking a break from dating. I was like, take a break for dating? What the fuck? Like, dating is exciting and whatever to me. And it wasn't until I broke up with my on again, off again ex, like one of the times, and I was like, I got to be single for a Valentine's Day. It was fun. I got to not have any pressure. I didn't have to buy any flowers. I didn't have any reservations. I didn't have any of that shit. So yeah, I'm in that period now. Let me go to Obi's point of view. Obi, I had content to show about this. I hate that he's going through that with them. I think that just like people on the show, people wanted what's best for me. Ultimately, I think it's hard to say if people were right because I think that it's just that I think my therapist might have said it best. It's like, you guys probably, I forget how she says it, but like, you guys probably shouldn't be dating each other. Not because like we don't, have good company or we don't enjoy each other's company, or, are attracted to each other or anything like that. It's just, we are kind of a little bit worlds apart. We're in different, the gap is just too big. I got the right experience, but just with the wrong person. I showed up and I did the right things, but just for the wrong person. But dating this wrong person helped me kind of achieve a full circle moment of when I was going through divorce. And I was like, oh my God, like, I feel sorry for the women who were dating me in 2021, 22, because they were throwing the kitchen sink at me. And I was like, I don't want to be exclusive. I just want to, be single and just kind of like enjoy being single or just enjoy not having that commitment. It wasn't to hurt anybody, but it's like, I'm sure it broke hearts because they wanted, because I was showing up. I was the same Chris dating like I'm dating now. And I think the knock on me was, Chris, your behavior has to match your intentions. If you're taking them out to a 3, 4, 5-star date, that might make them, it might be sending mixed signals. For me, it was just, I want to go to this restaurant. To them, it might be like, I've never been into a date like this. No one ever does this for me. But I would explain it to them like, hey, this doesn't mean anything. If I buy you a gift, it doesn't really mean anything. But I hate what they're doing with Travis Hunter. Like, that man has to make his own mistakes. Like me, I had to date. I don't regret a single moment I spent with a married woman. Not a single minute, not a single dollar. Same thing with Travis.
You don't regret? You do not regret?
I do not, because I think that, well, the way I want to say it, Richard, is I choose to make my own decisions. And if I stayed too long in the ring, like, let's just say, I hate to make terrible analogies, like Rocky IV, when, everybody wanted to throw in the towel. And I think even Paul Creed was like, no, don't throw the towel. He got killed in the ring. That's what he wanted to do, though. That's the way he wanted to go out. So what I'm trying to say, that was a terrible analogy. I'm trying to say is, I don't regret it, because I now get to reflect. If I went OD on staying too long, if I went OD on the wrong person, I'm going to eat that. And I'm going to say, I'm not going to allow this to happen again. I'm going to make the adjustments. So like, I think for me, I was thinking about today, I was like, dating a woman, a married woman, is kind of going to be the gift that keeps giving. Cause I'm like, if I would have dated someone who was not ready to play, who's ready to not play around with me, and they wanted the same things with me, wanted the same time frame, I would have been lax with the communication. I would have done the same thing I did with the married woman. I would have leaned in with the fun. And the problem is when I needed to have these tough conversations, I wouldn't be ready to do it. Well, the married woman has fixed that now. She's fixing it for anyone I date going forward. We're not going to be just leaning in the fun and just being all fun. It's going to be pleasure and fun. It's going to be, business and pleasure. So, which is not really the business part of the dating, is not really my favorite thing to do, but I'm going to start doing it. I'm going to, and make sure that this is the only person I really dated that we didn't really talk very much. This is also maybe the first person that's going to really inspire me to really start advocating and talking and hey, let's have some check-ins when things start to feel weird or whatever. But no, I don't regret a single minute. She was a great person. I think what I realized, Richard, was there was an opportunity to have this romantic New Year's Eve, but I had to stand on this and say, I want that to mean something for me. I know what type of time she's on, and it's no disrespect to me. She just wants to have fun. I'm not at that place in my life anymore. I want it to mean something more than just fun. And listen, I am Mr. Inappropriate. I love me some fun. I love me some. Let's turn our thinking caps off. Let's just go out there and have fun. But I'm just like, where I'm at in my dating journey, Richard. No, I can't. If she would have met the 2020, if she was dealing with the 2021, 2022, maybe 2023, Chris, I would be going to that New Year's Eve. I don't give a fuck what it means. But that's not me now. I'm not that person anymore, because I'm trying to march towards my goals. And I had to stand on it and say, you know what? As much as I love hanging out with her, it doesn't make any sense. I'm gonna read this text right now verbatim. Let me just read it. I said, "Yo, I thought about New Year's Eve. I think that it's best that we cancel those plans and focus. I focus 100% of my energy on finding my person. I'd love to stay friends and go hiking sometime, but my focus needs to be on the future. You were an awesome person and company in my life this year. I've had an awesome time spending time with you, plus learning things to improve on. That's what I love about dating, learning blind spots and areas to improve and building a solid friendship. Dating you helped me become a stronger person, and I thank you for that. I'd love to stay in touch, as friends." So I don't regret dating her. I don't. I just know it would have been a failure to bring that into the. I did not want, and I told her to her face, I was like, "We're not. If we're gonna be dating in 2025, it ain't gonna be looking like this because it needs to be more goal driven. It needs to be more. There needs to be some more effort." And I understand where she's at. She just wants to have fun, and I was the same person when I was in her position.
Hey, Chris,
Yeah, go ahead.
if I could just didn't mean to interrupt, and I don't
No,
want
no,
to
go. I was
break
done.
All right. Very often when I come to this panel, I listen to the dialogue, I read the chat, and I think of a song.
Yeah.
And in this particular case, I think of the song "See You Next Lifetime" by Erykah Badu.
Yeah.
Right. So when you have people, as you described, women in your orbit, that's where the concept of a song like that is like very powerful in its message. That happens. And there's a reason that happens, because we basically orbit, it's 360 degrees of life. Without being too philosophical about this, there's a season for everything. And
Right.
perhaps your season is to let me step back.
Right.
I posed a question earlier asking if you, and Maya posed the question initially, and I said your answer to her question was yes, you don't like being alone.
Yeah.
When you look at this word alone, there's the root word of it is lone, and there's nothing wrong with that. And there's a season for everything in a man's life. And I keep hearing you talk about dating,
Uh-huh.
and you haven't failed. It's just a process.
Oh yeah. Before I forget it, the hand was telling me this. It was a quote. Let me pull it up. The banner. What's up, Ant? Welcome to the panel.
Welcome.
She said, fuck, I gotta find the banner for it. Fuck. Let me hold on. Let me look at my iPad. I know I got it listed here. It was something about.
Can we introduce the new panelists, my brother?
Oh yeah, this is Ant.
Oh yeah, my name's Ant. I live in Ecuador. I live in Quito, Ecuador. I've been on the panel before.
Yeah.
Seen you here.
Chris is cool as hell. I like Chris. I remember you, America.
I want to say this before I forget it. Richard, the guardian in my life, she was saying there are no failures. It's just a delay in reaching the goal or something like that. So it was kind of speaking to kind of what you were saying. But hey, what's going on, Ant?
No, I'm good. You're talking about dating?
Yeah, I was talking about like a recent it's technically not a breakup, but I kind of consider it a kind of breakup with just stopping dating this woman. How I was like dating damn near the whole year. Great woman. I think she was really impactful to my life in different ways. I fumbled, but I don't think we were romantically compatible, and I think time frames we weren't really compatible either. And it's like I think she helped me by helping me achieve a different type of relationship discipline, help me get closer to help me get back onto the path of like being ready to get married. I think the way I got married, Ant, I dated in a time when I was in high school. I only had eyes for my ex-wife, my girlfriend at the time, and fiance eventually. And I was like, when I got out and started dating again during my divorce and after the divorce, I was like, I was struggling to get back to being just dating one person or having only one eye and one heart for one woman. I struggled with that. That. And now I'm back. I know how to do that. I'm willing to. I see the forest from the trees. I'm able to kind of like have that discipline and say, listen, I see an ex coming back. I already know what time it is. That's a lot. There's a lot of fun to be had, but I can't introduce her to my life if I'm dating someone seriously. I can't. No matter if she says, hey, I'm cool if you date multiple people. I already know what time it is. She's trying to take someone out. And that, with all due respect, she has every right to, but I'm like, I know if I'm focused on one person, I can't entertain the distractions. That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Can I give my perspective? Yeah. All right. Shout out OB. I'm not the devil's advocate. It's just that according to like our belief systems, I might just be the devil, with all due respect. But see, Chris, I I understand your approach, and I've had that similar moments where I'm like, I'm not ready to settle down, but this girl wants me, so let me just lay her down easy and tell her I'm not ready. But but at the same time, it's like that's what the dating scene's for. You got to see what you like. I mean, I think you're putting too much pressure on the women when you meet them and you say, hey, within 6 months I want to do this. This is not verbatim.
Yeah.
But it sounded like, hey, in 6 months I want to do this. I want to do this by this date. It puts a lot of pressure on a woman when she's just in the getting to know you, have fun stage, because there's stages to the dating, right? I mean, we can all agree on that. Like the first couple of months, it's like you're building up her liking you and you liking her, and then eventually when she falls in love, then it's like if a kid happens, then a kid happens. So it's like, from my experience personally, most women they just want to see where it goes.
Right.
They have goals in mind, but with you, if they're dating you, they just want to see where it goes. It's like they're not like, oh, I want this guy, I want to get married in 5 months. They're like, let's see where it goes with this guy. Hopefully it's a good time. And then as things progress, then all of a sudden, you know, all the goals you guys had in mind just start coming to fruition. A woman wants to feel like it's coming naturally.
Right. And I'll take that back. Like, I mean, it might have came off militaristic, but what I'm trying to say is if someone is not giving that much effort, or if my needs aren't getting met, I'm not just saying sexually, I'm just saying like emotionally, whatever the fuck. I'm saying I need to start having more conversations when I get into those spaces and say, I need to let me understand where we're at so I can adjust my energy and effort appropriately. I get it, because like I said, this whole year, I had all the patience. I was like, you know what? Let's move at her pace. Let's build things organically, no matter how long it takes. So yeah, I mean, I typically see it kind of move towards things about like the 2 to 4 month range. So no, like I'm not gonna say like, oh, 6 months we have to be dating exclusively, but I'm gonna say like, yo, I'm gonna be checking in if I know if energy is off, I'm just gonna start questioning like, what's going on? Is everything okay? Not saying, hey, we gotta be exclusive. I'm just gonna say like, is everything okay? Like, what's going on? Why are we not talking as much as we did? Why are we not, why are the conversations not as deep as they used to be? I'm just going to be asking questions to understand. And I remember it was like just joke I had with like my on again, off again ex, and just women in general. I started to realize, I was like, women kind of have like an emotional sonar. My ex, before I would be breaking up, she wouldn't just know my energy was off. She was like, what's going on? Are you okay? Is everything okay? And I was like, oh shit, she knows. She knows something's up. But like I said, like I'm not gonna be, like I said, I'm not gonna just be like, hey, I gotta have it this way by 2, 4, 5, 6, whatever. I'm just saying like more conversations need to be had, and we need to make sure that the behavior matches the intentions. And that goes for both people. I can't be going 10 out of 10 on the effort if we're both not synced up on 10 out of 10 of the effort. That's what I'm saying. Like I need to kind of, I don't want to say you. I was saying if I was dating a woman and she's like, hey, let's date other people, I should not be giving 10 out of 10 effort. I just need to kind of scale it appropriately. And some adjustments need to be made. I need to make sure I talk more and have those uncomfortable sometimes uncomfortable conversations, but it's not supposed to be uncomfortable. It's just asking for clarification. That's all I'm saying. Just ask for clarification when things kind of feel a little off. But that's all.
Yeah, no, I feel you. And I don't want to like debate your perspective. I'm just gonna give my perspective. I'm just gonna give what happens to me, because maybe it could help you. And I know I'm way younger than you. I'm 30. I'm almost 31. I'm way younger than you. But my relationships, I'm talking about like lockdown. I'm exclusively dating. This in my life, when I have asked a girl, are we exclusive?
Right.
It goes bad. Not right away, but eventually she starts feeling like I'm pressuring her, like I'm putting too much on her.
Oh yeah.
But when it goes good is when she asks me, "Hey, what are we?" And then that's like my window for me to ask her, "Well, what do you mean?" And she gets to further explain, like, "Well, I like you. I don't want you to see other girls." That's her asking me, in my perspective, and what happens to me. That's me understanding that she wants to be exclusive,
Exactly.
and then that's me granting her the wish, because it's always way better when the girl it's her idea.
I'm on that type. I'm on that type of time. Like that's how I usually goes with me. But I think there are some women maybe that they want the guy to lead and they want the guy to define the things and stuff like that. But all I'm trying to say is I agree with you, and that's how virtually it's always gone in the last few years of me dating. I'm just saying after a certain point and after a certain effort, after certain efforts that are being asked to be done. Like if you're saying, if she says, I'll tell my therapist, I'm like, if I were to bring a woman to 10 different weddings and we're not exclusive, at some point she's gonna be like, yo, what the fuck are we doing? This is dating. This is some dating shit. Why are we dating? Why am I coming around your family for Thanksgiving every fucking year and we're not even exclusive? So all I'm saying is like, for me, I was fine hanging out with a married woman on New Year's Eve. It could have just been pizza and like bowling or whatever, just hypothetically. But if you want to have a whole super romantic night, I'm kind of like just curious, like, what are we doing? Why are we doing it? And are the expectations on the same page? That's all I'm saying. So like, no, I like it. I like it when it's like I said. I said it maybe like 15 minutes ago when my last ex was like, "Yo, where do you see us in 6 months?" And I knew she would have. That was one of those kind of conversations where she was like, I knew she wanted exclusivity. I could hear it in the conversation. I just didn't understand. I wasn't on the same time frame. I was like, "Oh, you want exclusivity by 6?" No. She wanted exclusively now. I just couldn't. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear that. But I remember when I did like on again, off again X, she would be like, "Hey," she would throw different hints about like, "I want to be Instagram exclusive," or blah blah blah. Women would say it in different types of ways.
Yeah. I understand that. I've the last girl I dated before for now, I asked her, I was like, are you looking for a relationship? Because that's the vibes you're giving me.
Right.
She was like, no. And then she was like, well, what's your plan? And like this happened like a couple of weeks later. She's like, well, what's your plan in 2 weeks? I was like, well, we're just gonna be having fun, chilling. Like we're gonna keep going out. And then she thought I rejected her offer of me so it's the same type of thing. I'm like, I didn't understand what she was saying, but it's like, oh well, it's like oh well. But Chris, why did you cancel that date with that married woman? Why did you do that?
Yeah, this is a good conversation. First and foremost, Maya, if you're still listening, I wanted you to stay on this panel. I was really enjoying you being on the panel, but it was because, listen, like I was saying earlier, like me, I love fun. Like I said, when I in 2021, 2022, I was like, I remember a woman in St. Louis, this baddie I dated in St. Louis, and she invited me to go to this wedding. And for me, I didn't understand what the significance of that was. I was just like, listen, go to a wedding, dance on the dance floor, get some food, get to dress up, an excuse to dress up. And it's kind of like it was like in Salt Lake City. And we were going to like have a joint Airbnb at like, there's a city right next to Salt Lake. It was like Las Vegas. And I think we were going to like Lake Tahoe. That's what it was. And I was like, yeah, I'll go as a +1. I'm just going there for fun. She's bringing me there because it's supposed to be some type of milestone. I just didn't understand that. But so all I'm trying to say is I don't want to start something if my intentions are not, if I don't plan to be there for the long haul. Like if I don't know how, I'm terrible with analogies, but I'm like, if you invited me to go, this is terrible analogies. I'm terrible with analogies. But all I'm saying is like, listen, it was gonna be a romantic night. But I think the way the hand convinced me, my guardian convinced me, was like, dude, this is expensive. There is an angle where maybe her motives aren't really polite, or they're manipulative or whatever. I don't think it was, but I'm saying I want passion. And I want something to be authentic. Yeah. I don't want to just where she's at in her journey. She's okay with. She's probably just where I was at when I was going through my divorce. And the woman said, "Hey, come to a wedding with me." It wasn't anything but being a +1 for me. So like New Year's Eve was nothing more than just, hey, spending a great time, having great vibes, good vibes with good people. I'm like, no. Where I'm at in my journey, I want it to mean something more than just good vibes, good times with good people. That's why I'm like, and I'm paying for it too. If we were going to have halvesies for it, okay,
There we
maybe.
go. That's the real thing.
No, that's not the real thing. That's a component. But I was like, I had to stand on it too emotionally. I'm like, why? I don't want to be intimate with someone, and this is the crux of it. I don't want to be intimate with someone if we're not all we're both all emotionally in it, physically in it, whatever the hell. I want us to both really be on the same page. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
I don't want to make certain memories and us not be on the same page. Like,
I have a question.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't mean to cut your flow though.
No, I was rambling.
And I've observed through the last few minutes that we have like maybe 3 generations of dating experience between us, 3 different times. You being the youngest man on the panel, and I've suggested this perhaps in the past, either through chat or on the panel, that it may be over for Chris.
Just to interrupt you, the fact that let's put some respect on that statement. The fact that it's even a question, there is a non-zero chance that it could be over for me, but I don't believe it is. But it's in question. I don't think you should be putting your money on it yet. 6 years from now, start putting your money on it.
So I'm going to make a bet with Ant 6 years from now. A thou wow that Chris is still going to be single and he's going to mellow into that aloneness that I was speaking of.
To me, it's this. Either Chris is like,
and if I could put some context on that for your response, you're 30. It's not even easy for you, is it?
It's
complex. In terms of dating, it's complex, isn't it?
I'm in Ecuador.
I know, but still in all, so it's global then maybe. I mean, dating is complex globally, right?
Well, it is when you have. It's only, to me, it's only complex when you guys are speaking like 2 different languages, not the literal context, but as far as like you're speaking about roses, she's speaking about dandelions. That's when it's complicated.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I want to add something to it.
Is it over for Chris? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go.
Okay, so here's my analysis. It's not, to me it's either Chris is partially, he could be partially delusional in the aspect that he is actually a serial dater with the fantasies of marriage, but he's actually a serial dater. That could be it, but I don't really know. But also,
you're actually a psychologist, my brother. You're a psychologist, actually. You broke that down. You're a psychologist. You're absolutely right. I concur.
But it could also be that it's not over. It's just that if you want to have the kid in the natural sense, I mean, you might have to go younger than you'd like.
Right.
And what are those girls attracted to off of first glance? And then you just start fishing from there.
I want everybody to give their opinion. So, Ant, give your full opinion. Then I want Richard to give his opinion. Then I'm gonna give my opinion.
Yeah.
If I could just drill down into this rabbit hole very briefly, Chris, please. I apologize. Aren't you hitting 50 with a brick?
I'm 42, 43 next September.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Is that all you want to say? I thought you were gonna go make your case about why it's over.
No, I just wanted to know you're hitting 50 with a brick. Not quite, but you're going on 50.
So let me make the case. Let me take the stand and do my cross examination all myself. I don't think that it's over. I think to your point, I'll tell you where it could be over. If I get hit by a bus, if I become Stephen Hawking, no disrespect. If I were to commit myself to punching up beyond my weight class, if I were to forsake the people who I really attract and just go after the people who I'm it's more of a struggle. Like, again, punching up over my weight class. If I just take too much time off, if I were to keep dating multiple people at the same time, that's going to kill time. And it's going to kill my pool at the same time. If I were to become impotent, it might be a wrap. If I were to have a significant health decline, it could be a wrap. What else? But what I have going for me, Richard and Ant, is I'm an attractive guy who's in the gym going 4-6 days a week, so I'm getting even better. Trust me, we're gonna show off the. I mean, that I didn't think that was a pause move, but fine, pause. I am. Let's see what else I'm gonna say. I'm high effort, high energy. I'm several standard deviations above or way above the average in that effort category. I think this is the first case. I told my red fielder best friend, I said, this is the first case I couldn't effort myself. I couldn't effort myself to a win. You can't force past chemistry with effort. But I think, again, attractive guy, good job, good company, wants marriage, wants kids. I don't think it's over. I think.
Sorry, on paper that sounds good, but like, Chris, can you? I'm gonna be real with you now.
Yeah.
And can you really check her? Do you got that in you? I'm just asking. Can you check a woman?
Yeah, I could. I don't. To be honest with you, I don't really want to. That's not the role I'm trying to play. But sure.
I only say that because sometimes, in my experience, I've had women who will. It's their mission to try and test me just to see if I have a backbone. Like they're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, and to your point, that was one of the issues with me and the married woman. There was affection was just awkward. We were both kind of like non-initiators. It was the most awkward situation I've ever had. And it's not that she's not an attractive woman. It's just I usually deal with like women who are like way more overly affectionate. And like that's homework I gotta take home. I fumbled the bag on that, but it's like I get what you're saying. So there are certain women who that's necessary. So there are a lot of other women who don't. But yeah, Angie, to speak to your thing, listen, there's for whatever reason things I need to get tested again, but I'm like, when I was tested 3 years ago, I'm not shooting blanks. I'm actually shooting some good bullets. But if I were to start shooting blanks, it's a wrap. Let's just have this conversation. I was going to talk about this topic today about ED. If I got ED, it might be a wrap for your boy. That's a surefire.
Hey, Chris in Ecuador, what?
But what I'm saying is like I don't think it's a wrap for me. It all depends on desirability, Richard. And I'm a highly desirable guy. I'm well above average desirable guy because of effort, because of being attractive, because of wanting the things that they want. So I don't think it's a wrap. But where it's gonna become a wrap is if I cling to I gotta have a biological kid. That makes it harder. I'm willing to reach across the aisle and say, you know what? I'm willing to adopt a kid. Maybe in the next few years, I might arrive at, hey, you know what? I'm willing to just be a stepdad or just not have kids. That'll increase my stuff. But I can't wait till 50. If I wait till 50, yeah, it's not gonna be looking good for your boy. I mean, it's gonna be very difficult. Let's just say this, Richard. The context matters. If you're saying, is it a wrap for Chris in the dating scene to just find a woman? That's never gonna happen, buddy, unless some of these catastrophic things happen to me. Now, is it a wrap? Is it a wrap for getting the top tier women? That's going to always be a challenge. And maybe maybe it's good to put your money on that. Is it a wrap for getting the younger age gap women? Maybe put your money on that. But I don't think it's a wrap for those things. What works in my favor is that the average guy is lazy in dating, who's lazy. Maybe it's just in life, period. And I'm not that. So a lot of women, I met a woman last night.
Are you a player?
No.
Because I'm seeing some playerism in you.
Hey, Ant. But my point is,
Yeah, go ahead.
He's getting beyond player to the coach level, so he might as well sit down on the bench and tell the players what to do.
Because let me find out Chris is just meeting girls left, right, and center.
Yeah.
You've been doing that since for how long? You played her.
Oh, let's be clear about this. Let me be clear about this. I've been
And
divorced.
Look at his emoji. He's up there with a coochie sweater and a wine glass.
It's a Todd Snyder. It's a very snooty fashion brand in New York. They actually have a branch in Atlanta. But what I'm just trying to say is this: I love, like I said, I went to Morehouse Maroon Tiger, so I love anything maroon. I love anything tigerish. Tiger is my spirit animal. But what I'm trying to say is this: Ant read me like a book. 2021, 2022, I was even maybe a little bit 2023. I was struggling with being a serial dater. Because someone asked me, I think Maya asked me, like, were you a serial dater? And I didn't understand the definition. I think there was like maybe one context I didn't agree with, but I love going on dates. I did love going to date multiple people just to get to meet multiple people, but I'm not that anymore. The whole 2024 shows I'm not. I've changed, or not anymore. I've changed. But I forget what I was gonna say, but Richard, it's not over. It's not over because I have my eyes on the prize. Like I want to be happy. I want to find a genuine connection. I'd love to find someone who I'm like really attracted to. That's not playing where I'm with me. That's attracted to me. I'm fine. I'll be fine. And let's be clear about that. I mean, I don't know. I think that women will often say, again, with the effort, Chris is very refreshing to see. Because the approach I take with dating, I'm trying to make sure everybody's having fun. Right. Even with the married woman who's like, she's not in a rush to get remarried or whatever the heck. She enjoyed going on these dates, even though the affection was awkward on both of us. Even though maybe other things might have not been the best. We had great dates, and she enjoyed that.
Yeah.
I want to talk to Ant for a moment, and of course to the panel and listeners, I apologize, but I've been his age before.
Yeah.
Affection gets awkward.
Why?
Because you're older. Your sensibilities have changed and hopefully matured. And forgive me for saying this, you're not as loose as you used to be. You're not as willing to give yourself your personal energy, your effort, even financial stuff. You start calculating and counting things a little differently as you get older. But when it comes to your sensibilities, even as a man, as it is with a woman, you're not as, when I was in my 40s, I was not willing to get naked as much as I was in my 20s. It's just me. I'm not saying this is everybody, but in your early 40s, that might feel different. And so your sensibilities kind of change, and maybe not change, but evolve. Even at the dating stage, when you're out on a date, let me say this to you, brothers, man. To the girls I really liked that I dated, I was their weekly florist.
This guy
I picked them up from their job. This is some wild work. I picked them up flowers. I picked them up from their job at the front door, dressed to the nines, in a nice car, open the door, give them the flowers. We going to dinner. I've been to the Chart House. I've lived around the country. I've been to the Crab House in Atlanta when it was popping. I've been to Carlos and Charlie in LA when it was popping. It was never a thing because that's how I wanted to spend my money.
Yeah.
And it eliminated all the barriers of any woman that I wanted to spend time with, not always for sex. Some of them became like sisters to me because I grew up without a sister. I got a brother, but I ain't got no sister. So I wanted to understand what women thought about men, how we move towards them, the conversation we create, what we observe about them on first glance, other than their body. It made romance and life in the dating world, mind you, this is back in Abraham Lincoln days. It made dating a lot easier. Well, I'll say Martin Luther King days. Actually.
What made it easier?
The ability for a man to actually understand what a woman really wants, is seeking, simplifying those things, and stepping up to that position. I think Ant made a good point about you earlier, and that is you're a serial dater, and that's your true intent.
I used to. I'm not anymore.
But I was only saying to, maybe to put a button on this. I might have rambled, but what I was saying was maybe it's over for you.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I like the conversation. I'll say this. I'll go back to
you played your hand. You played your hand.
I'll say this to what Ant said before about checking women. I don't think those are the women who I'm compatible with, because I'll tell you right now, I would be exhausted doing that shit. I don't want to do that.
You're getting tired.
I want harmony. I want harmony.
Getting tired.
Let me expound on that, because I'm not talking about someone who's like, you're saying, I want to go to Burger King, and she's like, no, I want Wendy's. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking like a woman. Sometimes when I've dated women and they were not ratchet, these were not ratchet girls,
right?
But they would purposefully just start an argument just to see how I would react. They're putting me in a situation to see what kind of man I was,
right?
And to them, it wasn't about the argument. They just want to see how I respond. Sometimes I've had to tell a girl, hey, like, if you keep going, like, I'll leave you right here. And then that would be the end of it. And to her, I passed the test. You know what I mean? Type of thing.
Well, I mean, the teach his own. Like, I don't think I want a woman like that.
Okay.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
No. Let's be clear. Let's be clear. There are some tests. Like I spoke about. You will always be tested. I spoke about one a little earlier when my recent ex, before the married woman, was like, "Where do you see us in 6 months?" And I knew that was a test question. Where I'm like I said, I prefer, hey, steer me in the right direction. If I don't give me those answers where it's like, hey, I'm going to give you 2 choices. One of them I'm going to hate you if you answer it. One of them I'm going to love you if you answer it. But posing them to me like, oh, both answers are okay. Don't put me in that position. I mean, don't do that. Like,
all right, Ant, I'd like to confer with my co-counsel here, Ant. So, Chris, you were married how many years?
13.
So, how many times you think you had to face those same compromises? So were you like a tyrant in the marriage?
Oh no!
Where everything you said, everything I say go. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine. And I don't care what you tell my woman. Going in the kitchen, make me some biscuits.
No,
was you that?
No.
Okay. So all right. So what do you mean now? After 13 years of professional training, you was in the NBA, the NFL of matrimonial bliss.
Right.
After 13 years in the league.
Yeah.
Of being married.
Yeah.
I was only in the league for 2 years.
Where are you going with that? What are you trying to say? I'm trying.
So after all of that experience, how is it so much more difficult for you now to make adjustments to a woman's life? You were setting out things that you aren't willing to tolerate.
I was having the same conversation with this woman last night that I was getting to know. The barrier to get married, Richard, at 20 is a whole lot. It's like maybe 1,000 times lower than it is at 30, 40, 50 or whatever. At 20, all you had to do was be a boyfriend and be a boyfriend, be monogamous, have eyes for one woman, you're married.
Right.
Not here because now some of these women, they're more experienced. It might be one, they have more options, just like me too. So I'm saying, like,
what do you mean by some of these women? What do you mean by that?
Well, I'm saying all these women.
Some of these women?
What do you mean? I'm getting lost what you were trying to say.
What do you mean by some of these women? I don't understand the idea of identifying this,
what I'm trying to say is the woman who you
group of
want.
people.
What I'm saying is the woman who you want now. As Fat Joe said, today's price is not yesterday's price. When you were younger, it's a whole lot. The barrier to get married was just want to. Versus now, like I said, now that I'm divorced, like there's gonna be a whole lot more questions that I'm gonna be asking for compatibility and what type of relationship do you want? What kind of role do you envision the husband and the wife to play? None of those questions had to be asked to get married. All I had to do was I was a boyfriend for like 5-6 years. That's all it took. And be in love. I'm not saying it was loveless. I'm just saying like we loved each other. We were boyfriend, girlfriend. We never had any breaks or anything like that. But like now, I'll tell you this right now. One reason why it's harder. I remember when I was going through my divorce and I said, oh man, one thing I'm gonna really regret is it's gonna be really difficult to bake in the runway is a whole lot smaller to build these organic moments. Some of these women are on a 12-month time frame to get married and to start a family. Versus my ex-wife, I had a whole 13. Well, it didn't have to be 13, but I had a whole like 10-year runway. So it's kind of hard sometimes, Richard, to understand what are their intentions. Are they just trying to rush to the altar and get a baby?
I got a question for Ant. Got a question for Ant. Real quick.
Go for it.
I'm here.
Have you ever been in a 13-year relationship?
No, I'm a serial dater.
And at 30, that would be some nasty work if you were. But
no, that's not.
I found the girl. I found the girl I thought I was gonna marry when I was 17. But I was doing something that took too much of my time.
Dodge that bullet, huh?
I thought I was doing the right thing by working hard, but I neglected the relationship and then things fell apart.
Sorry to hear that.
No, man. I didn't know my life would turn out to where I can travel. But Chris makes some valid points. Like
he does.
It's like I understand what he's saying because it's like a lot of the mentality or what was pushed a couple of years ago was if you're 40. You got to get married 1 to 2 years, or he's wasting your time. You know what I mean? It's like that's not completely fair. Huh?
You said if you're horny.
No, I said a lot of the mentality that was pushed a few years ago by a lot of YouTubers and social media was that, and it's still, and from my perspective, from what I see, it's still in effect today. That if you don't get married, if a guy makes you wait more than 2 years to get married, then he's wasting your time. And that's a lot of people's perspective. And it would raise the question if you're a man, it's like, yo, what is your intention? Like, are we actually going to do this the right way or your way? You know what I mean? So it's like, I would see how he's on a timer.
Yeah, Richard, like it's the woman you want now, you might be competing against other guys in terms of like what he's able to provide. Like I said, as 20, that providing stuff is more so potential, it's more just love. Like if you are really in love, if both of y'all are in love, you can get married. But now maybe some women might just be like, I might have feelings for this person, but I just don't know. But this other person can provide a little bit more. So I'm not saying all women think that way, but I'm just saying there's more options now. So there's a lot on both sides. That's why it was a lot harder for me to kind of like get back to where I'm at now. It's like I had to deal with dating with kind of being a serial dater for a minute and getting out of that was hard to break. And it was because of breakups that like really shaped me. And I was like, I don't want to go through this again.
I get that, Chris, but
I don't got time to do this anymore.
But because you're still in, you're not retired yet, meaning from the dating game, you're going to get called upon like Odell Beckham Jr. to go out and run a route and hopefully catch the ball and recapture some of your earlier glory. But the fact is, when you get older, the clock ticks different.
Right.
It does. When you're young, it's tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. But when you get a little older, it's tick, tick, tick. You lose a top, you lose a step. You realize, okay, this thing is not forever. I've got to make some moves. And I think part of what your plan is, and I respect it, is that you want to have a life companion, and you're going to find it.
Yeah, sure.
Sometimes the secret to finding it is to stop looking, but you're going to find it.
Oh yeah, I believe it. Like, it's not over for your boy. It really isn't. Now, if I end up like Tom Cruise and Vanilla Sky, it's a wrap for me. Like,
ooh, wow, you like that movie?
I never saw it. I never saw it, but I just know what happened to him.
Oh, Chris, please go download the movie though.
But I'm just saying.
Would you get a prenup if you met a girl in 2 years, Chris? Would you get a prenup?
I'm willing. I'm willing to do whatever it takes to be happy. And like, let's just say if I were to marry a woman that is like, I don't know, that makes $1 million, I'm okay signing a prenup. I'm okay, whatever. Like, I want
to. Okay, let me paint a scenario. Like
yeah,
you're 42. You want to have at least one baby. So let's say you out and about doing your Virgo thing, whatever that is, and you meet a girl. She's 28. She likes older guys. You don't mind that she's 28. She seems to have good conversation. Y'all start dating. You start hooking up. You're having fun. She gets pregnant. You're about 1.5 years in. She's pregnant. And then you realize, throughout the dating, she only makes $60K. She has a career. She makes $60K. Let's say you make $200.
Yeah.
Would you do a prenup?
No.
In that scenario?
No.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not. My mind's not on prenup. My mind is like, I want this to work, and my mind is also on this. And listen, you take losses. Losses are a part of life. Like, I was married 13 years. It hurt financially. It hurt. I lost time I'm not gonna get back. You don't always get a safety net to say, okay, can you reimburse me for something I lost? You put all your chips in the casino and you lose. They're not giving you some of that back. They're shuffling it back to themselves. So it's like, like I said, mine was publicly documented. I dated this woman, and I don't regret it. But there's some people who are going to be like, they got their pound of flesh tonight to see me. My energy's up now because I'm like, I met someone that yesterday, but before yesterday, my energy was a little off. I was talking to Prism. She was like, "How are you doing? How are you doing?" And I was trying to fake the funk, and she was like, "What's going on with you?" And I said, "Man, let me stop faking the funk. Listen, it was a wrap." So my energy was just off. Like, it was just a little off. It's not like I was depressed, but I was just moving a little slower. And I knew I was moving slower because I was like, leading up to the conversation with the married woman, I needed to cut my hair since maybe last Wednesday or last maybe the Thursday before that. And I delayed doing it until maybe 2 or 3 days ago. So I was just moving slower. But I'm like, so I remember when I went to pool, and one of my ex-pool team members was like, I told him what happened. I was like, we broke up, blah, blah, blah. And he was like, are you hurting? And I'm like, hurting isn't the word. It's just, I think it's just disappointed.
Yeah.
It is, I've expelled a lot of energy, and it's just like, I'm just kind of tapped out a little bit. Need to recharge.
And I'd like to ask Ant, if I could. I apologize once again.
Go for it.
I don't lose my thought. And can you answer that same question you posed to Chris?
Okay.
Would you do in that scenario? Okay.
I would do a prenup just because now my understanding is that I'm not trying to get divorced, but I understand the possibilities. I understand even if I try my best that this could not work. This is the probability that it won't work. Even when I'm on my A game, there's all type of factors.
On your A game, what are the percentages that it won't work on your A game?
So this is, well, I mean, man, I've had some fly dates with girls, and I'm like, dang, that was a fly ass date. Like, that shit was lit. And then I find out later on, the ex comes back in the picture. You know what I mean? So, but when, let's say I'm getting married, so that's a little different. Like, you're locked in. I would still do a prenup just because, hey, man, listen, I like you, I love you, whatever. But if this don't work out, let's have a scenario where you walk away and you're happy, and I walk away where I'm happy. That's how I would word it.
Well, I'll say this, and I understand the nature of the prenup, but it's I think it's, in my opinion, I'm not very knowledgeable about this, I think it's more to protect like the uber wealthy people. Like if you're just like 100,000 200,000 I feel like the prenup is really just it's the same thing as a divorce. You're just doing it up front, more or less. Um, and it's like I think black men are scared to like I'm gonna give up half. Not necessarily. If she's still
Right.
working, no. But if she's not working, oh yeah, sure. I'm sure. I can only imagine what a prenup looks like for a woman that's coming into the marriage, never having a job and never getting a job. I'm sure it's going to be something in the 40-50 halfish variety. It's gonna be a stink. It's gonna be a big hit. So
Yeah.
I like I said, like I'm not afraid to lose, and you have to take those risks. I took a risk here, and yeah, go ahead.
I have a question. I apologize once
No,
again.
go for it. Go for it.
So check to both of you young men. If you are in a marriage with no children,
there you go.
Prenup, yes or no? If there are children, no.
What do you mean by that?
No
I'm confused.
children. All right, hold on. So you marry someone, right?
Yeah.
You don't stay married long enough to have children in the marriage.
Okay.
Prenup. But if you stay long enough to have children in the marriage, would you want that prenup in place?
But you're talking about you're talking about actions after the marriage. Prenup is before the marriage.
I understand that. But let's say you put a prenup in place before the marriage and you have children. Would you execute that prenup if you decided to divorce? I guess that's the question I'm asking.
If the prenup was in place, sure. But like I said, like for me, I'm not thinking about prenup.
Okay, and if you married someone, you're still young enough. You know, you sound like you got your ish together. You marry some beautiful Ecuadorian woman. You put a prenup in place. You have children. 10 years, 15 years later, you decide to go separate ways. Would you execute that prenup?
Yeah. Okay. So this is my understanding. Whether you have a prenup or not, there's actually already there's going to be it defaults to whatever government takes control. So if you don't have a prenup, the government decides it'll make the decision for you. So that's technically the prenup. Now the prenup is to kind of push them to the side and then say to have a mutual agreement with your partner. And you actually update the prenup. I mean, you should at least. You should update the prenup every couple of years or whatever have you. And because it's because my understanding is like, listen, what if we have a dog? I love this dog. This dog's always happy when I come home. But you feel like it's your dog because you bought it. That's an argument I don't want to have. It's gonna get sticky.
You must be an attorney.
You're an attorney. My mother's an attorney.
Say word.
But I would just keep to it. Now, if we do child support, that's a whole different story. But as far as the prenuptial agreement goes, I would for sure just keep on with that. Like, this is what we agreed on. Like, you know, I would try to stick with it, even if she didn't. Even if she was trying to get nasty with it, I'd be like, listen, we signed this. Can we let's whatever.
Have you ever been married?
Yeah.
Have you ever been married? Have you ever been married? Do you intend to?
Yeah, I go back and forth with this. Like I said, I'm a habitual dater, so I go back and forth with it. I have fantasies of it, but
you a 304. Just go ahead and admit that.
yeah.
All right, but hold on. Question for the panel and the chat, if y'all are still in here, and especially for you, Ant, because of the generation that you represent. Is marriage played out? Like Chris in the dating game.
Wow.
You want to go, Chris?
I have something to say.
That's a double entendre. And is marriage played out from your generation, for your generation?
I would say no, because a lot of people I know are married at my age. Do I feel like it's going to work? No. Hell no. I know girls who done SLUTTED me out. You know what I mean? In a heterosexual way. And
Well,
then
I said you was real close, so was I wrong?
yeah, and I know for a fact they didn't tell their husband, their now husband. I know for a fact that's a secret. But so that's why I say their marriages won't work. Is because it's like I want to know my partner fully, and I feel like a lot of people don't know their partner fully, and it's hard to. I understand it takes time, but I want to know secrets. I want to know what happened when you were 5. I want to know what happened to you when you were 13. You know what I mean? I want to know all that. So it's not played out, but I feel like if you don't have that level of super trust in your partner, it really is played out. Like if you like hiding money on the low, which I know a lot of couples do. A lot of couples I know for sure, they put some money on the side just in case someone cheats, stuff like that.
At what age do you think you'll get married, Ant?
If I had to guess, I'll say 35.
Word. 5 years from now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thereabouts, 4-inch thing. Hey, you're getting a little long in the teeth too, there, young fella. So check yourself before you wreck yourself. We got the hitter in the squad tonight. My all-time golf amateur champion, B32. How you hitting them?
What's up, boss man?
Welcome to the panel.
What up?
Hey, I've been just enjoying y'all, listening to y'all talk. I said I got to get in here. Y'all went deep tonight. Y'all went deep tonight. Chris, I wanted you to go a little bit deeper, but you took it to a place you even normally don't take it to tonight.
Well, how deep you want me to go? Pause. I'll go.
So
I had to say that.
Yeah. So American talk, man. I like that talk about the vulnerability. Like that was so deep, it made me say, "Damn, I'm gonna take a couple of more salads to lunch to work next week, man."
Come on, man.
That's true though, but I can laugh at it because I get it. I see it through myself. I work out all the time. It's hard to stay looking youthful and young, man. Stuff don't move like it used to.
I want to say something to Ant too. No, it's not a mean thing. Because the question of the day, the question of the year will be, Chris, why didn't you just go ahead and do New Year's? Listen, my guardian that I called the hand had to put the jaws of life. It was like a hour-long conversation. She's like, why the fuck you want to go? And I'm like, I want to go. And then I settled on, you know what? Some people believe who you spend New Year's Eve with is setting the tone for next year. That's one.
Could be.
2, at some point, I think I forgot what I was going to say, but I was like, at some point you have to realize, I recognized, I was like, you know what? her and I are just not in the same place. We're not looking for the same things. And it's like, what I wanted to say to you is like, if I want to find the right woman, I might as well start now to free my life up. Because if I go on New Year's Eve, when am I getting off the train? Am I going to a fictitious Valentine's Day too? We might as well start now. We might as well just say we're not doing it now. We're not doing it for the future. We're not doing it now either. As much as it pains me to skip out on the New Year's Eve, which it's not that I'm not. Some of it, let's be clear. If we want to go deeper, some of it's not going to be. It's not refundable. But I had to stand on that. I had to say, like, you know what? I'm going to stand on this and say we're going to free up our life for 2025, and even though listen, it would have been a great time. But how about this?
That ain't what I was talking about. What I was touching on.
Okay.
Deeper.
Okay.
And no homo on that. I hear you. I hear it too. And so what Ant was saying, and then when he touched on what I thought was real good today, where I felt like he went a little bit more in depth with it, is he was just saying kind of how I can feel a chick out, games that women play, because I remember that age, man, that early 30s, even young 20s, just the games that they play. But how he was basically like, I know if she's serious, because basically she's going to start asking, what are we? I thought that was a little bit more in depth, a little bit more true, a little bit more something that people can understand and relate to, all of us, even females, if they're listening, because they know they do that. And then the one on you, Chris, where I thought you went into a little bit more depth is when you said American Talk asked you, was it harder then or easier then versus now you dating? And you said it was a lot easier in your 20s just because I had the whole runway. basically. If I wanted to have kids, it wasn't something that I had to do I had 10 years to make it happen, I think was your exact words. So it was no rush to do it. And now you gotta ask yourself, if you're dating someone, is this their only motive to get married, or is this their only motive to have a kid?
Yeah.
Where I said I kind of wanted you to go a little bit deeper into it, because I'm sitting here, I'm listening and watching sports and talking to my wife about what y'all saying at the same point in time. And one of the things I told her, I said, one of the things, he kind of didn't mention is, when you kind of get to this age, you go date a woman, you got to think about things like people are losing their parents.
Right.
You know what I mean? When you're in 40, that's a lot of weight on your shoulders to know you dating a woman who may not have any parents already, or may only have her parents for another decade. You know what I mean? If that, like, I see that a lot. That was something that you missed out on. And then I was wanting you to go a little bit deeper into the fact, like you said, someone who is divorced knows what they want financially and maybe has a kid. You gonna help with their college? Like a lot of us at this age, I have friends who have kids in college at this point. So if I was a single guy and I was to date, this old classmate or something like that, like, am I gonna help her with those bills? You know what I mean? Like, kids are forever they kids, and at this point in life, as they say, so many of us are coming back and going home because we need help. They in college, they still need a lot of help. So I just think it was things like that you could have went a little bit more in depth with when you said it's a little bit harder to date in your 40s versus in your 20s, versus you said in your 20s, the only thing you got to do is basically don't cheat and just be committed to it, and it's a done deal and you marry. Versus when you get older, more expectations start to come into play.
Which at that time it was easy for me to do, and it might have been harder for other people to do, because they might have been a couple factors. They might have been like, hey, I'm not supposed to get married in my 20s. I'm supposed to be, having fun and da. I was just like, I feel like I have my person. We both traveled from St. Louis to Atlanta together to go to college. She knows. Sorry, let me be very clear about that. I got accepted to Morehouse. She was supposed to be going elsewhere in a different state. She came to Clark to be there with me. So we didn't meet in the AUC. She came there with me. But like I said, it was easier to date because it was less. Life was a lot simpler before you start working and before you're 30 or whatever the heck and whatnot. But like dating.
But what about life failures? I think a key word, like you said, a 10-year runway. But really, what I heard that is just life's ahead of you. You're still dreaming. As we get older, it's just certain things, no matter how much we dream, we just know it's not realistic anymore. You just can't do it.
Yeah.
So I think that makes it harder as well. Like I say, you just not dreaming anymore.
OB, my brother, your wisdom on this panel is always so appreciated, at least by me. So perhaps you would concur that it's over for Chris.
Oh yeah, I want this content.
I think he's just making it harder than what it is. I even told my wife that. I don't know why I said naturally. I don't know why he wouldn't just immediately talk to younger girls. And I just told her that. And I was telling her that. I was like, for one, just the advantages and disadvantages, you don't even have to think about it. It just naturally happens. I told her, now, babe, if I was a judge or something like that and I was making $110,000, I think their take is going to be totally different from what my take is in life. But 9 times out of 10, you talk to a girl or a woman who's 24, 25, she don't have no kids yet. Most of the women who, as you said, Chris, I think you said 35 is your age range. Most of those women are going to have kids already.
Right.
Or a divorcee, or has experienced a lot more heartache. So they're a lot more paranoid. Those walls are a lot higher. Or they just got a lot more bills. So therefore they're more of a liability for you. You know what I mean? Than a younger woman.
Can I jump in there real quick, OB?
Yeah.
One of the things in my dating life that I learned in dating women between their 20s and 30s, when I was in my 20s and 30s, is that the women in their 30s were more about building themselves, getting the bag. Not like getting the bag like nowadays, but like working hard. They might own a hair salon and they're there like 12 hours a day, except on Sunday and Monday. Or they might, have their own business in some way. But women in their 30s tend to turn inward is what I've experienced in terms of like this sense of self-preservation, meaning that like I got to take care of myself. They've dated in their 20s, but by the time they get into their 30s, they're more into like, well, let me look out for myself first. And by the time they get into their late 30s, early 40s, maybe they've sustained themselves enough to be able to start dating again. But I've found that women in their early to mid 30s were more into themselves and building their own lives and their own sense of independence. Now, I could be wrong, but
Let me ask you this. Don't lose your thought. What about 50? Give me that age group too.
50, is that a question?
Yes, I'm asking this. How do you think it changes at that age?
They don't need you no more. They're divorced. They're divorced, or maybe the husband passed. A woman in her 50s, from my estimation, is pretty well established, has a home, ain't sweating the small things like a woman in her early 30s. That's when the woman in her early 30s starts her grind. By the time she's 50, she knows how to get money. She's not worried about no man coming with a Superman cape, playing Captain Saber 304. She's settled. So 50, 60.
Give it to us.
I think it was recently reported, was 60 and beyond, nursing homes. That's a whole nother level of life. I will. That some of the highest rates of STDs are happening in nursing homes.
I've heard someone else say that.
Yeah.
Hey, check the stats. I promise you.
Why do you think that is?
Because it's like nothing to lose.
Mm.
It's that simple.
Mm.
All you got to do is keep waking up. Life is not short. It's pretty freaking long if you keep waking up.
I had an Italian professor when I was in college. This was when I was in my undergrad years. And she was like, all you young boys, it's harder for y'all to get women, of course, because the women are chasing things, but y'all are about to have y'all time. She knew her classroom was basically all juniors and seniors about to graduate or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And then I thought it was kind of interesting. She even went into her own personal life. She was like, I even notice now, at my age, a lot of my girlfriends, they're even talking to black guys now because their parents are gone and that type of stuff, and they don't have to explain it. I thought that was a level of vulnerability that was pretty cool that she was willing to share with us. And then from a standpoint of just her level of success as being a professor who was already tenured. But you just kind of made me, I don't know, when the stuff that you told me, it made me think of that to a standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting now. So what do you think about that, Chris? What do you think about, you just really want a family, though? Is that the main objective? Is that what I'm hearing?
I want to find someone that I'm compatible with, someone who wants to start a family.
What about if they don't want to have a family? Is that a deal breaker?
It's a deal breaker now.
Okay.
Because I was telling the married woman, I was like, yo,
Chris, now hold on. Wait. I apologize. I have to interrupt and OP. Please look. So, Chris, you 42.
Yeah. When
your adult child is 20, you'll be 62.
Okay, here we go. No, here's the thing.
That's true. Help me with that math. Did I count that right?
Do the math. Do the math again. Say it again.
You're 42.
Correct.
You have a kid tomorrow.
Right.
When that kid is 20, you'll be 62. Is my math off?
Shit, more like 64. I know how it sounds, but I think when you add the months and all that, more like 64.
Hey, so I'm asking, really, you want a family?
But what's wrong with being 60 with a 20-year-old? Right. They're grown men.
So I would agree with you, OB, if you had loaded the chamber several times. So that ain't your first child.
Okay.
If your first child is 20 and you 62, people gonna look at that kind of like sideways.
So I'm gonna say to you, Richard, is you need to keep the same energy with Ronan and Fearless when Ronan is a new dad at 53. You need to keep that same energy.
I would definitely,
because
I hear this
what you said in the last stream, Richard, was I know that's
Absolutely
right. You 53-year-old, you just knocked up a 36-year-old. You were clapping it up. But when I
was not. I was
yes,
like,
you were.
That was not me. That was not me. No, you're wrong about that, bro. I don't even go on their show.
No. I'm saying on my show, on this show, when we interviewed Ronan and Fearless,
Chris, roll the tapes. I did not clap that up because, again, he's 50-something. I don't know how old his child is. I really don't know much about Fearless. I really don't. I've watched their shows. It's kind of weird. That's why I come here and speak my
no disrespect to Fearless. Congratulations on becoming a father. But I'm saying,
I'm saying, at 50-something years old, you having a kid, that's an injustice to that kid, in my opinion.
Okay, but all I'm trying to say is this. Let's bring it back to me. Okay. I said to you on the last show, because you brought up this math, and you at first you got it wrong, but then you corrected it. I am an old dad, Richard. Whenever if I were to have a kid tomorrow, if I were to just adopt a kid tomorrow, I'm an old dad no matter what. I'm an old dad no matter what. Like I said in the last stream, I said, like, yo, what I'm trying to do now is find the right person that's going to last and try to preserve as much of the golden years that I still have left. I've already lost at least a good 10 or 15.
So my thing is, why don't you use your resources? I just think that's natural selection. And that's why I say I feel like you're making it more difficult than it needs to be. Because you're like 35. No, it's whoever you have more resources than and you're attracted to and they're attracted to you.
Yeah.
Then I feel like that's how it should play out. Women are naturally attracted to resources. So, like, I don't even think that age stuff matters. Like, that's so common to see a 40-year-old woman with a 50-year-old man, a 50-year-old woman with a 70-year-old man. My mother, she was with a guy. They never got married. She was with him till he passed away for like 20-something years. She's with a guy now, and he's like 10 years older than her. And I think my mom's 70. Go ahead.
11 years apart. I just wanted to interject.
And I got a younger girl cousin who's in her 20s, early 20s. When Thanksgiving came around, she was telling my mom, well, I'm not going to go see my mom because she's mad at me. So my mom naturally, why? Oh, she's mad because I'm talking to an older guy. So I'm assuming my little 20-year-old cousin she's staying downtown, living her best life. She graduated college. She moved out the state and worked for a little TV station. So she wants to do the TV thing. She got her little experience and came back. So she's only like 25 at this point. So I'm assuming the guy's probably damn near my age. So my thing is, like, to me, it's natural selection. Like, I'm not saying you should just look for that, but I'm just saying naturally, I think that's more likely to happen. And then it's going to happen in a way where it's more organic, where the female ain't feeling like this dude fucking trying to trap me. Why he trying to throw kids on me instantly?
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, let's be clear about that. Let's be clear about that. I'm not. Let's put that disclaimer out there. I'm not trying to say like, hey, I gotta have a kid right now. I'm saying let that put that out in the atmosphere and say like, hey, I would like to be a father, and let that organically take place, and find people who are on that same, who want those same goals. I'm not saying, oh, if you're not sure, hey, things are going good. Let's have. I need to have a baby next year. No. I'm just saying like, take things organically, but pair myself up with people who want the same things. And that's a first date kind of thing. Like a lot of times women who I was dating in the past, that's like a first couple dates thing. Like, hey, do you want kids? Are you willing to adopt? What type of time frame are you trying to think about starting a family? So yeah. But yeah,
what do y'all think? Like, Ant, do you think it's just resources basically for him? That's just my thought. If I was a guy and I wanted to have a family, like, that's not my mind frame. But if I had that mind frame, I feel like it wouldn't be that hard. Like, I'm not saying it would be that easier for finding right, but I mean, I don't know, man. I'm gonna get myself in trouble. Wife at home, I'll talk too much. But yeah, I just don't think it'll be that hard. And why I say I'm gonna go ahead and say it, get yourself in trouble, man. Women ain't gonna always be a headache. I don't care how old they are, if they your age or whatever else. And you, as you know, you were married 13 years, so you know more about women than I do. Like, every time you think you know a person fully, you learn that I really don't know this person fully. Or maybe you did, but that person has just changed over time.
All I'm saying is,
can I pose a question to them?
Let me say. Okay, go ahead.
go ahead.
I don't get along with myself every day. I don't know about you guys. Some days, not every day. I don't get along with myself every day. So how can you possibly expect to get along with an entire other human being every day? So that's an incredible expectation to have. Totally unrealistic.
So then you're agreeing with me. Do you agree or disagree
Absolutely,
that
my
like
brother.
naturally use his
Absolutely.
resources and go a little bit younger? And yeah, I keep hearing this like he's trying to make him close to his age, and I'm just like, why? Like it just doesn't align to
Love
what
is
you
where
want.
find it. Love is where you find it. In the immortal words of the Whispers, love is where you find it.
Okay.
Sometimes I do this. Like I can kind of relate to like Chris because he dated a married woman knowing that she wasn't really all that available. Yeah. So I do the same. I've done the same thing. Like recently, I was talking to a girl. We're hanging out, whatnot, and I'm not emotionally available, so it was okay because she's not emotionally available. So I'm not texting her all the time. She's not texting me all the time. But it's like at some point, it's like I realized I was attracting that because I'm not emotionally available, and maybe that's kind of what happened with Chris. Is like it's like maybe like a fear thing. Like he wants it. He's clearly stating he wants it. But I'm just saying, like, go ahead.
Being emotionally unavailable is like wearing the highest priced Tom Ford. That's a cologne. You pick whatever cologne on the market that's in the most expensive bottle that's made from whale blubber, pure whale blubber. That's what colognes come from. You pick the finest cologne. Being emotionally unavailable is a pheromone that makes women go crazy, particularly pretty ones.
All right, you're saying going crazy in a bad way?
Go crazy wanting you.
Oh wow.
And their effort for you.
I mean, I don't know. I got a little pushback. I think that's one of the difficulties I think of dating is like I told the hand, I said, like, I don't know if I'm ready to go out and date again right now. I just need a little bit of a recharge right now, maybe a couple months, maybe a few months, maybe more. Because I'm like, if I come out there and I'm not 100% emotionally available, they'll be able to sniff that on you.
Right. But what I think Ant was saying is that you coming off thirsty. They smell that pheromone.
No, I wasn't saying. I wasn't saying that.
Stop lying, Ant. Yes, you was.
No. I was saying he's probably was compatible.
You smell thirst.
If he's now he just clarified, but I'm just saying, like, if he was saying like, I want to put a baby in you by this date, that's thirsty as hell. But,
yes,
but what I'm
smell
saying
thirsty as hell. You can smell it.
But what I'm saying is like, you attracted the married woman because she was not available to take the next steps, and maybe that was comfort. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I mean,
because you're a player,
because they smell alike, and she smelled desperate too because she's fresh out of a marriage.
Yeah, I think
she want to see if she still got it.
I think there's
she come out and meet a young, attractive, guy like Chris, and like, hey, yeah, let's play.
I think there's different factors, and I think there's a physical attraction. That's why I say like I don't think it's over, but I think I'm trying to remember what I was trying to say, but it's like fuck.
You smell thirsty.
Oh, the thirsty. When I'm on these panels, that's exactly what I want to talk about. When I'm on these panels and I say, hey, I've set since 2021, I've set this goal of I want to get remarried and start a family by 45. When I say that, sometimes I'm like, that sounds like thirsty as fuck. Where I'm like, because I'm like, I'm targeting like, hey, once it gets closer to 30, it gets thirstier the closer I get to 45. That's what I'm trying to say. It's like, I'm like, wow, like I'm at some point I'm gonna be like, hey, can we have a kid in a year? I don't want to take it. I don't want it to be like that. That's gonna sound like mad. That would sound mad thirsty. But I'm saying
it's only when you say it out loud. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you stink thirsty. But I wanted to ask a question of the panel because I saw this recently in statistics that people who grow older without kids are happier than people who grow older with kids. Has anybody seen that stat and agree with it? And this is pointedly to you, Chris, that if you don't have children, because this is double-sided sword.
Right.
Don't let me start to wander off. If you don't have kids, do you think you'll be happier or less happy?
Oh yeah, I mean, listen,
I want to pose that to the panel too.
Yeah. Let me answer that really quick. Like I talk about my on again, off again ex. I was talking to a married woman. And I said, I'm no longer going to date women who do not want to have kids. I already have one of those. The on again, off again ex. I know if I ever decide, Richard, and everybody listening live and on the panel and replay, if I ever decide in the next few years or whatever that I don't want to have kids, I know with my on again, off again ex who would love to not possibly not have kids, I would be happy as a clam. I'm just worried that will there come a time where I'm going to be
knocking boots?
Well, no. Will there come a time where I'm going to regret not being a father in any capacity? Mm-hmm. And I don't want to. I think I'm going to regret it. So I think I was telling the married woman, I'm like, I think for my sanity, I just want to be a father in some type of capacity, whether it's stepfather, adopted father, biological father, or whatever.
That's a validation quest. I would like to ask OB.
I think it depends on your situation.
Mm.
You know what I mean? I think it really depends on your situation, because it's like most people who say to not have kids, the number one thing I always hear is, well, if you don't have kids, you can travel the world. That's what I literally just had a young lady at work say that to me. Do you have kids? And if I didn't have kids, I travel the world. And then I tell her I don't have kids. Oh, well, are you traveling? And I hear that so much. But what about to the people who have enough money to have kids and travel the world? Mm-hmm. Like when you were in your 30s, it was just even more affordable. I think people just didn't travel like that because no one cared about traveling like that, because they didn't have people on the internet saying, look at this new cool place with pink water and green and red mountains. You know what I mean? Rainbow colored mountains.
Because we thought America was the best place to be, and it turns out that things have changed.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, OB. I'm sorry.
No. So that is my answer. I think it depends. Getting older is just tough, man. That's just something people don't want to talk about, but I don't care how you slice it. It's just tough.
It really isn't, actually. It really isn't. But and it's really sweet. At least it is for me. And what do you think, man?
I think if you don't have kids, people will probably judge you, but I don't think it matters.
Good point.
I think that at some point you have to like just really. It's super cliche, but you gotta really just love the hell out of yourself to where you're just yourself unapologetically.
So if they judge you, what would be their judgment of you if you did not have kids as an older man or woman? What would be that judgment? What would they think?
People would say something's wrong with you. People would even go as far as call you gay.
Wow.
I've even heard, or just selfish. I get that a lot. And then when I say I can't afford kids, and most of them be like, but you're in management. What do you mean? So they think it's just selfish. And then it'll go to, well, if you got this car in the parking lot, what do you mean you can't? That type of situation. I tell people that a lot. I do it all the time at work. They'll say, hey, won't you buy us all lunch? And I say, what my kids go eat? I had someone just yesterday finally say, so how old are your kids? And I didn't even feel like lying anymore. I was like, I don't even have no kids. Why do you say that? Keep y'all out my pockets.
The other thing that they'll say is, I've had previous coworkers say, you'll regret not having your own kids. I'm like, Fearless and Rona say that too. Like, if you have kids, but you don't have your own kids, your biological kids, you're going to regret it. It's like, will I? I mean,
I've heard that too. My own mother told me that.
And do you have any kids? You don't have to answer that question. I'm just curious.
No, I don't have kids.
You
know what? I'll tell the truth.
Are you happy?
I might have a kid in the DR. I can hold you. I might.
Yeah. We know that.
I've been looking for this girl. I'm like, dang, what happened to her? Homie.
Yeah. I call that a near father experience.
Yeah,
you're having a near dad experience. It's okay. We go through that sometimes. But are all of you happier? I mean, and we've got a range of ages here, almost to the extreme.
See, you said getting old is not easy, and I'm still on that one.
Well,
I don't think getting older is easy.
Kids, at your ages, is anybody happier? I think Chris has already chimed in that he wants to have kids now or soon. Do you guys feel happier? Do you feel lighter and able to move around? And
see what I'm saying, Chris? I told you people don't like that answer. You're doing it now. By avoiding, when I say it, remember I told you, I say people don't want to hear that getting older is harder. You're trying to avoid it now. I told you.
Okay. I will not avoid it.
I'm answering your question. I'm answering it and you're still not hearing it just because it ain't what you want to hear.
Okay, wait. That's not true, OB.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I am happier not having children. I'm happier being able to have the freedom in my life. If I'd had kids at my age, they'd be grown anyway, but who knows what their needs would be, even if they're in their 40s, perhaps, But in terms of getting older, not being hard, perhaps the easiest way to explain that from my perspective is to, let you know that I'm on Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
Which means I have an automatic income and anything I make beyond that, which means that I can do what I want to do and I don't have any pressures of the bump and grind of life. I know you're in your 30s, I think.
Right.
So that's not as, and then you got to keep living that part. You got to keep waking up and you got to keep doing stuff, right? There is this period in life. If you play your cards right, and that's not hard to do, if you had a job and punched the clock in America and, they took the money out, you're going to find it later down the road. But I found that I just kept waking up. That gave me an opportunity to do something. I deduced that down to the philosophy in my personal life that every 24 hours is a lifetime. So I do count the clock that way. I don't sit there thinking about dying. It's like, oh, I'm up again. What am I going to do today? What if you don't have nothing to do? Well, what you going to do with nothing to do? Get on this panel. I got time. It's still early here. I got all day. It's that sense of
I'm saying the vulnerability. What about facing to you? You didn't say anything about life's failures.
About my personal life failures?
Just life failures, loss of friends, people pass away. All that stuff started to play a toll on you. You kind of realize all the things that used to matter don't matter anymore. I heard it was one time Jay-Z and Puffy had a song and he said, what do you do when the music that used to get you high don't get you high no more? You got a lot of cars, don't even drive no more. That's some different type of vulnerability.
If you're asking me if, I'm going to put it in these terms. I've been punched in the face. I, as a young guy, I decided I wanted to box. I wanted to learn how to fight, not because I got bullied or anything. It's like, I like boxing. I still love boxing. I watch it all the time. I like pool. I like golf. I like a lot of things, but boxing taught me a lot about life and how to get punched in the face. So after getting punched in the face by a taller guy in the ring that my trainer put me in the ring with, he punched me in the face so many times with just a jab. He was a bigger guy. He could have really broke me up, but he didn't. He just wanted to teach me how to move my head off the punching line. I eventually got it at the end, but after about 2 rounds, I swear he punched my nose sideways. It's back to normal now. That taught me a lot about life. OB, you play golf. Man, you know how you get out there one morning, man, you feel like, yeah, we're going to get this in. And you shank or hook off the tee. You tell me you carry a sleeve of balls for those situations. You feel me?
Yeah.
You go from that messed up shot to the next shot with no lack of enthusiasm. After 18 holes, Don't even matter the score. You don't even count your score, do you?
Right. No, I'm following you.
I need you to start counting your score next time you go out. Get a card, count your score. Start keeping a count.
Yeah, I don't lose balls really anymore, so I agree.
All right,
In
now
San
you're ready.
Francisco, I left with more balls than what I came with.
Now you're ready. Next
well, this is a first.
I'm sorry. I know I'm off. It seems I'm off topic. These are metaphors. Next time you go out, get a card.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you.
Pencil and score yourself. It's the only way to hone your game.
Yeah. I wanted to get to the point where I ain't losing balls every game. But now that I'm to that point, that's why I said it'll happen. They say on average it takes about 2 years just to become proficient enough to anyways in golf. I'm at about a year and 6-7 months, something like that. So it sounds I'm
last time I played, I hadn't played in a while, my brother. When I walked off the course, I had a bag with a cart. I literally gave it. This is in Westchester. This is LA, Westchester Golf Course. Great course, 18 holes. Like maybe 6,000, 6,500 yards. So it's not a long course, but it's nice. A couple chip and putts, stuff like that, but some twisted. Anyway, I walked off the course, gave my bag and clubs away with balls in the bag. Like, I'm never playing this game again. Golf will do that to you. But that's the thing I learned about golf. My brothers, I know I'm getting long-winded, and I'm going to park this in a minute, but you just got to keep fighting. Life ain't easy. Getting old, if that's hard to you now, young brother, ooh, Lord, you're going to invite every single dis-ease into your body through your spiritual perception of what life is like. No, brother, it gets greater later. Chris, to you, it gets greater later. You just pushing the needle, against the grain in this pursuit of this love song you're looking for. And you in the pocket, bro, 5 by 5. Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
But it gets greater later, man.
What's your thoughts on that, Chris? And
what's the question again?
He said, kids, are you happier? But I just took it away from the kids because I feel like, as I said, people always boil down to kids. Really, it's just saying, do you appreciate having a little bit more money to do a little bit more? I'm just asking, does that suffice to a certain standpoint, or does just life in general, it doesn't matter if you have kids or not? It's tough.
This woman that I recently met, she was saying, I envy the fact that you don't have kids. She was pleading with me not to have kids. And yes, you do enjoy your coming and goings of, like, I can go see a movie whenever I want. I can go wherever I want, whenever I want. I can go drive to, where are you at in, like, Texas or something? I could go drive to Texas for the weekend. Parents can't do that. I mean, they can't just go do a road trip because they fucking feel like it with a newborn.
But see, when you're focused, you can't do that stuff anyways. Like, I don't not listen to rap because I don't like rap anymore. I don't listen to rap because I know it affects other parts of my life that I want to be strong at to get to what I want to get to. Like, I don't really like golf like that. I like golf because I like it that it's basically the best way to get some fresh air and get a little exercise, but I have to do it. I don't like it. I know I need it. I need some fresh air and I need to get some exercise, and that's the easiest way to get it. And you need to communicate with people, and you're going to get all that good communication out there. Every time you go tee off, they'll pair you with someone, and you're out there talking with people and learning other things about life. So I feel like I need it.
That's what
is your thoughts on that? I want to hear Ant's too when I put it that way. Like, I'm not going to get up and go drive to a different state. That's what, $300-400. Well, I don't have gas anymore, but when I had it, $300-400 gas, hotel, basically a stack. That's money I can put back. Why would I just go waste the stack?
Yeah, I was just saying, whatever I want to do, I get to say, fuck it, I can do it.
But you can't. You can do it, but you can't do it, is what I'm saying. You keep saying that, but I'm just trying to make you see that it's easy to say you can do it, but I'm saying that comes with consequences. Everything comes with consequences.
That's true. It's just like I think the leash for consequences is a whole lot shorter when you have other people depending on you.
And that's that death I'm talking about when you were talking about dating. And that's why I say I like that y'all all being vulnerable tonight, and I like it because it's the stuff that people don't want to talk about. This is that stuff that ill factor. As my mother-in-law say, why y'all got to talk about that? Like, what is wrong with y'all? But really, she just don't like talking about serious stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hmm.
go ahead, Ant.
No, I mean for me, I'm very nomadic. Like I said, I'm in Ecuador. I whenever I not whenever I want, and I'm gonna be real. The only reason why is because I'm not making as much as I would like to where I can just go willy nilly everywhere. But my neighbor up north is Colombia, and down south I got Peru, and I ain't gonna lie. Right now, I go wherever. I'm going where the prettiest girl likes me right now. I ain't gonna hold you. I'm doing it. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go explore. And and right now that makes me happy. I ain't gonna hold you. Right now I feel really good. I like that. I like that I can just, hey, what are you doing Saturday? And then I just go see her Saturday. I really like that. And it's like a 2-hour drive, 3-hour drive,
I
whatever.
think
Fair.
I would hope every man on the panel tonight and every man and woman in the chat would have had that experience in life, particularly where you are right now, Ant. You're supposed to be having fun. When you get into your late 30s, past 35, things start to, mean more. The energy you put into certain activities will start to calculate different. And before you know it, there's going to be this click that happens every 7 years. I believe every 7 years in your evolution, there's this change that you start to experience. You start looking at life differently. It's like Chris is 42, but by the time he's 49, again, he's going to be hitting 50 with a brick. So that's going to mean something different. OB is in his early 30s. By the time I don't think he's 35. These things start to change. But and you right where you should be, bro. You should be having fun. Sowing your wild oats and your royal oats when you decide to settle down.
Yeah.
But
I gotta get some rest though. You guys have a good night.
All right,
good talking.
You too.
Okay, good night.
You too. Good night. All right.
Yeah, Chris,
y'all
were vulnerable tonight, and I like it, man. Y'all went somewhere with it tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I liked when I was listening to Nightcap, because you talked about the Travis Hunter, and I hate the fact that his fiance had to take to the social media and say, I'm gonna clear up these rumors and clear up this. I'm like, man, if y'all don't stay out of his business, let them live their lives. They're in love, for crying out loud. And it's like, I understand y'all to an extent want social media. They want everybody to avoid having heartache and avoid taking L's. I think for even
is it race? Is it race? I feel like you running around that. Is it race?
No, I don't think it is. I think that any guy who's a Heisman, this could have been Cam Newton. If he said, I got my girlfriend and I've always had her since high school, they would say, no, don't let her take half. Blah, blah. So I'm trying to find another one. Another one who is in the Travis Hunter situation. They said the same thing about, I don't know how to think about it, but I'm sure they said it about every guy who's like, let me get married right now, straight out of they said to Trevor Lawrence when he got married, to his girlfriend, just before I think in his first year, before he became a pro. They were just like, why do this? You're too young, blah, blah, blah. They say that to all those NBA players who wife up those Brittany Jenners or
that's different, because them women was known for messing with player after player after player. It was obvious that they just like big wallets. So that's different. I didn't know about the Trevor Lawrence. That could be the same. I never heard about that one.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think, but it's hard to say because most guys aren't probably engaged and being Heisman black and being Heisman winners or whatever. He's he's a unique case. But I have to
Hold
think about it.
on. No, black. I'm pretty sure there were more Heisman black winners than there were white ones.
No, I'm saying like Heisman guys who are engaged and their relationship is on public display. Like it's not just that. I think part of like what you're saying is doesn't happen because these guys they're not living in that. They weren't in that social media age, putting their relationship on display. Like I knew he had a girlfriend. I knew he the whole time since he came to Colorado. I knew I saw this like YouTube and how he was living with his girl, and I was like, I didn't really think anything of it. I was like, I'm happy for him. It's kind of.
So let me ask you this: how old is Mookie Betts?
Mookie Betts. I don't know.
Google him for me. I literally don't know. If I try to Google it on my phone, it might click me off of this.
Yeah.
I have a question for y'all when it comes to sports,
Go for it.
and or maybe more of a comment, and that is this. I remember when the round mound of rebound. I'm from Philadelphia, born and raised. Lived 25 years in Los Angeles. Only reason I'm a Lakers fan is because of Kobe Bryant. But anyway, I remember when the round mound of rebound first came to Philly, to the 76ers. You would only ever see him with platinum blonde, blue-eyed women out on the main line, which is, old Quaker money, like real old American money. And he, went about his life. Nobody paid any attention to the fact that he was, with someone from another race, a Becky or stuff like that. But why is there such a focus now? I've heard about this Travis Hunter thing, and I don't really know much about it.
Because that's the main source of income for black people. It doesn't make sense for black people to say we need to start building our own, and the guys who actually have enough money to build our own, if they all dating outside of their race, then people are going to question it because they're going to say, well, y'all are the chosen ones who got the money, and y'all are the one who say y'all are entrepreneurs and businessmen, but how are you going to do that if, you're already outside of your own race? You're not going to do for your own people.
Just for clarity, forgive me, for clarity, saying that that athletes and entertainers, just those two categories, as a source of mass income into the black or earned by a black person.
Right.
Are you saying that they have an obligation or that there was a precedent set prior?
No, I think it's an obligation. I think just for black people where we come from, that's kind of that keep it real. I ain't leaving no one behind. I don't know when it started, but I definitely think that, that is what is expected of you if you're black. I don't know if it's fair or unfair. It's something I never really thought a lot about, but that's definitely, definitely expected.
You're saying that
I want to make a statement real quick.
To the community? Is that your point?
Correct.
Hold on. I want to make a statement real quick. OB, the last one that I can remember, and it's not the same situation. Russell Wilson, when he got with Sierra, people, specifically black men, had a fit. They didn't want to see that. Why you can do better? Why get with a woman who has kids? Da, 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 da. They were all in his business.
But he did the right thing.
Right.
He did the rarity of the right thing and the different thing. He broke up with a white lady right when he got his money, right before she could get it, and then chose a sister. That just tells you how crazy we are as black men, in my opinion. I heard someone tell me, I had this conversation with other guys, and they said, well, proximity. And I'm big on that too. I told my wife that a lot. Like, as I started to change, I go to different places. I don't see a lot of black girls when I'm at Target walking around or Whole Foods or these type of places. And when I was in college, starting to find myself and realize I wanted to go the right route and realize that most people who go the right route, they're in these areas. I didn't see a lot of black girls jogging. So when I got there, I told my wife, a lot of times, black women are saying black men ain't looking there, but really it's just there's not a lot of black women in the places that they're at. Once they walk off their college campus or whatever, and they just go to their local grocery store, they want to go to the bookstore, you ain't really running into a lot of sisters. Like, do you two agree with this or disagree with that?
Another one, Simone Biles and her husband, black Twitter, male and female, had a problem with the fact that like they had the income disparity and all that kind of stuff. They were kind of in their relationship saying, no, don't, you shouldn't be with him. I don't know.
Only thing I seen on that, what I remember personally, is just recently the gold medal. People's like take off her gold medals, and she took up for him like, "This is my husband, and we sharing this together." And if basically I get a win, he get a win, and not only that, my whole family wore the necklaces, not just him. So
Serena
step off.
Williams and her husband. People had some people had a fit. Not but
Serena Williams and her husband, they're on her now, but she's doing the skin brightening.
oh,
So that's just that. I think that's valid. You went with a white guy, and
but
now you bleaching your skin.
I'm gonna flip the question to you, Ob. What do you think about the Travis Hunter, and do you think it's valid for everybody to be speaking on his relationship, trolling his woman?
I like what you said, and I think that's just the reality of it. Let people go. Think that's the reality of it. Like you say, we all got to learn. Really not in his house. Don't know 100%. But I also think other people are valid when they just like, man, because we've seen that story so much. You know, how many, let me ask you, how many Mexican football players do you see married to black women, helping them out? I know one, and that was Aaron Hernandez, who killed himself in prison. He's the only Mexican football player that I ever seen to date a straight up sister and literally helped her out. But why are we always doing it so much? And that's kind of what I was saying with the proximity. Someone said proximity. I'm like, look at Otani. He's all the way from Japan. Soon as he got that $1 billion contract or $732 million contract, he married his Japan basketball player. He was able to do it. Ichiro, he was from Japan. His wife's Japanese or something of Asian descent. He was able to do it. Look at Pacquiao. Like name me some races of other where they just go around the me and picking up other women of other races and just say, well, you can't help but who you love.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. But like I said, I want people to give them their privacy. Like people don't. I think younger men don't understand that. You know, as Shannon Sharp has said, Travis Hunter has a mentor in Deion Sanders who went through a tumultuous divorce with Pilar Sanders. So
who was what color?
Black
and white. She's mixed.
I didn't know that. Okay, that's news to me. But
and then he had to call the police on her because I'm in Dallas where it happened.
Yeah,
and say she was abusing him, so he didn't knock the shit out of her and lose all his stuff, which is probably the route she wanted him to go.
So, what I don't like is the people on the internet saying, "Oh my gosh, I looked up Travis Hunter's fiance. She opened the OnlyFans back in." Just stay out of their business, please. Like, let them live. Like, let them live their life. Like,
I agree with you.
Like, they got family and other people. They got family and friends and confidants. Like, we're strangers.
Right.
Our opinions, like Shannon Sharp said, our opinion is not going to move the needle at all. I mean,
okay.
So like digging up all their stuff and hey, I just found out that her ex-father, he might have gone to jail for drug trafficking. Like, why do we need to know? Why do we need to expose that? They might have gone through that. They might.
Don't they do that? Isn't it the same thing with a white girl? With a white girl who's a Harris is dating some black guy who's a thug? Isn't it the same way when an Asian girl who has money is dating someone?
Here's another example. Meghan Markle, and it was hurting my heart that it seems like Prince Harry, they're on the rocks. But when they got married, I think on both sides, the people from the UK and just people across races, they did not want to see them together. And yes, it was a racial impacted probably situation, but people they start digging up things about Meghan Markle's family and her father, and she doesn't.
So that's the whole point. So that's what people are saying. So Travis, with you knowing all this, why would you go out there and help them when you know if you were on the opposite side of the fence, no one would be there to help you? So what sense does it make? Like, there's pretty girls of all races, right? Like, I like women. Like, no matter what color, I like women of all sizes. I think Jill Scott's beautiful. Yeah. So, I mean, there's so many beautiful women. So why would you go outside when you could help someone who would 9 times out of 10 help you if you were in that situation? Or at least the person would look like you who helped you.
Well, I'll say
9 times out of 10. It's going to be someone who looks like you.
Love for some people doesn't have a color, and the early bird gets the worm.
But how is it an early bird get the worm when you automatically have everything given to you?
What do you mean?
Kind of like he said, she's been with me for 5 years, sir. Your 5th year, so you just did 4 years in college, meaning she met you your senior year when you had a scholarship to every school and she was already out of high school for 2 years, a year and a half to 2 years, because she's 2 years older than him.
Okay.
Like, she never met you on a downtime. So, like, quit saying she's been with you for 5 years.
Oh, no, let's
like she's been with you through hard times.
Okay, let's be clear. She was with him at least through the Jackson State days. He was not a $1 million ticket.
He was already on ESPN.
Yeah, because they were
every day
because of Deion.
And they were talking about him and Deion every day. They literally had Lil Wayne and all these rappers coming to their school because of him.
So you're telling me if Deion didn't come to JSU, they would be showing Travis Hunter at JSU highlights? Is that what you're saying?
No, but he would have never went there if it wasn't for Deion. He had a scholarship to every school.
You're right. But I'm saying what I'm trying to say is I think that even though people are very scared of like, oh my gosh, she's on to you only because you're successful. They know what they have. Only she knows what she truly feels about him, and let that play out. I understand it, but Kobe,
I get that too. But my thing is, why do you want him to let it play out, and no race lets it play out for your kind?
That's a good point.
That's all I'm saying. I'm hearing what you're saying, but we're the only race who says that. We're the race in last place, and then our top people, we always want to say, well, let it play out. But we're the only race who does that. Well, Asians don't do that. Whites don't do that. Hispanics don't do that. We're the only race who does that.
I think honestly, to be honest with you, OB, I think we're the only race that really cares about people's marriages. I think when white people are like getting married, like I said, Trevor Lawrence, nobody gave a fuck that he was engaged, and he said,
"What color is his wife?"
White.
So he's helping his own. What color are all CEOs' wives? 9 times out of 10, a CEO is white, right? 90% of CEOs, and 90% of the time, their wife is going to be white. So why would they say it? It's already happening.
No, I think there's two different things in play. I think that I agree with you. Like, why are we, when we get money, are we typically going after someone of a different race? I get that. That's one. And then it's like, it's two, they're doing, if Travis Hunter is doing nothing different besides the race than Trevor Lawrence was doing, or some of these other people are doing. He's just getting married at a much younger age than most people. And it's one of these. I wouldn't do this if I was in your position. So what? You're not in his position, so let him do what he wants to do in his position. But
he can, but he's got to accept the criticism that comes with it. You can't want black people to put you on this pedestal. Let's be honest. Black people put JSU on the pedestal because black people were happy to see black people supporting black people, which made rappers and stuff want to think it's cool and go be a part of it. And then once the Lil Waynes and the T.O.s and them go to the game, now the ESPNs are after it. After the ESPNs get after it, now they're coming after the coach. They want Deion because they see how much money it brings to the university, which he did. They said the enrollment of black students is up by like 40% at Colorado University right now.
Okay. I hear what you're saying.
So all black people are the ones who pulled him up. Like, one thing I know about white people, they might want you to sell out or whatever else, but the moment you lose the respect of your own people, they're going to flip on you.
Okay.
Look at Will Smith. The moment that wasn't white people mad at him. That was black people mad at him, saying, why'd you slap Chris Rock like that? And the moment the black community changed on him, it was basically like Hollywood was like, well, hang his ass. If y'all don't like him, I guess we don't like him.
I mean, that's a good conversation because I'm a huge Chris Rock fan. He's my favorite comedian. I don't know. I think that honestly, I don't want to spin the conversation. Honestly, the white people were honestly a little bit more in uproar. Everybody else was kind of like, Chris Rock's a clown. He's a simp. He deserves to get slapped.
Okay.
Other than Chris Rock's brothers, I didn't see a lot of black guys standing up for him. And the black, specifically black Twitter, they were like, "No, he deserved to get slapped. He said something about alopecia."
Okay.
But I don't know. I want to bring it back to the Travis Hunter thing. It's like, this doesn't matter. We can't stop these people from. I think the difference is, OB, this guy's very young. If this guy was like an NBA, a 2 or 3 star NBA, 3-year NBA player, and he's trying to get with Drea Michelle, he knows what he's doing. But this guy this is like a high school sweetheart situation, and it's like, y'all, she said on social media, he said on social media, like, man, she's been going to sleep a lot earlier. She's drinking. She's doing this. Y'all stressing them out. Like, leave them alone. I hate to be like the Britney Spears, but like, please leave them alone. Like, let them live. Like,
you ain't wrong. You're
yeah.
not wrong. But I'm just saying other people aren't wrong. And I understand where they're coming from. I understand where you're coming from, but I also understand where they're coming from. And then I ultimately just fall back on, well, we're in last place. Why are we not following what successful people do? That's where I ultimately end my bus at.
What does
Like
that
if
mean?
Jordan tells you how to play basketball, you listen to him, right?
And what does
So
that
if
mean?
every race, the Asian race make the most money, and all of them are very much stick to your own people unless you're dating out to go up, then why are we always going out to go down? But yet we're in the very last place when it comes to everything in America.
Are you advocating like we should all date and marry black women? Is what you're saying?
I'm saying we should do what every other race does because we're in last place. So why would we keep if we're in last place and we're the only race who's doing opposite of what every other race is doing? Then what's that say about what we're doing?
Right.
It's ass backwards because it ain't adding up. It ain't making sense.
But just make
literally
I want to
dollars and cents.
I want to make it very clear exactly what would you want us to do.
Oh, I think the people did right. I think you're doing right by saying what you're saying. But like I said, ultimately where my bus stops is no other race does it. I get what y'all saying. And you're right, Chris. Like them some kids, y'all whack. Mind your own damn business. I get you 100%. But then I hear what the other people saying too. Like how many times these boys got to learn? Like keep on dating out. Most of them gonna do you wrong. Your ass bet not raise your voice in the house. You'll be calling the police on you, and your whole career will be over. Yeah. Look at that one boy, Deshaun Jackson, who played for Houston. Go look at how many of the massage therapists are actually black that had his ass all on the news, almost had his whole career over.
Oh, Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, like we got to go look at them type of things. So that's why I'm saying I get both sides, but ultimately I'm just saying I agree with the people, man. Stick with your own, and that's just my own personal feelings because I just feel like why would you go help someone who wouldn't help you?
I agree with this. Like I guess that's why I'm dating. I have dated exclusively black. Whether that holds or not, I'm going to remarry black. But I get what you're saying. Like it, I think that for one, we've got to like prioritize marriage more in our community. We've got to also, the other thing too, I've been wanting to say this on these podcasts, like other races might have their own like infighting, but the white community, in my opinion, does not allow you to diminish the idea of the white family, the white children, the white woman. They put that on the pedestal versus we're saying, you know what, black women, black men, black children, black family, everybody can just, it's open season. Y'all just can make all the jokes, make all the attacks you want, and we gotta stop that. We gotta like allow our women to be on a pedestal. Our community and our families. We got it starts with like the gender war stuff. We gotta stop humiliating ourselves for a laugh and for a dollar and for a click.
And it makes us look dumb. I used to see them type of guys all the time. The black guy walking to class, the pretty white girl sitting in the corner, they got swag. I see it too. But I'm not gonna like you think they literally don't notice like the black guy and you the only black guy and you walk and try to sit amongst them and talk. Like for me, they respect you more when you go stand on your own and you just doing your own thing, and then you come from them from a genuine standpoint of I don't need nothing from you. Versus like just trying to be around them because they're the hot thing at the moment. Like, I don't know. That's just I think everyone's like that. It's just not like why would I like you if you don't like you?
Facts.
That's basically the short way to put it.
Right.
You don't want to talk to your own kind and you look just like them, but you want me to talk to you, and now you're wondering why I don't find you attractive.
Let's be clear.
That's weird.
Let's be clear, because it's like there's a lot of different dynamics in play. Like some people just are maybe unconventionally, maybe not as likable as the average. Like Marcus Brownlee. If Marcus Brownlee pops up with a white or a Mexican woman, nobody's gonna give a fuck. Or if they do, it's gonna be way late in the game. Same thing with like what's Kai Cenat. The dude's like 5'3".
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah,
Put some spec on Marquise Brownlee's name.
I do. I'm just saying. I'm saying people pick and choose who they want to care about dating out. That's all I'm saying. Nobody's gonna give a fuck if Marcus Brownlee dates out.
I don't even know who he is. That's why. Who is he?
He's matter of fact, I'm just gonna Google him so everybody can
Yeah,
see.
Google him and post this link. You would really enjoy him, OB.
Yeah.
Okay.
He is a multi-millionaire, Marquez, I think. Yeah, multi-millionaire.
You've seen him before. You've seen him before. You had to.
I have seen him. Does he? What type of? Does he do car YouTube videos now?
He does everything.
He does everything.
He does everything. He's a tech.
Okay.
So he's so influential. Electric car companies send him cars to test.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
Technology. He's an incredible young brother.
I've seen him before.
I would not expect him to date outside his race, but if he does, here's the funny thing. I wanted to pose this question, and thank you guys for letting me back up. You know, this race discussion, one of the things that drew me to this particular channel was the discussion of race from an African woman's perspective, that being Zed. Shout to Zed, right?
Mm-hmm.
But how freely the word black was used on the panel between ADOS, FBA people. I'm just going to start calling us FADOS, Foundational African Descendants of Slave, FADOS, hashtag that. But how freely the word black was used when it comes to people from the diaspora. And I took offense to that. And I said to Zed one day, stop calling yourself black. It offends me as a black man. Now, black to me means African descendants of slaves or slavery or foundational black Americans, because Africans have the luxury to identify themselves by their country. So they can be nationalistic. To some degree, we can too. But all that aside, when it comes down to the discussion of being black, there's not a lot of stuff that I hear, at least on the YouTube streets, that really helps to clarify what that means. Barack Obama wasn't black enough. Kamala Harris wasn't black enough. W.E.B. Du Bois was light-skinned. All of this conversation around just the context of our color really stifles any real dialogue about our personal identity and our personal experience being part of the American discussion about blackness. So when you talk about black, and this is something I thought about before I went outside and came back in, is that, you know, when it comes to us, OB, we're black because we got white in us. Africans, Latinos, Asians, Arabs, no other race has that unique distinction in that we have white in our bloodline. I don't care how African your DNA might prove you. There's white blood in our bloodline, which makes us uniquely black. But when you talk about blackness in the context of our race, our unique race, one of the youngest races on the planet, if you do the math, sometimes that gets so screwed up and jumbled up and us just really coming together. Like, you got some white blood in you, OB. I got white blood in me. Chris, Zed, probably not. And she's light skinned. This black discussion really kind of just makes everything so messy in terms of us like coming together.
Why do you think it makes it messy? Because I think YouTube is the first place where I heard, kind of like you just said, the African and black. Like, I never had that. I never saw us as different. Like, I haven't. And then, like, I hear a lot of times, like, the FBA say, like, they don't want to partner with Africans. But truth be told, once we remove entertainment out of America, they're more successful than us. That would be like our better half. Like, from a healthy standpoint, when you go to body index, we're always, we've been talking about dating. We all know how much looks matters. And then when it comes to looks, weight, how much that plays in effect, they're better at us at that. Their level of education attainment is a lot better than Black Americans. Like they are really our better half. So why would we try to separate? Like that doesn't make sense to me. Like I don't see white people saying like trying to separate themselves from people from England.
Well, they
Like they
do
talk
though.
about them, but in the sense of like talking about them like we're not the same. Like no, like I know we're not the same because of nationalism. We're not the same, but they don't doubt like we both the same white. Like maybe nationalism for pride for that is different, but not on the sense of race.
I definitely
Shout out
agree.
to BA who's joining the panel. But
Yeah.
OB, I grew up in
Thank you.
Philadelphia. There are strong, Italian communities, Irish communities, Jewish communities, and they don't see themselves as just Europeans. They don't. Even though they were born and raised in the nation of the USA. What's up?
Yeah, what's up, BA?
BA the DA.
Hey, BA.
Yo, what
you
up? What
been?
up? What up?
How's the
So
weather?
when you say that they don't see themselves, are you saying once again nationalism? Like I'm Italian versus I'm German. To me, that's nationalism. That's like country pride.
Well, yeah, it is. But I'm saying that, in Philadelphia, a place like Philadelphia, New York, it's the same, Jersey, Italians don't necessarily say Italian first. So, yeah, it's very nationalistic. But it's also, Italians are born in Italy. So it's also very racial. See, I don't know what that is. We don't have that ability. We're still trying to trace our roots back to the motherland.
Well, you can tell the difference. You can tell the difference in an Italian and just I don't know the difference. A white American, like there's the olive skin color compared to just the Caucasian skin color. There's a difference, but there's also a difference in our facial features for African Americans versus Black Americans.
That's a very racist comment, my brother.
Explain
Can I
it.
chime in really quick?
Go ahead.
Yeah, BA, get in there.
As far as this is more towards what OB is talking about. So are you considering and specifically referring to ethnicity or race or nationality? Because the two, I know a lot of people they don't know how to distinguish nationality from ethnicity. So does it matter, or does it not matter if the black person is from just a different country or is of nationality?
Well, for American Talk, he said it matters to him. For me, it's the same. Like I've never really felt judgment like that, and I've known like in America, a lot of African people people say, oh, they think they're better than us. But I also seen like a lot of African people feel the exact same, when they get to school, African booty scratches, that type of stuff, making fun of each other's differences. But at the end of the day, like I never really had a problem with feeling like if I approach an African girl, she's like gonna play me on some American type. I mean, she might think I'm not the smartest or whatever, but I feel like I get kind of like that level of where it's at is kind of the same thing that I would get from a black girl from Chicago. So I don't really see it as enough of a difference to say they're being racist towards me. So for me, I don't see any difference. But that's what I was telling him. I've never heard of this until I got on YouTube.
Heard of
OB,
what?
have you ever dated a Jamaican-born girl?
No, wait. What's the question, OB? You haven't heard of what until you got on YouTube?
Right.
Just people saying like I get on political panels and like guys really argue like fuck you Africans, y'all ain't the same as us. Like, and we don't want to be with y'all. And I'm like, what? I've never heard of like why is this only and I be telling them like why does
Can I
this
tap
only
in on this
exist
really
in
quick?
YouTube land?
All right, so OB, you have to acknowledge this what I'm about to say. So I'm sure you have traveled to other nations, right? So those black people from those nations, they make a very clear distinguish between us as in black Americans versus what they are within their nation. But I know that us as black Americans, we have to feel this obligation of unity, of global unity, and to be united and etc. I really wish other nations within those black people will have that same ideology as us, but unfortunately, they do not. E.g., Brazilians, for example. Another example, Dominicans, as an example, they both of those nations have black people that look just like you and I. But when you try to get some togetherness with them, they tell you, me no black. I'm Dominican, right? Or the Brazilians, they make a very clear distinguish that I am Brazilian. I'm a black Brazilian. You are a black American. So there is no such thing as this global unity because everybody wants to be distinguished.
But see, when
Does
you
that
say
make sense?
Dominican, I don't feel like we're the same because our hair isn't the same. Like
But
they look
you,
like my little mixed cousins running around. My hair doesn't look like that. Like I don't have white people's hairs, I would say. I have 4C hair,
but you
so
do.
I get the difference. And then as far as
But that's a lot of
Brazilian,
the draw, my brother. That's a lot of the draw.
right. And as far as Brazilian goes, I know some of them have 4C hair, but I've never met one to see how the interactions was. But if they're Brazilian once again and their hair texture isn't the same, and then they have this nationalism and then they speak a different language, like I accept what they're saying. Like I don't look at David Ortiz as black. Like if that's the other route you want to go, you want to just say you're Dominican, like I accept that. Like, cool, man. Like, I get it. Like, it's always been that way growing up. The girls with the good hair, unless, she just happened to be very, choose differently than most girls, or you're a good athlete, she ain't really talking to you like that.
But I
So
think
I've
you're.
accepted that.
But I think the point that you were making is that you want this unity, this global unity, like Marcus Garvey, right? But I'm trying to let you know, or at least in my personal experiences, face to face, that these people that I have interacted with, they make a very clear distinguish between the two. So
Even with
there is
4C
no
hair,
such thing.
not are you saying the
Absolutely.
people with 4C hair? I'm not cutting you off.
No,
I'm
no, no.
asking.
Absolutely. And also, let me give you some food for thought. Brazil is the number one nation that has imported the most Africans in the Americas. So for them to have specific types of hair, it gets no greater than that. So they do have different hair textures, and they also do have four C hair textures as well, aka nappy hair, right? What a lot of
Right,
us
right.
call it, but they have a lot of Afrocentric people out here, and they may look like us, but again, they do not identify with us as Black Americans. And let me just tell a quick personal story. So there's a very famous place called Pelourinho. It is the place where the slaves were brought from Portugal. Um, and they were lynched in this specific location in Salvador. The city is called Salvador, and the location is called Pelourinho. It's the place where the slaves were lynched and they were publicly humiliated. So it's very, very famous, right? But I don't think they tell that story to the tourists. So the point that I'm making is that when I was there, in a group of women, which are called Bayanas, they have this very Afro centric dresses that they have on. And when I walked up to them, I asked them if I can take a picture with them. And they actually told me if you give me $5 for each of the people, right? Well, I then told them, well, damn. I mean, I think that's kind of expensive, but we are the same people. And I pointed directly at my skin color and I told him, like, somos familia, somos gente. We're the same people. We're both black, right? Is what I was referring to. And you know what their reaction was?
What's
Their very first reaction was they laughed extremely hard at me. And the
mhm.
second reaction was, no somos iguais. No somos bem parecidos. We are not the same. They made it very clear to me that você é gringo. Eu sou baiana. You are a foreigner. You are nothing like us. I'm from Brazil. You're from America. So from that experience, I said, you know what? I'm done with this whole togetherness. We got to be globally united type business. That was just a personal. I may have been traumatized by the experience. But that was my wake up call. That
What
no
about the
matter how
Africans that are like Austin Holloman? He get a different experience. In
and that's per,
Africa,
and
he say it's all brotherly love. Everyone
no,
brother
but
sister.
hold on, wait, and I don't mean to cut you off, brother, but you made a very clear and good point. The differences between our locations is that he was located in Africa and I was located in Brazil. Remember, the differences that I was making is that two different nationalities, right? So in Africa, yes, you may get more love because you look like those people. They may be more welcoming and receptive to you, but from this nation, remember, we share the same skin color. We both share the same C4 hair. But they made it very clear that we are not the same based on our nationality, based on our culture. And they did not, in no way, form, and fashion, did not want to relate to us.
Hmm.
Can I
I can
ask
That was
a
a
respect
personal
question?
that.
experience. Go
No, I
ahead.
can
Can I?
respect that.
Is Chris still with us?
Yeah, I'm here. It's just got
Okay,
to a
good.
conversation that was out of my wheelhouse.
By the way, is my mic too loud?
No,
It's
you're good.
perfect.
Good tonight.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I'm in the pocket, 5x5.
And no, we
But
come out the same
Nice.
thing, Chris. I mean, all this you can't talk about one without the other. Because to not talk about this I feel like to talk about the elephant in the room. My thing is, I don't think none of this would be happening to Travis if she was black.
I don't know. So here I'll give you some pushback. Let her be a woman that had the same personality. She just let me think of how I frame this. If she was, how do I want to frame this? I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, but I think that there's a situation. If she was older, like Travis's girl is older, if she was tattooed, like Travis's girl is tattooed, if she was a drinker, like Travis's girl is a drinker, if she was one of those, I think the way the social media is built up right now, people are scrutinizing everything about your significant other, and he or she's not good enough for you. I think that I agree that the race amplifies it. I agree with
Of
that.
course.
But I think it's more if Travis Hunter was dating a a a, a woman who is more conservatively dressed and conservative whatever, and I don't think that it should matter. I think that the noise would be a whole lot less if Travis Hunter was a little bit more what do you even call it, private about his dating life. People wouldn't really have much to dig, and they wouldn't really know. The only reason they know is because like he puts this, he streams, he's a streamer. And so,
Right. And that's why no one knew about
Right.
Jordan. Like most of us forget Jordan's first kids are mixed. Most of us think those kids are black because Jordan, they just got their daddy's skin tone. But that Jordan's first wife was mixed. She was black and white.
all right.
But
but
like you said, we
aren't we
didn't see
all
her
black
every
and white?
day, so you didn't have to think about it.
So
If
do
we're
you
ADOS,
consider his wife to be black?
Who, Jordan first wife?
Yeah.
No, she's mixed.
well, hold
I
on.
think
Okay.
of her what she
So
is. She
okay, so
mixed
let me
race. She
just let
black
me
and
just
she
pick your
white.
brain a little bit. So
Wait, BA,
how do you define
aren't you
mixed
mixed?
personally?
One of
Yeah,
your
aren't
parents are
you?
white, one of your parents are black, one of your parents are
Oh,
Asian, one of your
is
parents are
that
white. That's
only
mixed.
does that
That's
only
your spouse
qualify?
with your parents, not your
Yeah, whatever
grandparents.
if your parents are different races or ethnicities, then you're mixed.
What if
So
one of your
how
parents are
far back in
African and the other one
genealogy
is a
have you
different
researched?
ethnicity? Do you still consider that mixed?
Yeah, if an African's with a white girl, she mixed. They kid is
Okay.
mixed.
Okay. So even if that father still passes down the African customs and culture to the mixed child, do you still consider that to be a mixed, or how would you go about that?
You still mix. Whether you like it or not, your mama white. You mixed.
So you're saying that Barack Obama's kids are not black?
They're mixed, but they're just less mixed because their dad was half. But
So
they're
how less mixed are you? Have you done your genealogy?
I got an aunt. My grandfather on my dad's side damn near look white. I got an aunt who looks mixed to this day. Where I remember her on Facebook like 7 years ago saying a white man called her out about like, well, shit, you one of us. Basically, you trying to be pro-black, but you look like us, and she does.
Richard,
my grandmother who passed away last year, she just was a yellow bone per se. But my grandfather, he almost damn near looked like Italian. So yeah, I know I have white in me because of my dad.
So would you consider yourself to be mixed?
No, because my dad just looks like
there it is. So
I would say no because my
you-
dad, like I seen Richard's picture,
Get it out.
I believe, and my dad looks kind of like him. My dad's just bright yellow.
Richard.
So
you still didn't answer the question. Do you consider yourself
No, I'm
mixed?
telling you no, and I'm telling you why though. Because my dad doesn't look like a mixed person. He just looks like a bright dude. But obviously, he has to have some type of white in him because he's too light. But he's not really. So yeah.
So how much admixture does one have to have in order
If
to
one
be
of your
mixed?
parents are just full blown a different nationality, or if one of your parents were literally had two different color parents, where like you could visually
it's one
see
drop. By law, as was written into the American law, it's one drop.
So what about me?
Well, by law, it's by whatever your father is.
Would I be mixed?
Well, yeah.
One drop though. I subscribe to the OB methodology. It's about the immediate parents.
It's serious.
But so I want to say this, Richard. I'm 22.4 European, 76.9 sub-Saharan African.
That's how it worked out.
I don't consider myself.
You're ADOS. You're an African descendant of slavery. Yes. Right. Foundation of Black American. I mean, we're all mixed. If everybody up here is not part Latino, straight up FBA, ADOS, FADOS, as I like to call it now.
What about me though?
You're mixed.
Wait, what?
You look a little Asian. You look
hell
Asian.
no, that's crazy, bro. Both of my parents are black. Or I hate to use that term.
Not
black
just going back
foundational
to your
American.
It's your bloodline. It's your line of blood. It's your bloodline. It's your bloodline. You have Asian in you.
No, I don't.
And probably you would deny that only because you didn't realize that Asians.
I went all the way back to my great grandparents, and they gave me the whole ancestry line. So I do not have Asian in me, not whatsoever.
Have you done your 23andMe though?
No, I don't follow white structure all the way.
I wouldn't do 23andMe. They got hacked, so I wouldn't do them anyway.
I mean,
but we're all mixed, fellas.
The best way to do it is just ask your, I would say the parents that are the furthest down the line, the generational line.
Old folks lie, man.
Depending on who's alive.
That's what Obi just said.
Old folks lie, man. They hide a lot of secrets, brother. There's a lot of shame in our game as ADOS and FBA FADOS. There's a lot of shame in our game and in our background. And especially when you dig deeper into the roots of your bloodline, you'll find a lot of fables and fake tales where they're just ashamed. It could have been, abuse. There could have been a slave master intervention in your bloodline. Let's keep that real. We're all mixed, OB.
No one's
that's not the same. Though. I get what you're saying, Richard, but that's not the same.
I think
that's cool to know from a scientific standpoint, but from a worldly standpoint, no one's going around looking at it like that.
Right.
Like I said, just name me five football players who are fully Mexican who helped a black woman out after they made millions of dollars.
That's not their job. That's our job. First and foremost.
Okay, then. So then why would it? So then why is it odd? So then why is it odd to say people aren't wrong for questioning Travis and saying, what are you doing? On top of that, she's probably using you.
Perhaps because, and this is one of the things I was trying to formulate earlier.
Okay, let me say one thing too.
No one chooses their color. So why does it even matter? It's only us who are focused on race as much as we are. That's what I wanted to say earlier.
How do you figure that, though, if everyone else sticks to their race more than we stick to our race? How do you figure that?
It's a natural course of life for them. We're the only ones struggling. Italians marry Italians. It's a natural course of life for them.
And Caucasians? And Caucasians?
As well, but
in Indians?
The world is changing. The world is Asians. The world is changing.
Middle Eastern?
The concept of procreation is missed in modern day conversations when it comes down to who you mate with and who you marry and who you make children with. The concept of procreation is completely missed in that conversation. And that is that there are races.
Can I chime in on that really quick?
I'm gonna go real quick. OB, I think it's more. I think Travis Hunter's thing has more to do with the fact that people think that he could do better. It's not about the race. People look at her tattooed up and they're like, I think he could just do better.
No, I think absolutely it's about race, and the reason why is because people see him with a snow bunny, and of course the pattern of these NFL players are, or I would just say, brothers that are in sports in general, including the NBA. The stereotype is that once they are in the lead, you know, they leave whoever they were dealing with in the hood.
Thank you.
But they're with a different ethnicity or a different race when they're in that environment. But then again, somebody had just mentioned something about proximity. So if they are in these luxurious proximities and places and a dominant group of people that is a specific race, then he's going to have the pick of that litter. Now, can he go back to the hood by choice? Absolutely. But does he want to, or does he want to be surrounded in this new area of proximity? The choice is
I want to
his.
ask a question of the panel. This is a theory I came up with back in the 80s. When I began to notice how many black athletes get rich and start dating and marrying white women. And the theory I came up with is that because they're not as judgmental about what you have and don't have, because they've lived in a nice home. They've had access to all of the, amenities a human being could require. They were driven to schools in Mercedes and Porsches, dad, mom dropping them off in SUVs, So they're not into materialism the way that a deprived nation of people are. So I began to think to myself, like, maybe that's why brothers who, make it start dating people who aren't as oppressed, that will get along with you a lot easier. Don't care that you just bought a brand new Bugatti. And maybe they weren't getting driven to school in a Bugatti, but maybe they were. But they're just not into the materialism the way that a deprived nation of people would be. So I was wondering, I haven't found a solution to this theory, but it's the only thing that I can come up with, that if you...
But that's not true. Why I say that's not true? Because if that's true, then why do they quick to talk to you once you have the same thing they have? We know that's not true. Because the moment we get money, then they're cool with you. You're accepted now.
But I don't think the white girls who get around high-level professional athletes or, class one, whatever Kevin Samuels called it, alpha men, I don't think they get there by happenstance. They're already privileged. And that a man could meet a woman who is equally privileged, if not more in some cases, as some of these athletes have experienced or entertainers have experienced. Maybe that's why they find more comfort in those relationships.
I mean, Kobe Bryant's wife didn't have no money.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is this. I think it's part of.
Well, I would differ with you on that because I doubt that very seriously the way LA is broke down. And if you're thinking because she's Mexican, she didn't have any money, they're building everything in LA.
No, I'm saying she didn't have any money because I feel like people would have said it all the years, and they were saying she was a gold digger. That she comes from it.
Yeah,
so that ain't necessarily her aim.
Yeah, Richard. What I want to say is, I think it has more to do with the fact of the universal standard of beauty. This country has put black women at the bottom for different types of reasons, which I don't agree with. But white is hoisted, white is kept at the top. Some of these exoticals, like Kobe Bryant's wife, are put up are definitely seen as higher. So I think it has more, in my opinion, I think it has more to do with that than they're going over there because where they've ascended to now, they see primarily white women. Because like some of these guys, I don't know. I'll leave it there.
Kobe Bryant and his wife met as teenagers and married as teenagers virtually. They didn't even have their frontal cortex evolved.
Right.
Kobe cheated for $4 million ring to apologize. That's what young men do. These are different type of people. They're on a whole other echelon of life.
Let me do that Google because I feel like Kobe Bryant, let me just do that Google real quick.
He was a teenager when
I think he met her on a video set.
Exactly. I don't think he was a teenager.
Yeah, she was a video dancer.
I think he was about 20, 23, 24.
Remember Kobe Rat? It might have been on one of his videos.
Maybe.
You have a Google at your
I confirmed that he met her on the dance scene. She was a backup dancer.
Yeah.
How old was Kobe?
I'm trying to do that Google.
Okay, that's fine. My point being this, y'all. Bad example, OB. Again, I spoke earlier about the round mound of rebound Charles Barkley. When he came to the Sixers, I saw him frequently on City Line Avenue in Philly in big 560 SEL Mercedes Benzes with platinum blondes with blue eyes. My contention
is it his wife today?
No, of course not.
Okay, he was around. His wife today is white.
Yes.
And his mixed daughter just married a white guy.
So why does that happen?
Yes, and I think he only has that one daughter.
Okay, Richard
that's the case.
Richard was right. Kobe was 20. She was 17. That's when they met.
And that's technically statutory.
Yeah.
Who's laughing? That's statutory. But we won't talk about that. Let us move on. Why? My contention is that when you get money,
but here's what breaks your argument
to these environments.
Richard, this is what breaks your argument. Richard, this is what breaks your argument though. He took Brandy to prom. So if that's the case, why didn't he just link up with Brandy and stay with Brandy and marry Brandy? If that's the case, she was just on the same level. She was rich too. She was a celebrity.
She was actually, on a higher level than Vanessa.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
look at all of our actresses, Chris. Let's go a little bit deeper. Samaya Lathan, unmarried.
I think Vanessa was prettier than Brandy.
Wow.
Gabrielle Union, unmarried for forever, wrote 2 books about it. What's the one from Benjamin Button? I think she bad. What's her name? Taraji P. Henson, unmarried. Had the young football player. It didn't go all the way through. Like most of our black women, most of our black actresses aren't married.
And that's what I'm trying to say to both of y'all is like these professional black athletes, they are dipping down. They're not necessarily going upper class, same class. They're dipping down. They're dipping down. They're going for just beauty and just is she bad? That's what I think they're going for.
See, this is the new generation. That's an upgrade. So when we talk about like Simone Biles getting with the NFL, really their improvement. Like that wasn't happening to all the other women of her age when they got some success. They weren't able really to get a husband.
Okay, let me say this. Was Russell Wilson engaged at his NFL draft?
Yeah, I think he was engaged to the white lady.
No one really they didn't make that much of a fuss. They might have said, "Oh my God, look at him, he's engaged to a white girl," but it wasn't like this Travis Hunter shit. I mean, it wasn't like this. They weren't digging up her past. They weren't doing that.
I have another theory on why that happens consistently, and has over the past 50 to 60 years. I mentioned earlier
Go for it.
About, athletes and actors marrying white. I have not come to a conclusion about it, but I would venture to say that they're not groupies from a trailer park. Mm-hmm. To have access, let's go all the way back to a Jimi Hendrix. Mm-hmm. To have access to Jimi Hendrix alone, to have, as a white person, to have access to James Brown, Sidney Poitier, Harry Belafonte, to have access to him. Well, considering we're only 13% of the population, and these people are on the forefront of entertainment, the likelihood that there would be a significant or commensurate amount of Black people around Sam Cooke or Nat King Cole as there would be white people. Well, white people are granted the opportunity, so there's going to be more white people, and thereby more white women. And those white women aren't trailer park women, and they've been in a Mercedes-Benz before. They've been in a mansion before. They may have been married to a millionaire before.
Mm-hmm. Anthony Davis met his wife at a steakhouse as a waitress.
Okay.
That's one. Give me another.
Most of them are like Paul George met his wife at a strip club, the half breed, the mixed one. She was a stripper. Randy Moss's wife was a drug addict, and a young drug addict at that. Because who does crack at his age? His baby mama, the white one, got on crack.
Who does crack? Who does crack?
So his age, yeah. Who does crack at his age? I know, different generations, yeah. But Randy Moss is only in his 40s now.
So OB and Richard, I want your opinion. Why do Black men date out when they earn more money? Why? I want your opinion.
Because they're
something
used
wrong
to women
with the mind of a Black man.
Because they're used to women who aren't as oppressed and who won't be as impressed with material gains. They're just there for you. I remember I've never dated a white girl, never slept with a white girl. Proud to announce that here on your channel. And I've had brothers tell me is that they just fold. There's no beef. They bow down, not because you're Black, but that's kind of their nature. Now, that's what I've been told. How true that is, I don't know. And I got a homie right now.
I've gotten the same thing. I sense the same thing. It's some good ones, it's some bad ones. It's the ones who like you because who you is. It's the ones who just whatever. Some of them are just wanted to try a Black man, and you just happen to be the first Black man who were around, so you got to be the lucky pick of the litter.
The other component of it too, Richard, is just like the Passport Bros. They're going after women. Well, I don't think this is the Passport Bros situation. And some of those cases, those interracial things that you're talking about, some of those people of the other race, they fetishized you. So you're dating someone who's fetishizing you. They're both fetishizing each other in a lot of these cases.
Yeah. Andrew McCutcheons, the baseball player, he got with the bat girl. The damn ball girl on the team. You the superstar of the team, and you get with the damn ball girl.
Love is where you find it, brother. But
we the only race who do that. We the only fucking race who do it.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. OB is we're the only race I think that we're the only race that I think lets everyone dump on our women and say, okay,
absolutely not true.
Okay, then who? What other race allows everyone else to say, listen, our women are the least desirable?
Okay. That part, I have to agree with Chris. I don't get that part. I really don't understand why. Because, no other race of people, as you say, dump on their women the way that Fados does. So
the men turn around and say, we love our mama.
That part really blows my mind, OB. Every Mother's Day, you rocking the Intruders. I'll always love my mama.
I'm agreeing with OB. I'm just saying. I think it's social programming why the black men's mind is kind of warped and they're choosing making certain choices because we're being sold. Listen, this is inferior. You can find something that's superior in the standard of beauty. In my opinion.
Well, Chris, I'll say this, man, and I've said this before.
Colorism, featureism.
Well, we Fados, we are beasts of no nation. Mm-hmm. It's why we don't have the ties to community like we used to have. It's why we have so much violence in the inner ghettos or inner cities. Memphis, for example, one of the most dangerous places in America, the place where Martin Luther King did so much great work, where, advocacy for Black civil rights was built and established. I think the biggest problem with the Black community from an outsider now is that no one wants to think about the past.
What do you mean?
No one wants to study history.
Okay.
The problem for me with critical race theory is they named it wrong. They should have called it all American history. That would have probably been more palatable to explain all of the things that happened to us, as beasts of no nations. We're from Africa, we're from Ireland, we're, all these different places, sub-Saharan, whatever our DNA tells us through those studies. But we're really a beast of no nation. And that's always going to be a difficult place for us to be, why we can't find ourselves, why we can't get together. It wasn't always like this. In the 60s, Black folks, in the 70s, we was really doing things together. In the 80s even. But drugs, drug addiction, the celebration of drug dealers that we still do now, that, Freeway Rick Ross gets on all these panels and talks about the fact that he poisoned virtually the entire South Central corridor of Los Angeles, but he's still celebrated. He owns a couple of weed businesses.
Yep.
That we celebrate that stuff.
Exactly. The whack 100s.
That's our downfall. Italians, Jews, and Irish had gangsters, but they stay on the low. They don't celebrate that. They seek to get their kids into college so they can go trade on Wall Street and do gangster stuff. Okay, go ahead. But we're stuck there somehow, and I can almost create a demarcation line where we start celebrating the losers and the poisoners of our community more than we started. Back in the 80s, Spike created a great movie called X, the story of Malcolm X and Fight the Power song, and then all of that got just muted. And then we started celebrating, all the drug dealers in our communities, paid in full, NWA, all of that negativity. Yeah. Now that's kind of filtered its way through. Things are going to change. Young people are kind of filtering their way out of that quagmire, and they'll start kind of realizing that a life of crime, which was fed to us, like it was fed to young Jewish kids, like it was fed to young Irish kids, like it was fed to young Italian kids, we're working our way out of that process. And I believe that's going to happen. But for now, these kind of conversations need to happen. We need to talk about what it used to be like, even as close as the 80s, even the 90s, it was better than this. And it's going to get better again. But as Black
What's
folks,
up, Chris?
As Black and Fados.
Say that again, OB.
What's up? I hear you. Like, what's on your mind, man?
Yeah, I'm just like,
the world is a lot.
I just
That's
don't.
a heavy lift.
Yeah, I just don't see it. But I'm just thinking. Think about this, Richard. Black women's hair in its natural state compared to other women's hair in its natural state. Which does society see as the gold standard? Prettier hair. Which does society think is the uglier hair? It's different. It's different little levels of undesirability that society is feeding us about our own selves. I think that's a factor in all this.
I agree.
Well, Chris, and probably more significant to you, OB, is that the Supremes, the R&B group from Motown, never appeared on stage without wigs. My mom had several wigs. I don't understand what the problem men have with wigs and weaves. I dated a girl with a weave back in the mid 80s, kept a weave. I don't understand. My mom had I was fascinated by it. It was a crimper for your eyelashes.
So for me today, I'll say, well, I don't like it. It's gotten to the point where women don't even want to work out because they scared to mess up their hair.
It's just like, I don't know what your dating life was like, but I've never met a black woman in my entire days who didn't want to mess up her hair.
I done seen it.
Hey, OB, if she got with me on the weekend when I had time with her, I was going to sweat that out. So, yeah, I'm sweating that out. It looks nice. Yeah, I'm sweating that out. By the time you go home Monday morning, no bonnet. You better bring your curling irons because I'm sweating that out over the weekend. So, yeah, it's a little different now. I get it.
But and then the price too today. Back in the day, they was, wig wasn't that much. Nowadays, man, women spending $1,000 on one wig that they only want to wear for 3 months.
Good point.
Right.
All right, fellas. I think this was a most productive conversation. Of course, you are crystal clear in your future pursuits. I think that you should turn inward. Go celibate. Man, ain't easy.
Man.
Ooh, he whistling. He whistling.
Listen,
OB, go celibate. Give yourself a 3-month fast. This is my challenge to you. 3-month fast. Go celibate.
Listen, as someone who's done it, it is a path to madness. After a certain point, it's a path to madness. Those monks, they got to be getting something in. I'm just saying.
And OB, you being young and wise, I know why you're laughing because eventually he'll hit this mark. He'll hit that mark.
I'm gonna tell you this right
now.
You'll
be like, man, I'm not even up for it tonight. No, I'm not taking you out. No, I'm gonna stay home. No, I don't even need to please myself. I'm going to just
Richard. When I tell you, I'm about to
watch some YouTube videos on stoicism.
No way. Like I said, that stoicism will work up until a point.
It's over for you, Chris. You need to
listen.
Over for you, kid.
If I was unattractive,
smell what life is cooking.
If I was unattractive, I get it. But no. If I was badly built, I get it. But
you acting like I'm ugly and fat. I'm not. I'm neither. And I'm in my 60s.
I didn't say anything about you. I didn't say anything about you. I said about me.
I'm saying about you. It's over.
Why you say it's over for him?
Right. In Atlanta, of all places.
Hold on, Rich. Before you try to get off here, why you say it's over for him? I'm literally curious. I like it. I think it's funny just because I know it get to Chris, but now I'm just curious why you really say it.
He thinks I'm flappy and thick like Larry Holmes.
I know it get to you. That's why I be
say Larry Holmes.
Yeah, flabby and sick like Larry Holmes.
Hey, Chris, That's so funny you say that because Larry Holmes lives in Easton. I'm born and raised in Philly. That was just right up the road. I always thought of him as the worst, flabbiest champion. You would pick Larry Holmes.
But
That's Butterbean.
That's a saying.
Not Butterbean.
That's a saying in
Larry
rap. Like
Holmes.
that's a saying in rap. I don't know who coined it. It was like Tupac. I think he might have coined it, like flabby and sick, like Larry Holmes. Or that. but I like the
I hated Larry Holmes. From my home.
Richard, I love the challenge, and I think what's gonna stop me from failing is my determination. Like I have publicly taken an L.
What does that look like, Chris? What does your determination look like?
Determination is like one. I want happiness. What happiness looks like.
Club trying to ming out,
huh?
You in the club trying to ming out?
No, I'm saying like what. I could go to the club, but I'm saying they got apps. They got apps now, but I'm saying like what happiness looks like for me as a partner, a partner to live life with. So and to these conversations that we had, whether Chris in the future will decide to find a partner and settle to have kids, adopt kids, be a stepdad, no kids, we don't know, but there will be a partner. That is
Chris,
not
let me put this on your plate.
Huh?
Let me put this on you. I'm gonna put this on your plate.
Okay.
OB, let me know if I'm misguiding him, but travel.
Wow. I'm not wrong. I'm not mad at that. I think there was one banner I was gonna show.
You told him travel?
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh. Why? For a woman or just for a new frame of mind?
For yourself.
Oh, okay.
Travel. Go somewhere.
I got you.
Be a stranger. That's the thing about me coming to Thailand. Yeah. Having never been here. Mm-hmm. Having done my research. I watched Richie and Chop. Talk with Dan. All that stuff. I did my research. Stuck the landing, OB. Stuck the landing. Oh, man. I can't believe it. I'm still here a year and a half. Like, I can't believe I stuck that landing.
Nice.
However, it was all in a search for myself, you know, and it was to go somewhere and be nobody, no thing, a stranger. I spent a year and a half. I have people I know and I sit with and have beers with, but I'm still a stranger to them. They even reach out to me like, "Are you dead?" A couple of days go by, you know. I'll let them know I'm still living. Chris, go somewhere. Find yourself, brother.
I mean,
that's what you're seeing. Chris, so you're looking for yourself.
I hear what you're saying. Like
you gotta go out the country for that. Can he go state for that?
That's what I'm saying.
He can go state to state. He can go state to state. Go somewhere and be a stranger.
I think I hear you. There's all type of like suggestions. I think it's just I need to take the feedback that I got from the married woman, feedback that I get from myself, feedback that I got even on this panel, things to work on, just work on improving myself, continuing to kind of grow and challenge myself, and I'll be perfectly fine.
The greatest challenge I think, Chris, that you will find in yourself is going somewhere and being nobody.
Because
that's where you will find yourself. And to OB, I just want to say to OB, in case we get disconnected, brother, if you ever come to Thailand, there's like damn near 100 courses in Pattaya. I will go buy clubs to play golf with you. I'll play terribly because I haven't played in a while. But
it's all right. I'll hit you up when I come there.
Go somewhere. If you tell me you're coming, then I'll go get the clubs in advance and go to the range at least and get my swing back. But go somewhere and be nobody.
But here's the thing, Richard.
Take your wife, OB. Go somewhere and just be a stranger in the world. It's an amazing transformation of spirit.
Richard, I could just settle, and this could be a game over. I could just achieve everything I want. That's the challenge. Is like I'm choosing not to settle. That's
where it winds up, though, Chris.
Yeah,
you're going to settle.
Yeah.
Life is long. If you keep waking up, and you're going to find yourself in a position where you figure like, you know what, this is good enough.
Said Angie was in the she was in the building. She didn't join the panel, but we had some other people on the panel. We had Maya.
What's up, Zed? Why don't you come on up and tell us your perspective as a true transnational?
Zed said, talk about them passport bros, she'll join.
That's a dying phase. I think
Zed, I want to talk about their ass.
Okay, let's ask that. Let's ask Zed something. So Zed, Richard says I should practice.
Give up.
He said I should practice being celibate. I say no.
1 year.
Oh,
1 year.
Oh my God, I've already done that. Just that damn near 2 more. Damn near I've done that. So no,
actually,
sorry. I take that back. I have not done that because there's been people who orbited. There's been people who have come in my life. That's not so. It's not true. What I'm saying is Zed. He's saying I should be celibate. He's saying it's over. I'm not gonna be able to find a woman or start a family. I get it. It's worth a question. I'm
sorry, Chris.
Let's see. Hold on. What's
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
Ozzy, you gotta listen to the last. You gotta listen to the. Try listening to the rest of this episode. I'm about to like edit it to get my little camera out of here. I was on cam, but
do you play dominoes? You play cards?
Nuh-uh.
All right. Well,
my cousins played it a little bit growing up, man, but I'm just a video game kid.
So
growing up,
Chris got 2 dominoes left in his hand.
I don't know how to play dominoes. That means I'm almost close to ending it. That's the thing. That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's true.
He got 2 dominoes left.
What you're trying to say, Richard, is I'm playing dominoes and I don't know how to count. That's what you're trying to say. I'm sure you get penalized for trying to make different little
Chris,
bones.
That was an absolutely brilliant deduction. Absolutely brilliant deduction.
But you're trying to say I'm a penny with a hole in it. But no, as someone, like I said, as a black man, no black. That's why my story is going to show you that no black man is hopeless. If you just hang in there, I'm not going overseas to cheat, to not cheat,
cheat the system.
Yeah, I could cheat the system. I could go overseas. I could go to the sewer right now and get it over with and be married tomorrow. But I'm saying, no, my journey is going to show people like don't quit. Whatever. The haters going to have their pound of flesh tonight, but I'm like, I'm going to be perfectly fine.
Respect. I appreciate that.
Maya wants you to take her out.
I mean, Maya, how at your boy.
Hold on, OB. Let's get back to that question that nobody or no one, I forget his name, put out there. Why don't you and Maya date? Y'all seem like a perfect couple.
Oh no. Let me speak about this. With all due respect. With all
scared.
Let me do all respect. Let me do all.
Chris scared. You hear that, Maya? He's scared.
Yeah, I am. Let me be clear. Maya is. I think Ant brought it up. He said, "Chris, could you check a woman?" The answer is probably no. But let's be clear about that. I don't want to be in a relationship where I have to do that. That's one. And it seemed like from Maya's responses, she was like, I have a lot of attitude and I want a guy with a lot of attitude. And I'm like, I don't want to deal with a woman with a lot of attitude. Like I like, listen, let me be very clear about that. I like a woman with spunk. I like a woman with chutzpah, but I don't want a constant. I'll tell you this. I mean, I'm not putting names out here, but I'm saying I don't think Maya and I would be a good match for each other. I would listen. Maya could get a date out here. Let's be clear about that. Prism could get a date out here. I don't think I could be in a relationship with them. I don't think we'd be compatible, but I'll take him on a date. Sure.
You scared?
Yeah, I am. I'll be honest.
My wife used to say that about Brittany on here. She used to say, "Why they don't talk to Brittany?" I said, "Babe, they scared."
Like I said, Tanisha talks. I'll risk it all for that, and I'm probably not even compatible with her. But I'll
who the hell is that?
You know what? I'm gonna show my screen one more time. She's a YouTuber. Share my screen. So we did Marcus Brownlee. This is a get to know. Tanisha talks.
Never heard of her.
Man, Asian and black.
Oh yeah, where's BA at so he can hear this? He gonna say,
Fine.
Here it is.
Fine as
you hear
fuck.
Richard? Here it is. Asian and black. Here it is.
I didn't know until this year that she was Asian and black. I just thought
Why
she
you just go to Philippines, man?
hell
That's
no.
what you want.
I want them homegrown. I want
She ain't homegrown. Her mama ain't from here.
No. I'm saying she's born and
Her
raised.
mama Filipino.
I'm saying she's born and raised in the States. That's all I'm saying. But fine as hell.
See how you do? See how you do?
Oh, stop. Okay.
See how you do?
Okay,
You've been talking all that lip today, and then you trying to do the same thing. See how we do?
Hold up. She's still black. She's just mixed.
She's black and
She's
Filipino.
Mixed. She's mixed.
Yeah, there you go.
Now let me think about
We're all mixed, brother.
I'm trying to think about a black YouTuber that I find attractive besides Tanisha Talks. I'm trying to think about that.
No, that ain't what we talking about. We said when you gonna take Maya on a date.
Mike can get a date out here.
You better take out on a date this one. She hear this. After she hear this, if you don't ask her, that's gonna be the end of it.
Oh God.
Can I say this real quick?
Maya, I will
ask tomorrow or never get it.
Let's be clear about this. Maya, I have already extended the invitation.
An invitation for what? She didn't hear that.
No. She did. Maya, let's meet up. Drinks are on me. Wherever you want to go.
Okay.
All I'm saying is that I think that as two young people living in the same city, doing the same thing on YouTube,
right?
Even if you don't create a romantic connection, just your collaboration alone would help fill out the channel with more content and more viewers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I'll say, have you ever I want to ask both of y'all, have you ever met a girl and you were attracted to her and she was attracted to you, but you never had sex with her? Y'all just became the best of friends.
I just done that. We got it documented on this channel.
Yeah. Have you ever done that? I mean,
I'm the best one.
I didn't have a sister growing up, OB. And I always wanted to know, what do y'all be thinking? What do you girls be thinking when you see us? And so I met girls, and even some girls who I did have sex with once would realize, that ain't it. But I really like being around you. I really like taking you out to lunch. I really like, hey, I ain't got nobody tonight that I want to be with. Let me take you to dinner. I might not be their florist.
Right.
I might not bring them flowers every time. I could come as I am.
We'll say, but I'll pick up the tab.
I got
for
you.
A good laugh, a good smile, and a good laugh.
Because you're a girl and I'm a boy. And I just want to be with you. I want to be around a girl. I got the homies, but I need a break. That's how relationships get built. Hey, listen, fellas, I got a sister who I dated in my teens. I mentioned this before. And we talk maybe a couple of times a month. She's, 8,000 miles away in the States. I send her love songs. She sends me back love songs. We have little lightweight DJ battles. I haven't seen her in like 20 years. But that's the funny thing about the fact that you keep waking up and that life gets long. Unless you die young.
That's what makes life fun.
Bro, man, I hit her up last night. She told me I'm coming here. She got a sciatica. She'll never make it.
You ain't right.
That's a whole 1-day flight and then a 2-hour drive from Sawanapum Airport. You ain't gonna make it, boo. And by the time if you ain't here for 3 months, I can't even nurse you back to health with the jet lag, sciatica, and all the other. And she's my age. I mean, come on. But do I love the back and forth? Hell yeah. Keeps me lively and spirited. Keeps me believing in love. Think about when we first met, our first romantic experiences. It's long.
Well, man, I can't wait for y'all to go get them drinks, man. Now you finally quit wussing out, Chris.
I told her, like,
because Maya gonna tell us all about your ass, and I'm ready to hear.
Go, man.
Jesus Christ.
Just go. Just you and Maya hook up. Y'all in Atlanta, just go.
I'll send her an email tonight and I'll say like, hey.
Don't even go on no romantic shit. Y'all sit there, y'all gonna laugh for hours about the shit you heard us talking.
Yes,
Okay.
You'll have these memories. You'll create these experiences, man, that will be so incredibly valuable. Like
I remember she said it one time. She said, Chris, let's go to, I know some happy hour or something.
And I said, let me know the time and the place. And she flaked. She didn't really fall through on it.
I don't believe it.
Oh, wow.
I don't either.
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. Yeah.
Like I said, I'll send her an email. Next time she gets on the panel, well, actually, I'm not going to apply any pressure or pressure. But like I said, I'll send her an email and say, like, hey, I'll let her know. But
shout to
Fearless named homeboy who she call her friend gonna be looking for you, Chris.
He's married, I think. I think he's married, or he's got like he's a passport holder, and I think he's married or something like that. But like Maya, I'll email her, but like I'm perfectly fine to hang out with Maya, whatever.
Can I say this, Chris?
Yeah, go ahead.
You are both prototypes.
What do you mean?
You're a prototypical man. She's a prototypical woman. A black folk. Fados. You are prototypical in your age group in terms of what it's like in the dating scene, particularly in Atlanta. I see a lot of different Atlantans or ALT aliens, whatever. And y'all are pretty prototypical of each other. You're successful. She's successful. You got all of the proper tools in place.
Sure.
Y'all would fit like a socket to plug, hand in glove.
I guarantee you not, because they're
That's because you're resisting it, though, Chris.
No. What I'm trying to say
maybe that's why you're single.
No.
With only 2 dominoes left in your hand.
Wow, that's all. I'm assuming 2 dominoes in your hand is like playing Uno with 2 cards left in your hand.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, Uno. Let's go Uno.
That's a good thing. I'm on my way out. I'm about to call Uno on y'all. But what I'm trying to say is that chemistry is a very complicated thing. Let's just say this. And this is
really not.
This is going to give Zed nightmares. If Zed went on a date with Fearless, they're both successful. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to even survive 15 minutes of a date. She's walking out. But
I would venture to say if that Fearless was single and Zed in her mind state, I believe that Fearless could charm Zed.
No.
I bet that too.
I don't think so.
I bet that too.
How much you got on it? How much you got on OB?
That he could?
Yeah.
I'm almost willing to bet the house.
Say again?
I'm always willing to bet the house.
How much you got on it, Chris?
I'm not putting anything on that. I'm putting money. I'm putting all my chips on it. She's not going to. Regardless,
Zed's a sweetheart, man. I don't believe it. That's why I don't believe it. She easy going, lighthearted.
Can I double down, OB? I bet if Maya met Fearless in person.
I don't see it.
Because Maya's strapped. I get it. She might like it might be on site, but I bet you that if Maya
before all this, maybe I don't know. Maybe
I bet that Maya and Fearless could probably come to an accord.
They'll be arguing too much.
I think Maya is kind of like, no disrespect, I think Maya is an alpha. I don't think Fearless can, and I don't think Fearless can handle an alpha. No disrespect. I'm just saying. Better
to be an Omega. Alpha's first, Omega's last. It's better to last.
All I'm saying to y'all,
damn alpha.
Right. All I'm trying to say is chemistry is a very complicated thing, and from what I know about Maya, I don't think Maya and I would be romantically, compatible. Let's just say this. Like we talked about we talked about on a previous live that like some women have a type. Like when we had Maya here, I should have asked her what is your type, and we could have zeroed in on whether Chris would have been even close to
She
that.
told us her type.
What was
See,
that type
you just
then?
ain't listening.
What was that type?
You scared.
What was that type?
She said she like a thug, but at the end of the day, she knows she need a good guy. But she said any guy, long as he the right guy, long as he nice to her. That's what I heard.
Okay.
Remember she said she had the one guy, but he was just too soft. She was like, I need someone to pull my hair, and he wasn't that. You don't remember that?
Okay, maybe I wasn't listening.
Chris pulling hair.
Let's be clear about that.
That's what a girl wants.
Let's be clear about that.
OB, I got Chris doing back shots, and she said, "Pull my hair," and I got Chris doing that.
Let me be very clear here. I prefer to not. I'm more of a grab the shoulder, grab the waist, grab the butt kind of guy.
Now we're getting.
She know that about you, though. She know that about you. That's why she like talking to you.
Grab the hair.
OB, how old are you, man? You lying about your age, bro.
We've been thinking the same thing, huh, American Talk? You've been wanting to tell them this, huh?
You gotta be older.
To tell them too. I've been telling my wife, man, can I just say the elephant in the room?
What's that?
My wife tells me, shut the hell up.
Yeah.
But like I said,
OB, you older than you, Clayton.
Nah, just an old soul. That's all.
You've been here a long time, kid. I almost feel sorry for you that you had to come back.
I like that. I got to use that one.
I almost feel sorry for you that you had to come back.
Yeah, I got to use that one.
Oh, have mercy.
But like I said, I will reach out to Maya when I get curved. I'm gonna let y'all know.
She ain't gonna curve you.
I'm gonna get curved.
She's a sweetheart. Won't. Just for the simple fact that we don't put you out here like that, she ain't gonna curve you.
Just go hang out with her, man. Just go kick it with her, man.
I'm not scared to. I'm not scared to.
I know you're not. Yeah, you ain't got no reason to be scared, dude. You're in the pocket as well. You in the pocket. You got it all. You're a prize. You're a win for a woman. I've been that. I've been there. I felt that. I know what I am. I know who I am. You know, I've been there. OB has been there. He's married, bro. That's a prize right there. That woman ain't letting him go no matter what.
I don't know about all this American talk. I'm just ready for Maya to come back and tell us. I know he didn't come out. He gonna grab my shoulder. Yeah, she gonna be on your ass about that.
But I mean,
I want to hear all about it.
It's not the shoulder. It's like the what do they call it? The clavicle. It's like the between the shoulder and the neck. That.
Yeah, that's where it hurts.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
You grab that clavicle. Hey, anybody know anything about fighting?
No, I'm saying clavicle. It's the shoulder in between the neck and it's the area of the what they call it, the traps. The traps. That's what it is.
Damn, man. I wish I would have said all this when she was on here. Now we got to wait all the way till next week.
Somebody, I think it was that dude. Nobody scared her away. I was enjoying talking.
Probably next year, OB. It's 2024. Facts. Coming up on 2025. Chris ain't gonna do another live at least in 2025.
That's fact. That's a spoiler warning. Hey guys, we're not gonna see each other until next year. But maybe
the highlight of my life, man.
Maybe I might do something New Year's Eve. I don't know because I'm going out with like my pool player, a fellow pool player. Maybe I might do something for New Year's Eve. I don't know, but I don't know. At the very least, it'll be early next year, like the first week of next year or something like that. 2 weeks from now.
If we don't see again, OB, what do you got planned?
I'm not gonna do much, man. I just went out of town, just got back. We normally go out of town during holidays, so this is the first one we went a little bit before holidays. So just go hang out with family, sister-in-law, that type of stuff. They got a new house, so do some cooking.
I have see, it took me right to my next transition. I have an admission. I'm into food porn. I like to hear about what people are eating because I'm in Thailand. So I ain't getting no turkey. I don't got turkeys in Thailand.
Yeah, but you like in food paradise. They say like that's the best place for food in the world.
Not really, homie. Not really. Yeah.
So do you not believe Asian food is the best? Like of all,
sometimes you need some French fries, and they don't make them quite right. Wow. Sometimes you need some fried chicken. Don't taste like your mama's.
Hold on, Asians created fried chicken. I disagree.
Oh yeah, well I disagree. We can
That's
agree
why
to
they make
disagree.
orange chicken, sesame chicken. They done got so good at it, they start flavoring it up, making sweet chicken.
OB, I lost 25 pounds that I didn't even think I had to lose being over here.
What?
I'm skinnier than I've ever been in 20 years at least. No,
They don't make good chicken wings there?
I'm not really into chicken wings. My mother used to throw me the wings.
Uh-huh.
I remember coming up, we never ate chicken wings.
Okay.
My mama used to cut that off the chicken and bake the chicken. So no, I'm not into chicken wings. And the flavor palette is different out here. So blood pressure is down and I'm very healthy and it's a beautiful day in Pattaya.
It's good.
But all that aside, I am into food porn. So I really want to know, because, you know, I got into a thing with Chris for a minute during Thanksgiving about the turkey and the stuffing and stuff. So I'd like to know, what are you guys eating this holiday season?
I'm cooking collard greens and cornbread from scratch. Maybe a sweet potato pie for Christmas.
But you can't eat collard greens and cornbread alone. What else are you cooking? You got a roast?
Well, my
turkey.
My baby sister, she's doing sweet potato souffle. My mom's gonna buy like either do a turkey from scratch, or I think she says she's gonna buy it from like honey baked ham and like cook it or whatever. I was thinking about doing, but we're traveling for Christmas. We're not gonna be in St. Louis, so I'm like, I don't feel like I want to do the turkey in an Airbnb. I don't know if I want to do that.
Yeah, that's out. How about you, Obi?
Nah, just same thing you have on Thanksgiving. And then for New Year's, boiling crab.
Nice.
Hey guys, I apologize for taking the conversation sideways.
No.
I talk to a lot of my American friends and I'm into food porn. And even though I'm out here starving, I torture myself by allowing them to tell me what they're cooking for holidays.
What about just going to like a random hotel in Thailand? Is the food pretty cheap?
Food out here is cheap.
But like if you go to like a nice hotel, is it still cheap? I'm saying. Because like I said, I literally heard that's like one of the best places in the world when it comes to food. But I'm a big Asian cuisine guy anyways when it comes to that. When I went to San Francisco, that was one of the main things we were looking forward to, Chinatown. Day one, we wouldn't have had soup dumplings.
That's our difference manifested through our age difference. Whereas you're in your 30s and you've had those unique experiences. When I was in my 30s, it was all about what my mom and them cooked during the holidays. My cousin and them cooked. I come from Philadelphia. We got cheesesteaks. We got hoagies. Man, when I was coming up, nobody was serving up no chicken wings. That was the cutoff piece of the chicken. Now it's all the rage. Nobody ate drumlets. Nobody ate baby chicken legs, drumlets. Nobody ate that. You ate a whole chicken leg. It's different. But out here, you're absolutely right, OB. This is the cuisine capital, one of at least the cuisine capitals of the world. And there's everything here. But it really isn't like that when you're living here. Because you're going to want some mama's cooked mashed potatoes. You're going to want some, cousin cooked turkey. There are restaurants that serve that stuff, but it just isn't quite what you're used to. Okay. And I'm not really big into Asian food. I apologize to take the conversation sideways.
Well, can you go get some greens on your own from like the market and just cook that up in the house?
I don't even know how to cook greens. So no.
It's not that hard. It's not hard. OB, just want to show you one last thing. Let's see. I know I said Tanisha Talks. B. Taylor TV. She's cute. She used to be on Lil Peef Network. Cute. Let's see. Yeah. But let me see if they got other pictures. There she is. Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I see you with the high yellow Steph Curry wife, man.
Christ. I've already done that. I've already done that.
Talk about these old FBAs and dating dark sisters. He showed me his 2 women, Filipino, black. Now he's showing me this old high yellow Steph Curry. I see you with your yellow bone, man. Half breed. I see you.
Wow, she was dark.
I ain't mad. It's okay.
High yellow. Wow.
I'm gonna do you like BA gonna do you. It's okay, man. Like what you like. We just saying you can't talk about us no more. That's what BA gonna tell you.
The beauty of our race is that you can find every race within the FADOS. You can find every complexion: high yellow, jet black.
Okay, I think I got another one, but I just don't know her name though.
But Chris, I want to ask you, why aren't you shooting your shot? I mean, you're a handsome, good-looking, established young man. Shoot your shot.
I'm gonna do one more presentation. Oh,
what you say? Go in them DMs, as they say.
Yeah, man.
Here we go.
Yeah.
How about this? Is this high yellow for you, OB?
Give us another photo.
Shoot.
That's caramel.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
That's kind of mocha.
Right.
Weave down to her back. I see you, man. Zed told me about you guys. Richard started it.
Let me.
Zed is African. She is from
clear.
Ethiopia, if I'm not mistaken, and they tend to look alike. And as opposed to FADOS, we look like everybody. So we really never have to date outside our race. I mean, you could date a white girl who's a black girl, look like a white girl. I mean, that's, there are tons of stories about that in our history. But Zed is not necessarily as experienced in that as a woman dating FADOS men. If Zed goes to America, she can date everything from a white looking guy with straight hair who is black to a nappy head guy. And what does that mean? Nappy head guy in America. She never has to leave America to date a wide variety of black people. So same with you, Chris. Same with Passport Bros. One of the reasons I came up to this panel in the early days is to say, hey, why are you guys flying across the country?
Right.
I live in LA. I can meet a Thai girl in LA. Are you kidding? There's a restaurant around the corner from where I live that serves Thai food.
We know exactly why they're.
I didn't come here to meet a Thai woman.
The
I
Thai
didn't come here to meet anybody.
The Thai woman in LA has higher standards than the Thai woman that they're going for.
Well, I lived in LA. I had higher standards too.
Right.
But I wouldn't have met her at a bar. A girly bar. I wouldn't have went down the block from where I live and let me sit in the bar and drink 5 beers and meet a girl. No. I was living and running a business in LA. I didn't need to meet that kind of girl. They don't get there. I didn't need to go to Mexico to meet a Mexican girl. They're in LA. They have jobs. They work at WeWork or, Apple or Google or YouTube.
Yeah.
It's different. And Chris, you live in a cosmopolitan city.
Here we
You
go.
don't able to meet women from other races.
Speak of the devil. We got the man of the hour.
Uh-oh.
How y'all doing? I just finished my stream, and I know I caught the first part of y'all, so I know I am lost, my brother. But I know that what we said came true, and we tried to tell you, brother.
Hold on.
We tried to tell you.
Wait,
and here's what I'm gonna say, Chris. Hold up,
wow.
Chris. I know that you say now. I'm gonna say this again because
kick a man while he's down.
No, brother, I'm not gonna kick you while you're down. We're not gonna do that.
Is that what they teach in
No, brother. We're gonna uplift you.
Is that what the Kappas do? Is that
no. We're gonna uplift you. But I'm gonna say this. This is you keep misstating what I say. So I'm going to say it again. When I say the 3-date rule, the 3-date rule is to save you from what you just went through. And what that means is I'm going to take a girl out on a first date, simple date. Not going to spend a lot of money because I just want to get to know her. The second date, I can spend a little more. By the time I get to the third date, things should be established. And what I mean by established is she should either be physically attracted to me. She should know whether I'm the person that she would like to see in the future. And we should have some type of understanding. I shouldn't be dating her in perpetuity with no understanding. And what happened to you is you dated 10 months without that understanding. I don't want, my time is more valuable than that. And your time is more valuable than that. And I tried to say to you, why spend that time without knowing where you guys were at? Now you're just spending time, money without anything established. I tried to cut it off at 3 dates so I don't get to that point, because the one thing, you can lose money and make more money. You can lose friends and get more friends. Time is the only thing that you can never get back. And that's why you shouldn't waste it.
Okay, Fearless, I hear you on that. What I do give you your flowers for was, Chris, could you please have that conversation before New Year's Eve? I give you that. But let me go back to your direct point about the 3-date rule. If we cut this off, Fearless, at 3 dates, I don't make the breakthrough that I did. And I know you don't see the value in it, but I'm saying the problem is if I would have dated, if we would have got things on track and maybe broke up next year, it still would have been, what did Chris really get out of this? Whatever the heck. I'm saying I got a lot, but I'm saying, and I'm going to be making changes too. It was a great experience, and I'm glad it didn't go into 2025. She's a great person, but I'm saying changes will be made. I think the problem with living, shout out to Travis Hunter, the problem with living and promoting your relationship in the public eye is people get to come back and they get to kind of like have their what do they call it, pound of flesh when things don't work out and say, oh, I knew this was going to do. So what I'm saying is this: dating can be a little bit more complicated than people want to give it credit to. It's not that like everything went bad. It's just that, in Fearless, I want to say this: dating is a competition within yourself. It's a competition with you and her suitors. It's a competition between you and her. And it doesn't mean that just because this didn't work out that it's a complete failure. It's trash. Like, I should have left at 3 dates. No, like, I would have missed out on a lot of great memories. I would have missed on the breakthrough that I've become a stronger person. That didn't happen in 3 dates.
What it could have saved you, Chris, is what I'm saying is you failed to ask the necessary questions early on in the date. In the dating process, you could have said, "Hey, do you want children? Do you want this? Is this where we're going?"
Those were asked. Those were asked, Ronan. I mean, Fearless. I said,
it's okay. I'm here too.
I said, yeah, you're here too. I like the little AI Abby, Ronan, but what I'm trying to say, you look like Mr. Miyagi. But what I'm trying to say is this: we had those conversations, Fearless. We did. If you guys got to talk to her, we had those conversations. The last time I really pressed about, hey, what's going on? How are we doing? Was July 4th. And after that, at that date, she said, I said, hey, how are things going? Are your needs getting met? How am I doing? And she said, what you're giving me is not exactly what I would have expected, but it's good for now. And once my divorce is final, I will, I'm going to approach you and want to take things to the next level, and what we're giving now is not going to be good enough because I'm going to expect exclusivity and blah 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 blah. So I said, okay, I think we're going good for now, but I think that there were different other struggles since July 4th to now, and you, like I said, dating, there's no crying and courting, and this is one simply that just didn't go the distance. It didn't get to where it needed to get to. It gave me some things that I get to take away from, but a lot the luxury that most people have, Fearless and Ronan and everyone else's, they're not dating in the public eye. I was.
All right, well, let's talk about that, Chris. I'll ask you a question. You know, the whole bunch of things went on this weekend about Travis Hunter.
Okay.
And people are saying to Travis, Shannon Sharp, all of them are saying, man, we can see what you can't see. We can see it because we've been there. And everybody that has been on this panel has told you that. Mm-hmm. American Live has told you that. I've told you that. Your therapist has told you that. Mm-hmm. We are seeing it. We are seeing what you can't see, but you refuse to.
But, we spoke about Travis Hunter earlier. We said, Shannon Sharp said that you quoted, he said, stay out of their business. He's got Deion Sanders in his camp. He's got this, he's got that. And what really helped me was, surrounding myself with great people, y'all giving great advice. It really wasn't until I had someone come in around Thanksgiving that I got close to, and she kind of like was really able to connect with me and get me to understand. And I had talks with my best friend, and I had some talks with some other people. The person who I consider the hand in my life, one of the problems that I did this year was her and I didn't speak for months at a time for multiple times this year. By the time I pulled her back into the fold, she was like, I don't like what's going on here, whatever the heck. But it's like, I had to go through this, and there will be changes going forward. Where I settled on it, Fearless, was I don't think that the married woman was malicious, or I don't think she was a user. I just think that she's in a different part of her divorce journey than me. When I was going through my divorce, I was just like her. I just wanted fun. But I was more vocal in telling people I don't want a long-term relationship. So me walking away was just saying, I realized that she's been giving me little different signs, like, hey, I'm not in a rush to get married. It wasn't until she said, hey, I changed my mind on having kids. I said, it's a wrap. It's time to. And I told her, I wish I would have talked. We would talk a little bit more. I could have maybe gotten to this outcome. And she said, no, that's not true. I made up my mind over Thanksgiving. So this talking wouldn't have done anything. What you guys were on a stream, what I'm going to do going forward now is the married woman kind of messed it up a little bit for everyone else, and helped me, because I'm now going to get more comfortable saying, if the energy changes at 2 months, 4 months, 8 months, 3, 9, 3, 6, 9, 12, I'm going to say, hey, let's take a step back. Let's talk. What happened? Why did it happen? My needs are not getting met. Let's address that. If we get pushback on that, maybe it's time to leave. So what I did was I said earlier on the stream, I said, I chased the dragon, what they say in betting. When you lose your money at the table, you see guys come back with $5,000. They just lost $1,000. They come back with $2,000. I said, I saw the energy change. And instead of trying to have that conversation, then I said, let's try. I'm assuming it's another guy that she's talking to, because we were not exclusively dating. And I said, let me up the ante on my effort, beat him out or hims out, and then get back to things. But like I said, it's a learning lesson. It's a lesson of life.
But we told you that, Chris. And what you told us?
Yeah.
You told us you was Thor, and no matter what, you're going to pull that hammer. And we said, man, you're not the person to get the hammer. That's what you said. You said you was going to keep pulling that hammer no matter what we told you.
The hammer will get lifted, not today, but it will get lifted. Let's be clear about that.
And what we're supposed to do as men, and when you're fathers or whomever, the goal is, I've touched the stove. I know the stove is hot. What I try to tell you is, you don't have to touch the stove, Chris, to know it's hot.
Right.
Meaning, we're trying to save you the heartbreak, the ache, the things that we have already been through as other men, to say, brother, you don't have to touch the stove. We touched it for you.
That's not true, Fearless.
Why do you say that, Richard?
You got to touch the stove.
Yeah, so what I told the woman who came into my life from St. Louis, I said, as someone who I consider myself feral, I said I had to see this pattern, and now this is going to change how I approach it going forward. And after dating the married woman and stopping the dating, and I would consider it breaking up, I called the woman from St. Louis and I told her, I remember now when you told me in 2021 that I wasn't ready to date you. I know what you mean now. I was in no way ready. I'm a different person now. And dating the married woman helps me realize I'm not dating anybody who's going through a divorce ever again. Not because they're not great people, not because they don't want to try to get to the same goal as you. They might not be on the same time frame as you. They really just want fun. And I told people on the stream earlier, I said, if this was the 2021, 2022, Chris, I'm going straight into New Year's Eve smoking. Red hot.
Chris, do you recall when we went and broke down the timetable, because we were talking about having children?
Right.
There was a whole podcast about this, and having children at certain ages. And we said, well, what's your timetable? You wanted to have an organic child.
Right.
Then you said, I'm not opposed to having an adoptive child if I can't have one based on who I'm dating.
Right.
And we broke down this timetable with this married woman. We said, well, look, if she's not divorced, she's going to get through her divorce, and she's going to want some time before she gets back into another relationship.
Absolutely.
Then she's going to want some time before she might even be prepared to even want to give you a child. And I said, we're going down this road where there's more and more time to be given to her, where your needs aren't being met, and you're substituting the things you want to benefit her. We talked about all these things.
I have a question for
No,
Ronan.
I want to respond to that. The difference is, Ronan, I spoke about this earlier on the stream. Where I'm at in my journey, I was willing to wait as long as our goals still aligned. As long as she said, things, as long as my needs were getting met, as long as she still wanted to have a kid, I was willing to wait. If I were to take y'all's advice and say, go date someone who's 30, 20, 35, or whatever the heck, they might say, I'm not, in a rush to have a kid. I might need to wait a year or two. I'll be in the same boat. I'm about to enter the same boat.
Actually, the year would have been up and they would have been ready.
Chris, no, because if you remember what we told you on that same live is, we said, man, you have to date with a purpose, and you should be eliminating specific people who are not on the same path as you and who want the same things as you. If you're talking to a woman and she says, I don't want a kid, or I'm not ready for that, those people need to be eliminated from your dating pool immediately, because they are not on the same mindset as you. You need to date with a purpose and only date people who have the same mindset as you. That's what we told you.
No, I'm saying, I think we're saying the same thing. One second. Because we're going to go to your question too, especially the one, is it over for Chris? But I want to say this.
It's over.
The people that I date that are now going to be, now that I told you on the last stream, whenever I stop dating the married woman, I'm going to be making serious changes. We're not dating 40. We're not dating 45. We're not dating 50. We're not dating 37, 39, whatever the heck. We're dating younger.
We said that, Chris. You said you're coming home, baby. You're coming home. Welcome home.
How young are you going?
Hold on. We're 36 and younger. We got some nice tenderonis that are 33, 35.
We said you coming home, baby. We just tried to save you a trip.
Hold up.
We tried to save you a trip, baby.
Hold up. The older the berry, the sweeter the juice. Okay. What I'm trying to say
only
is,
applies in certain things, brother.
But it definitely applies in women. But what I want to say is this: I did the best I could, and I said earlier on the stream, don't rule out that if the right woman, if Cinderella slides through and she's 39 and she wants to have a kid and things are working, she might just get picked. That slipper might just get picked. But I'm just saying, I'm going to be changing my dating approach. I'm going to be dating younger. It pains me to do that. I don't want to have to do that.
Why? You have certain goals that you want to meet as a man. Why does that have to pain you to do those things?
I wanted to address what Fearless said too. When you date someone who has the same goals in mind and they're significantly younger than you, like if I were to pull a Fearless and date someone, he said he met someone 13 years, 10 years younger than him. I'm 42. If I were to meet a 32-year-old, a 32-year-old or a 30-year-old might say, I want a couple years before I want to have kids. I don't want to have a kid at 30. I want to have a kid at 34 or whatever.
Then you don't date them. That's not, you eliminate them.
I had a question for Fearless and Ronan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
It's always a pleasure to be on a panel with you guys, especially when you come up to this panel.
Appreciate you.
Are you guys married?
Yes, brother. You didn't know I was married? I'm married.
I did, but I've been on your panel, watched your show. Not been on your panel, watched your show. Both you guys are married, right?
No, I'm not married currently. I've been married twice, and I'm going to go for 3. By 2025, most likely towards the end of the year, I'll be married. Again,
it's too late for you. It's too late for you too, but
no, it's not too late for me, brother. It's never too late.
He's going overseas, so it's definitely not too late.
Yeah, it's not too late.
It's too late.
That's the lead.
But listen, I wanted to ask you guys, as men on the panel, who've been with women for a period of time. I was married, not very long. Have you ever thought about a woman's perspective about you? About
Absolutely.
you?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have.
Absolutely.
You, right?
Yes.
That guy around the house.
Yeah.
I don't know if I would marry me. I'm a difficult person to get along with.
Here's the thing. Here's where I know I've done well for myself.
Wait. Full pause. Who said that?
That was
Fearless.
Here's the thing. I've done a full assessment.
Ronan, how would you respond to his response?
Well, here's the thing.
Would you marry you?
Absolutely.
You would marry you?
Yeah. You know why?
Your
each
money?
time I've left a relationship, no, it has nothing to do with money. Each time I've left a relationship, I've gone through a time of reassessment. I've done therapy. I made sure I wasn't taking any trauma or traumatic different situations that came out of one relationship into another.
And you're a retired vet.
Pause. Yes, I'm a retired vet.
Yeah.
And
All
then Here's the thing. Every woman I've ever broken up with, whether I was married to her or not, have always come back. Always.
Hey, I joke with the song, Teach Me How to Dougie. All my exes love me.
Yeah.
All my exes love me.
Yeah.
All my exes love me.
So how do I know that I can marry myself? Is because from every ex, from my ex-wives to my ex-girlfriends, they have all doubled back and tried to get me back.
All my exes love me. I got to get to your homeboy, though. I got to get to your compadre, though. Felix, what you just said about marrying you.
I figured, do you remember the movie, was it Remember the Titans?
Yep.
I think he said something like, I'm like Novocaine. It's going to it's going to, just give it a little time.
It's going to wear off after a while.
Yeah, it's going to work in a little bit. And I think that's what the women in my life find out. So,
but it's going to wear off after a while. It's going to
wear off. But I think what they find out is that the things that I say and the things that I do. Yeah, the things that I say and do, they realize, man, that did work. They see it in a new light. So I'll give you an example. Like when my wife was pregnant, she's like, what kind of dad are you going to be? You don't talk to my stomach. Like, what the hell I'm talking to your stomach for? I'm talking to your stomach every night. What I'm doing. So in her mind, she could not see, well, what kind of father you would be. And now when she sees me with my daughter, she tells me like, man, I made the best choice of my life. Because it's like how I spoil my daughter, how she wants to be with me, how she's there. And so even in relationships, when thresholds are met or when things take place, because a lot of times a woman can't see that far in the future. And when they see those.
What do you mean by that, though, Phyllis? What do you mean by that? Though?
For instance, I'll tell you, like when I made a move, when I said, look, I got to make a move. Yeah. Because a lot of women see the here and now.
They're at least 9 months in the future.
What's that?
They're at least 9 months.
Oh, but when you talk about, I'm not talking about months. I'm talking about years. I'm talking about lifetimes. Meaning, I have to plan. I have to plan not only for this year. I got to plan for the next 5 years, the next 10 years, and the way that, the things that I have to look ahead to. And so those are things that I don't think that someone can see. When you
you think that women don't see that far in the future? You honestly think that?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. Mm-mm.
That women don't see that far, like 9 months, 1 year.
Are you being sarcastic right now, or are you being serious?
Because if they seen that far in the future, then they would date the guy with the potential and not meet him at the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, Ronan, you asked me that question. I would like to sell that back to me. You're telling me that women don't think that
you're talking about an analytical thinker. Most women are not analytical; they're emotional.
You actually believe that?
Yes, absolutely. That's what I said. Are you being sarcastic?
Not at all.
Okay, so then that means very few women are analytical thinkers. They're very emotional. They work off of feelings and different things. But to plan out something where you could see 5, 10 years down the road and take necessary steps to execute exactly where you want to be in those points in time.
Ronan, you actually think that?
I absolutely do.
They raise your babies.
Oh, and that's why they raise them the way they do. We just did a show on that where a girl was like, there was a 5-year-old. Hold up, where there was a girl. Yeah, and this is what happens. This little boy was playing football, and they were in a huddle, and they passed around water, and the water got in his eye, and he started crying. The woman there is like, oh, I gotta save him. I gotta do that, because she can only see his hurt at that moment. As a man, you say, bro. That's not hurting you, because we look how he's going to be as a man. We don't see him as a kid. We have to see how he's going to be as a man. And the women on the show was like, it shouldn't be where, they're teasing the boys and it starts at home. And I said, the reason a father would say to his son, I don't want you to cry, I don't want you to be strong, is because we already know when we send him out to the world, how he's going to be bullied by other kids. How he's going to be treated.
Did you have a father like that, Felix?
That said what?
What you just said. Did you have a father like that who said, hey?
Oh, yeah. Yes. My father would say there's a difference between injury and being hurt. Brother, if you just fell down, you ain't really hurt. Get up, get back on the horse. Let's do it again.
Ronan, did you have a father like that?
I have family like that. It wasn't just my father.
That's cool. Chris.
Yep. No, I'm saying
shit. I had a brother that used to pay this dude who was 2 years older than me to beat me up.
We talked about rites of passage in the other on the other panel just a minute ago. A lot of cultures have rites of passage. They take their child away from the mother, who would automatically want to coddle and protect that son from any hurt, harm, or pain. But we know as men, there's certain things you're going to have to experience in the wilderness, or certain things you're going to have to experience in life. For men, life is pain.
I mean,
but so it counteracts and it's intuitive against a woman.
Ronan, you know, I'm in Thailand, and the Buddhists believe that.
Right, I
life
understand.
Is pain.
Right. But the whole thing is women will want to protect their children, especially their male child, from that. And that's not what you do. Indians used to go out and they would hunt, and then they would kill a deer or whatever, eat the heart. And then even at some warriors, but before you became warrior class, what did you have to do? Be hung by the arrows that were stuck in your chest. You think
I saw that movie.
Like that? You think mothers going to let their children go to that? Look at the Spartans. The Spartans would take their children and throw them out in the wilderness, say survive for 30 days. Yeah, there's so many different rites of passage that we don't do anymore here. And I know growing up, I was taught how to hunt. I was taught how to fish, tied certain knots. I was taught how to go camping, start a fire from nothing. I was taught so many different things as a young man.
Were you taught that through the military? Because I know you're retired military.
I was taught a whole bunch of stuff in the military as well, but I was taught this before I even went in the military.
How about you,
I did a show where I showed that I even when I was on the Austin show, I showed my deer. When I used to go out, before I could have a bow or anything in my hand, I used to have to scout. My dad used to be like, all right, walk. What signs are those? Is that a rub? What kind of droppings are those? All of those things were done. All right, if he killed the deer, how do I skin the deer? How do I get the thing out? How do I go to the butcher? All of those things were taught because those are rites of passage. So you learn how to be independent. You learned how it's Saturday morning, bruh. It's time to cut the grass. This is how I need you to cut the grass. This is how you wash the car. These are the things that you do. And Chris, what I put inside of the chat there, if you can play that, that might help answer American Lives' question as to why there is a difference.
Y'all can call me Richard.
And this is a bar that he dropped on me, and it crushed me, but I needed that. He said, if you really loved me the way that you said you loved me, you would have taught me how to survive in the situations that you were afraid of killing me, instead of protecting me and not teaching me how to protect myself. And that is what happens when mothers think that they can raise men. We don't teach them how to protect themselves the way that a man teaches a man how to protect himself. What we do is we coddle them, and we become this wall of security that come crashing down when they get to smelling themselves and they in their 18s and 19s, and now he can't live in your house no more, and you send him out into the world unprotected, and that's why he resents you.
Okay, I mean, there's a lot to be said about this. I mean, I hear what y'all saying about the Boy Scouts and learn how to make fire from naked and afraid type of situations. I get that. I hear y'all on that, but there's more than one way to skin a cat, Ronan and Fearless.
Does that mean you don't know how to make a fire or tie a knot, Chris?
I was a Boy Scout, but I'm saying that stuff is kind of highly overrated.
It's not overrated, Chris.
It's good. It's great. It's a great survival skill, but I'm like, we're in modern times. But what I'm trying to say is I hear what they're saying about the rites of passage. But people are doing that in different ways. I'm saying, because you guys described a couple of them. You said, hey, there's situations where the family they take the boy out.
How many fathers are taking their sons and teaching them how to work on an engine, change a tire? How many fathers are taking their sons and helping them learn how to build a building or put up drywall? That's what my father taught me.
Okay, but that's great.
How to use a drill, how to use a saw.
Okay. That's great. My father didn't teach me how to use a drill. I learned how to do it on my own, and I'm great at it. and I love doing it.
That matters, Chris. That matters. That matters. Yeah, that matters. That's no less.
It's also part of the bonding that you have with your father and manhood.
But can I share with you, gentlemen?
But no, what I want to say to what I want to say to Ronan is sometimes, Ronan, when you have a provider dad, not every single provider dad is at home to be able to have that kind of time to have those experiences.
Right.
Like if you have an NBA player dad, he can't do that. Go ahead.
My dad wasn't. My dad worked a lot of hours. Throughout his life.
I had uncles. I had grandfathers. I had people around me. I had people in the church. I mean, literally,
someone who cared for you, saw your potential.
That was back in the day where it took a village to raise a kid. I mean, but you were trusted. They were trusted to do those things. Now mothers don't even allow you to say or correct their child. Don't you say anything to my child? How dare you? But back then, absolutely, everybody in the church, they always had men's groups that would take the kids out to go camping or go fishing or whatever. So where are those programs now? How do you know all these kids are actually getting those things? They're not.
I wanted to speak to the rite of passage part. We have a lot of good, proud men up here, good black men, good brothers up here tonight throughout this broadcast. But your final rite of passage to adulthood is probably burying your parents. Probably.
Do you think that's when you become a man, when you bury your father?
Well, that's when I did. Fearless.
You see how there's different rites of passages? You see what I'm saying?
Check this out, Fearless.
No, I think he's saying that what that means, Chris, is you always live in the shadow of your father until they're gone. And then you become your own man.
Part of that rite of passage, I'll just speak to my experience from a silver spoon baby, was when I was in college learning everything that I'm going to get. I learned it before college was coming from privilege, you're not guaranteed to have privilege as yourself. You're guaranteed to get what your dad.
You have an opportunity.
You will have an easier opportunity. You will have resources.
You're only safe in baseball.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, when I was in college, it dawned on me. I'm like, I have to hustle. I can't get. My dad's not gonna be able to get me a job in IT. He's not gonna be able to get me a promotion in IT or something. I have to hustle. He's not gonna be able to get that. But what he did do is allowed me to be able to get to college full, not have to worry about scholarships, not have to worry about resources, stuff like that. That's a huge lift.
No, but Chris, all he did was give you a rite of passage, meaning I can say if I was a young kid, I say I can't kill that deer for you. All I can do is give you the skills to do it yourself. And that's what your dad did. He gave you the skills and put you in a position so that you could succeed.
Well, can we say the same thing that the mom's doing the same thing if she raises the son?
A lot of them don't.
At times, but sometimes there is a woman warrior who will give you that rite of passage, and that's okay too, and that's life, based on how life works.
Can you
every 24 hours
a warrior would give to a man to make him give him the rite of passage? What warrior woman? What would that be? What would that look like? Give us a picture of that.
Well, Harriet Tubman.
Oh, we going way back.
Yeah. Way back. I can give you an anecdote.
I'm that way back, you homie. I'm that way back guy.
I can give you an anecdotal experience. My late maternal grandmother,
my grandmother's father,
when we were probably 8 and younger, she built our self-confidence to not let the world beat it down and make us feel confident in ourselves. That's where I think a lot of the kids across all generations are kind of getting lost. Is like they don't really have high self-confidence. Mine is, y'all saw, I'm gonna follow what I want. I'm going to pursue what I want. I'm not going to let some other person tell me I don't deserve it. I'm not going to let someone else tell me that it's a waste of my time. I want what I want, and I'm going to go after it. So it might not have worked this time, but when I find the person who's on the same time frame, who's not playing around about me, it's going to work. And it's going to work because I got myself to a place where I'm not playing around and dating at all. The older Chris, I was just like the married woman. I was here for a fun time. The problem is the people, when they see something in dating, that is rare or is of value, they want to snatch you off the shore, like they want to snatch you off the shelf like a doorbuster. The problem is in 2021, I wasn't ready to. They got me off the shelf, but I didn't have much to bring besides fun. I couldn't give you the monogamy. I couldn't give you the commitment. I couldn't give you and show up 100%. Not.
Well, that's because you haven't found yourself yet, Chris.
Well,
and
no, as I said,
being alone, as a little bit of loneliness will help you with that.
As I said,
I gotta say, I've lost and I've won in love.
As I said,
I've won and I've lost.
I think it was Richard Pryor that said something like that. Like, you don't become a man until, all that hurting goes. So you can.
You heard me?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, listen, man, you gotta hurt.
What I'm saying is, yeah, I agree with you have to hurt. What I'm saying is everybody
gotta feel it.
Everybody who's going through a divorce has a journey. And I have gone on my journey almost 3 years. Married woman is, hers is just beginning. And it takes different experiences. You have to face the path to getting back to remarriage is facing yourself and facing your flaws. I'm continuing to do that.
But Chris, we told you that was not your journey to take with her. That's what we kept trying to say. That was her journey, not your journey.
Yeah. You were her journey.
You keep saying it like, oh, she's going through this journey and she's going through that, and I went through it. That's her journey to go through, and you kept trying to go through it with her.
No, but what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to say, Fearless, is her journey is going to. Who knows how long it's going to take for her to get remarried or whatever.
Exactly, and it wasn't for you. It wasn't. You kept saying it was necessary for her to wait to go through her journey, and we kept saying no. That's not your responsibility to wait. She needs to go through her journey, and you need to go through yours.
I agree with you, but with a caveat. I'm saying, now that I learned that we were not compatible on the thing that was a non-negotiable for me, and I learned it at the last second, I agree with you on that. I'm not saying when I first met her, just even when before we connected, I said, "Oh, she's going through a divorce. I know what she's going through. I just want to be a good friend. I just want to help her maybe see that there's some great people out here and just get to maybe only finish." And I said, I just want to kind of casually date and just get to know her. And then when I got to know her, I was like, I think I see some potential.
That's the caveat.
But let me finish. I didn't realize this person might not be ready. This person might change their mind. I am not prepared, and I don't want to, and I'm not going to, Fearless and Ronan, be on her. I'm no longer on her journey. I was on her journey for a year. Her journey might be 3, 4, 5 years. My journey is 3 years come the end of this month. Not everybody that I've dated is still on my journey. And that's what they affected it. They affected it in a positive way.
I think what happened is, and maybe you had some discord for Ronan and I, and you, because of that discord, you didn't listen to the message. You were mad at the messenger and failed to listen to.
No. Let me interrupt real quick.
But I say that I think that's what happened because
you pressed me, Fearless, to have a conversation before New Year's. I followed that. I listened to that and it stuck in my head. And I said, you know what? I don't want to have that conversation, but you know what? It is kind of. I think it is work. It is necessary. I think it's good information to know. And when I asked that, I got the information I needed to know, and I made a decision from that immediately.
Chris, do you have Amazon Prime?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be waiting for my Christmas present since I helped you out, brother. My Christmas present.
But okay, maybe. Yeah, I'll think about it.
But I think the rites of passage, Chris, is everyone on the panel seeing what you couldn't see.
Right.
And I think you became blinded to it. And I think sometimes you have to step back and say, man, maybe, and that's what I meant when I said Travis Hunter. There's a lot of people can see what he can't see. And they're not giving him bad advice. They're just saying, hey, man, we see something you don't.
Right.
And that's all we tried to tell you.
All I'm trying to say is,
the one thing about advice when you're talking to grown people is they don't listen.
Yeah.
And you might have the best plan and the best layout for how they can live their lives. What makes these type of forums beautiful is we get to express our own experiences and share with people who may agree with us or don't. But you're right. In the end, you have your experience and you're right in your experience. Other people might not be on the same page. That's okay. But We're trying to help you, Chris. It is our goal. And you keep using this word caveat, so I had to look it up.
Yeah.
A caveat is a warning. When someone adds a caveat to something, they're telling you to beware. Maybe what they're telling you comes with certain conditions, or maybe there's something dangerous lurking.
Yeah.
So get rid of your caveats.
What I'm similar to what
They're complicated.
Similar to what
Get rid of your conditions about your relationship status. Get rid of all of that bullshit. If you want somebody in your life, you're going to accept them with their luggage, with their baggage, or not.
Yeah, I mean,
all of my life has been that, and I dated lots of different girls.
Right.
And I understand that if I accept you into my crib alone, let you come spend the weekend with me, I might have my caveats, but I might have to throw them out the window, depending on how I made my choice.
Yeah.
My choice, my decision to let you come into my home, my decision to let you come into my space, my life, my circle of influence. If I take you to a pool hall meeting and we're shooting pool, those are all your conscious decisions. They're all within your ability to control what happens after those decisions. And what I think I hear a lot from Chris and a lot of people dating, including Austin Hollerman type dudes, is you're making the wrong decisions about your heart.
Yeah.
We're men. I think Ronan and Fearless have expressed the fact that we don't live off our heart. We don't live off our feelings.
I don't know. I don't like that.
We have feelings, but don't just live off your feelings as a man.
Correct.
You got to live off your logic as well. You got to live off the fact that you understand how things work in the world, what leadership is about. So you don't ever want to be in a position where you are behind the 8 ball. Sorry, guys.
And I think that's what I was referring to, Richard, when we were talking about women can't see, because my wife would have made a decision based on her emotion, and I had to make the decision based on logic.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
I think
because that's what men do.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I hear it. I hear it. What I'm trying to say is this: I appreciate the insights, the advice, things like that. I think that it's a very fine line, guys, when you're not dating someone who's malicious, you're not dating someone who's physically hurting you. You are enjoying that time, and sometimes those experiences, it's almost like telling someone you shouldn't major in this, you should major in that. They sometimes have to hit that wall to say, you know what, this is a dead end. This is not going to go. This is not really the thing that's best for me. And you have to kind of pivot. So like I dated the married woman. And as soon as I got the information, I was kind of like, okay, this is not the path forward anymore. How, and then talking to friends the next day, I was like, okay, it ends now. Like we're not keeping her in my life as a person that we're going to hang out with anymore.
So, Chris, what's your corrective adjustment now that you've done this?
Yeah,
you've gone 11 months.
Mm-hmm.
You don't like Fearless's 3-date rule. What's your time limit?
It's a good point, and I think I tried to say it before you came. I said now dating. One of the benefits of dating the married woman was, I was a person that used to just try to enjoy, just court and have fun and try to give high effort.
I said use court and a married woman at the same time because
whatever. We know this is a person going through a divorce. Let's there's definitely a gray area that you can do that. It's fine, and she's in that gray area. I was in it too. It's over. It's done. It's dead. But what I was trying to say is that if I told someone, I told you all on the stream, y'all weren't in your own stream. I said, let's say if I'd never dated the married woman and I dated someone who was ready to, who was not married, or they were married and they were divorced and they were ready to get married and they were ready to take it very seriously, I would not have built the skill to say why we need to have these conversations, why, on a timely basis, and why we need to advocate for our needs getting met. This is the first person I dated. She's a great woman, but I think there was kind of some chemistry challenges. And this is the first person I dated where affection was was awkward on both sides. Needs were not getting met definitely on both sides. So I have to make those adjustments. But to your questions directly, now as after dating the married woman, it's going to be, one, I'm not dating any more people going into a divorce. That's not happening again.
Congratulations.
Two every 2, 4, 5, 6, 3, 6, 9, 12. If I see energy change in between those periods, we're going to have a conversation. And like I said, I'm typically kind of like a conflict avoidant person.
So every 2 months is your number.
No. Within those periods, let's just take the time frames out of it. If there's any period where I see the energy,
but we can't, because if you're dating with a purpose, you are on a timetable.
No, what I'm trying to say is like, you're right. When you first meet, like when I met the married woman, we talked. We both wanted. She had a kid. She understood exactly how I felt about wanting a family. She understood that. She said, "I'm willing to adopt. I'm willing to surrogate." Where I think I started seeing it go off the rails was when I started doing the homework on adoption. It's like 40 to 70 grand, and it's going to get more expensive. And I was like, that's kind of a little bit of a barrier. But the thing is, I'm gonna talk more. The hard thing about it, Ronan, is when you first start dating people, you can't just put something in a box and say, hey, by 2 years we need to be married and have a kid. You can't necessarily lock that down. What if that person's time frame is 3?
Then it's not your time frame. Why do you keep
Well,
consolidating and
accounting
conceding to somebody else's time frame, man?
You keep adjusting for them.
Correct.
And you're not adjusting for your own purpose.
Exactly.
If they don't fit within your parameters, you just move on. There are more fish in the sea. Why are you wasting your time with the one that does not fit the parameter that you're looking for?
All I'm trying to say, and I hear what y'all saying, I agree with it to an extent. I'm saying that if I get along with that person, I think the problem with the married woman was our time frames were planets apart. They weren't close. And then at the very last minute, we learned some non-negotiables were now, not in sync too. So going forward, like I do it when I first started dating people, do you want kids? Now, like my therapist was saying, hey, if a woman says she's willing to adopt, that doesn't necessarily mean she wants to. I'm going to be drilling into that. And I'm going to say, do you really want to do that, or are you just willing? When I got the sense on like my on again, off again, she said, I'm willing to adopt. She said it maybe a week or two ago. She's like, I'm willing to adopt. Let's just adopt a kid who's like 5 or older or whatever. I said, I'm going to need you to really actually want to do that for instead of just be willing or whatever. But like I said, I'm going to talk about some time frames, but like, I do want things to be organic. Like what I was saying hours ago, I said, if the married woman needed 2 years, I was willing to wait as long as my needs were getting met, as long as we had the same goals in mind. It's just that kind of like what you were saying to an extent, it became like an inception of waiting, because she needs to wait till the divorce is final. She needs to wait to vet. She needs to wait to, she's not in a rush to get remarried. It was just a little bit too far apart. But what I'm trying to say too is both people have their demands, and some compromise sometimes has to give. Now, y'all right. I don't have to compromise on anything. But if I want something with a certain person, there might need to be a 10 or 20% compromise. It might mean my brother, he's dating a woman. He wanted to stay in St. Louis. And this is how I know it's serious. He's moving to LA. He's looking for jobs, and he's a doctor. He's about to move to LA. She didn't want to. Whoa. Because as I was talking to my mom, a lot of times in marriage, the woman's going to have the home base. Wherever her family is, is where she's probably settling down.
Is that where her family's from? Is LA?
Yeah, it is.
No, because if you come from a place where you would be, not to put a religion in anything, it always says the woman leaves her house to come to your house. So that's how it should be. You know, there's men that have crossed seas back in the day to go places, and that's what we do. We go other places, and our family has to follow. So it's not following them because of the home base. Your wife should be following you to set up, because now the family is what you have. That's your family now.
Now, do they have children or something?
No, they don't. They've just been dating for. I feel like they've been dating for like a good, at least a year and a half or so, and it's serious.
Because I could see if she was moving towards the family because she's looking for support because they were having children, and maybe she worked and she'd rather have somebody in the family.
Part of the factor is she has older parents and she needs to be there to like make sure they're okay,
well,
take care of them, stuff like that. But what I'm trying to say is this: I can't just. There will be some compromise. In terms of the time frames, sometimes or some of the things that you want. Like yes, you're right. I could just be stern and say I'm not budging on anything.
Well, nobody says you have to be rigid about your requirements. Of course, there has to be some compromise. What we're saying is you got to stay on task, and if she's taking you too far out of that task of what you want, then it's just bad timing. Maybe she could be the right person. It's just bad timing.
I agree with this, and I think that was like the case with the married woman. At the longer I started dating her, is things became more complex. If adopting a kid was like adopting a dog at the pound and it's just free, you show up listen, things might be a little bit closer, but it's not like that. But like I agree, and like I said, it's a life lesson. Like I said, the married woman's a great person. It's just we weren't all the way compatible with certain things, life, the goals, the time, most of the timing. But that's going to get tuned up. And one of the things I tuned up, I think even just dating the married woman, was by the time I started dating the married woman, I was like, I'm no longer dating women who don't want to have kids. I tried that. I have that. I've met a beautiful person who's the prototype of, if I don't want to have kids, I could be with her and I know I could be happy, but I'm not going to deal with the women who I got kids. They're extremely attractive, but they say, I got a kid, I don't want any kids. They're extremely attractive. I don't have kids, I don't want kids. I'm not dating them. They're filtered out.
That's what we told. We said you're gonna need
life lessons here, and that's great.
Yeah.
No, but I was already doing
somebody either in their late 20s, early 30s, have not had a child, and they're at the point where they're saying, my biological clock is ticking, and I am on the same page as you. I mean, I'm determined. I'm ready to have a child. I'm ready to meet that man, and I'm not playing any games.
Right.
That's why we told you got to date a little bit younger.
I'm going to date a little bit younger. That's going to be the base. But if I meet someone who is older than 35, 36 to 39 or whatever, and they are not playing either, if it's the right person, they might be the Willy Wonka. They might get that Willy Wonka ticket. They might get in.
Here's the thing: with your comfort level and what you're comfortable with doing, you're going to defer to the older person first.
Yep, probably. I mean, I'll tell you this right now: it depends on who gets there first. If I find that younger woman and things are hitting it off, then everyone else isn't going to be able to get in. But if I go out to a mixer and I find that person who, we have a lot in common. She's trying to have a kid. She's 39 or 38 or whatever the heck, and she wants to have a kid, and we just get along. We have so much in common. Yeah, go ahead.
Let me say this, and you know this from looking at all these passport bros and everything else.
Yeah,
you go where you're comfortable.
Right.
Me and Fearless always say, if you're going to go overseas, you might as well go overseas and see the best of what it has to offer.
Right.
A lot of these guys are going down in the hood. They're dating bottom line chicks. Right. They're looking for these discounts. They're functioning like they're still here in America. And this is what I'm saying about your mentality. You're going to go where you're comfortable. You're comfortable with the 30-somethings. You're not so comfortable with dating somebody maybe late 20s.
I'm changing
early 30s.
I'm changing that.
So yeah, you gotta move your comfort zone over to where even if a 30-something, older 30-something, early 40s says something to you, that's not the table you need to be in.
Well, I hear you on that.
especially if you're focused on wanting to have a child at a certain age before, like you said, you become a grandfather dad, which you ever get against, which I have no problems with.
Well,
but you do.
Grandfather dad, that's a hashtag. But I'm saying this, Ronan, the key, what I'm looking for is someone who's not playing around with those intentions, whether they're 35 and below, whether they're 35 to 39 or whatever, or 40. If they say, I'm not playing around about you, I'm not playing around about,
But can they give you a child?
People can have children at 37 to 39 and stuff like that.
Are you willing to risk it?
You already know the answer to that.
Chris, I know you want you probably a black woman, but the Latinas in their society, they like to have children rather on the younger side.
Who does?
The Latina community. Yeah. To them, when you 30 and not have a child, that's old.
Mm.
So the women there just believe in family and having family first. So you may have to.
But he's not going there. He's going to be in America, but at the same
time,
and
black. I'm dating. I date exclusively black.
Oh, you do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's not that I'm not attracted. I'm attracted to every single woman, but type of woman. But I'm there's just so many great, attractive black women.
I mean, you're in the Mecca. You're in Atlanta. It's not like you have a lack of choice.
Yeah. But yeah, it's gonna figure itself out. No, I'm changing. I'm growing every single year. The thing is, the situation that happened with a married woman won't happen again, regardless of her age, regardless of the circumstance. I have to advocate and make sure that the time frames are aligning, the intentions are aligning, and now that I'm at a stage where I'm not playing around with dating, and like I said, people say, well, why would you date the married woman in a monogamous way when she was not doing to you, and you had the green light, the hall pass to do the same? Is because it might be preparing me to find the person who's ready to date monogamously, and then I can do it. Now I've done it in practice. Now I can continue to do it. Now it can be a standard. It can be a mainstay. So I'm going to be fine. I'm going to be perfectly fine.
But honestly, Chris, were you ever the guy to date 3 and 4 chicks at the same time? I don't think you strike me as that kind of guy.
Let's have that conversation. I was going bonkers. I was going cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs when I got out of
your cuckoo versus somebody else's cuckoo could be totally different.
Yeah, it's not the same.
I'm not saying
dating isn't just talking to somebody on the phone. We you smashing 3 chicks at the same time.
Wow. Okay. Y'all are gonna ruin my YouTube career, but let's go into it. So I did not do 3 at the same time. I have done 2.
Okay.
But I told y'all last episode that when I first started dating, there was this. I called it the stack. I had I said 5 at the time. I was talking and going on dates with 5. It was much more than that. It probably ballooned up to like 8, 9. And what was I gonna say about that? And they all knew it too. Like I was like, yeah,
that's the only way to have it. You need to let them know.
Like, y'all know. I'm dating multiple people. One of them, I went home to St. Louis and dated her for a month. But the bottom line was, I struggled. I was saying it earlier in the stream. Felix was like, how could you struggle with this? This was never your life. And it's because I was dealing with something that I could not handle the power. You become egotistical. You become like these women. When I'm talking about, like, when you have,
do you know how much power you have with being in a military in a uniform?
I couldn't know. I have no idea.
Believe me, you can't beat them off with a stick.
Yeah.
Well, Chris, with great power comes great responsibility.
And now I'm saying, Fearless, I agree with you. And I'm saying now I know how to wield it. Like I said, you think you're going to put the Infinity Gauntlet on and you're going to just, I'm just going to be a regular person with stones. No. You are going to be consumed with power. You're going to be abusing power. It's going to change you. You're not going to be the best version of yourself. It's going to be hard to wield it at first. It took me practice. And now I had to, and part of it was the discipline. Is now that I realize, just date one woman at a time. As much temptation as there is, it's going to cause collateral damage. It's going to make things harder to choose. It's going to be harder to settle down. If you want to reach your goals.
Chris, how many times you get hit on when you had that wedding ring on?
None. Because I'll tell you why. I kind of come off with this like resting bitch face demeanor, and and I wasn't really. I'm also not aggressive with them either. I'm not hitting on them either. Like I told you, like it wasn't until I got divorced I really understood the female gaze. I didn't understand. I wasn't really understanding the looks and what that meant. Nobody, and like I said, when I was in the office, nobody was hitting on me. Like they might talk to me, we were friends and stuff like that, but no one was disrespectful. Nobody, tried to cross that line. I wasn't also extremely social either, and I wasn't put. Now, if I was to that point, something might have happened. But like I said, I was married 13 years, never cheated, never wanted to. Did I IG creep? Yeah, but I never took it beyond that. But I'm just saying. No, like now I could go on Bumble. There's probably like 400, 500. I could go on Hinge. There's probably down to 200. But I'm just saying, it's coming from being a monogamous person, serial monogamous, to like now having options. It's hard to kind of deal with all of that, and it's intoxicating. Like when Flint says, "I got 5,000 numbers," I kind of get it to an extent because getting access to beautiful women, it's intoxicating. At least I can accept that. I can agree with that. And I've had to tone it down. But listen, like I said, like I'm gonna be perfectly fine. I want the right things. I'm already saying, like, straight out the gate, I'm like, I want to be remarried. I'm trying to get myself back to doing that. I'm not like one of these guys. I'm gonna play the field and I'm gonna just possibly I'll think about it. I'll get around to it. No, I'm telling y'all, I want to start a family. I want to get remarried. I'm trying to be a little bit patient with it. And there's plenty of Black women out there. I'm gonna be perfectly fine, but this might not be the last lesson I learn. It might not be, but to go back to Fios's point, because he said this woman was not part of your journey. You should never stay as long. Blah, blah, blah. The beauty thing about me is that if I go to the tape, if I make a mistake, if I fumble, if I blow the game for the team, I'm gonna eat that pain, and I'm gonna make sure that doesn't happen again. I'm gonna make sure I'm gonna remember that feeling. I'm gonna download that feeling and say, I don't want to ever feel like this ever again. And what changes do I need to make sure I never see this again? Because if I don't change anything, I'm gonna see this again. So I'm going to make changes. I'm still gonna probably live my life out loud in public so that I could, because I think I find it to be therapeutic. It helps with that process of eating those L's and the W's. So it's like I'm gonna be fine. I'm gonna be perfectly fine. I said earlier on the stream, as long as something catastrophic doesn't happen to me, as long as I'm physically able and and everything's okay and nothing drastically changes with me, I'll be fine. Like now it's a battle, Fearless and Ronin, of do I settle? Because if I want to settle, I can have a wife tomorrow. I can have a baby tomorrow. I'm not trying to settle. I'm trying to say, you know what? We had a baddie in St. Louis. We can find another baddie. We want a certain type of woman. What do I have to do to kind of get that woman? Because like I said, I could settle. I got plenty of women that are of that age that I'm not attracted to on Bumble right now. I could swipe on them right now. I don't want to, because I want to get someone that's not playing around with me, that is also attractive, that also finds me attractive. And then there's chemistry on top of that. There's challenges on the chemistry on top of that. So it's like dating it's not hard to get dates. It's hard to, that chemistry is not a guarantee. Like we were talking earlier, and I want to get y'all's opinion. They were like, you guys live in the same city. You should take Maya out. And I'm like, I'd love to take Maya out for drinks, but I don't think I don't think we're each other's type. She's probably attractive.
But she said something like I don't think she's interested in really having kids. Let me take that back. I think she said she would have kids, but not really have the responsibility of the child.
Yeah, she doesn't. It's not her kid. And I get it. She's willing to have a kid for someone, for the right person, but it's not going to be considered her kid. If they were to break up, blah, blah, blah. I get it. I understand it. But like I said, like, I don't think her and I would be a right match. But I would go out. I'd take her on a date. Maya, if you listen.
But I think she would be the type of person who would, man, excuse this word, like you're in the meantime, meaning you say, hey, I can go out, I can be with you, with the understanding if you met the person you would want to be with, there would be no ill will. Like she wouldn't say, "Oh, you met somebody else," or something like that. I don't think that would be it. I don't think that to go back. I don't think that would be what you're looking for, because you can easily go have a child with someone. I think you're looking to have a family to grow up with.
I could do that too if I want to get someone who I don't find attractive, that I'm the baddie in the relationship. I could get that done right now.
That's what I mean. You want to have something a little more sincere, and the only advice I would give is, from my observation, I think you tiptoed around a lot of the hard conversations where it's like where you really didn't want the answer, and I think in the future you can't do that. I think women respect.
I don't think he didn't want to answer. I think he knew what the answer would be, and he wasn't looking forward.
You knew the answer, you just didn't want to hear the answer. I agree.
I think he's smarter than that. I think
there's truth to that. I think like I said, I'm naturally conflict averse. I avoidant, I guess. I would wait till something is like really broken to maybe to really have that conversation. I just thought things were okay. I thought things were on the up and up. And when I got concerned, I avoided having that conversation because I thought I could effort my way past it or whatever. I know now, no, just have the conversation. It might not be what you want to hear, but it's going to maybe help you. It's going to give you the clarity of what you need to know to make the right decision and whatever. But like I said, I think I'll be fine. I no, Bacchus, I don't think placeholder. I think that the married woman and I think maybe he's talking about Maya and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I don't want to use a woman as a placeholder. Like let's talk about that. Like I said, I had the New Year's Eve teed up. Like if y'all ever went to Top Golf or played golf and had a ball on a tee, like romantic New Year's Eve teed up. I could have just taken a one wood out and smashed, and I was just like, no, because.
But that's good. You would have entered. I mean, the good thing is here, I think anytime the new year starts, you need to be mentally cleansed and focused. And if you would have gone there and it would have done it, it would have messed up your whole 2025. So at least now you have some time to take some steps back, get that out your system, and move into the new year with a clean slate.
Yeah,
so I think you needed that.
I need to make room for the right woman, because the married woman, you probably heard it when I was saying, she was like, hey, I want you to find your person. You're going to need to date younger. In the meantime, you can continue to date me. And I was like, that sounds great. We have great dates. But I was just like, it's going to.
Tell her this. Tell her, hey, I'm here. Tell her she spend the money and take you out. You'll go out with her. You just don't want to spend the money no more.
Right. Or at least we go Dutch.
Exactly.
At this point, if we not hitting it, I don't need to spend not another dime on you. I'm
correct.
good.
And that's what I was saying. I was like, hey, maybe we could keep her around if we have the right understanding. But I said, you know what? We need to I need to just free up the room and the resources and the time for the other person. It depends, Bacchus, Flary. I love me some conflict depending on what it is, but like typically I like to just try to keep it on the dating front. I like to keep it on vibes and just try and keep it on the up and up. But like this was a test that helped me understand, no, we have to, and I'm really good at it. I think when, like I said, you guys really are getting to know me. Like I'm more of like a rigid person. Now dating the married woman, we're gonna add some rigidness to this dating now. We're gonna start having some conversations. We're gonna have some people getting cut if they're not performing. People might have to get pipped. I don't know what's gonna happen, but
I put something in the chat for you, and it was from a song. Don't let what happened in the past hurt your future. Yeah. And just because that happened with the lady, the married woman, and I even tell women that when I talk to women, and I say that was that guy. Don't let how that guy treated you affect how you treat me. Yeah. And that should be the same going forward with you. You shouldn't have let that experience change you. You should move in a different way, but don't be like, oh, I need to be this person. If you're a nice guy, you're a nice guy. Yeah. You just need to be a nice guy for the right woman.
Yeah, and that's why I said I'm going to do that, but still I can't let 3-4+ months go without having conversations and checking in. So I'm not going to.
You just need to be a little more direct and a little more blunt.
Yeah. That's and Chris, why was y'all going so long with
You can ask whatever you want.
What you were saying, there was months or that you would go by, because in my opinion, if you are dating someone, your dating becomes more frequent, not less frequent.
Well, she has a kid, so she had mommy duty every other week. So I couldn't really see her every week. I had to see her every other week, and I think the problem is that. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm just saying there should be a level of intensity growing.
I agree with
like
you.
you're stoking the flame,
right?
And on site, literally. By the time you get to a certain level, it should be on site.
Right.
Shouldn't be no discussion. Clothes are flying off.
Yeah.
Y'all head into a room, and then it's like y'all have a conversation after that's over with.
Well, I'll say this. First and foremost, I would never treat Maya like that. But
we're not talking about any specific.
I know, but I'm saying to Bacchus's point, but I'm saying to your point, I get that, and that's what typically it has been for other relationships. I think every other relationship has been like that. Like an ex came back, that we had only dated 2.5 months. Like we started dating November through December, broke up, and then she came back.
A little look. That's all it takes.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, I did the last ex I had. We maybe dated like 2 or 3 months. She came back in August. It didn't take but like a couple weeks, and you can use your imagination what happened.
Right.
All I'm trying to say is, I understand that if a woman comes into my life and says, "Hey, I need you to be patient for the physical," that's fine. I can understand that, but the whole kit and caboodle can't go. The intensity has to be an emotional too. It's got to be a friend. We got to be bonding. And I think I kind of didn't realize it until late in the game, because one, I do this YouTube. I get a little bit of attention here. It's taking some of my time away. I have friends. I have other things that I'm doing. I might have been getting attention from the exes that were orbiting, and I didn't realize. I was starting to realize over time my needs are not getting met. After a certain point, I was realizing, as her energy started to go down and down and down, I was like, oh my God, my needs aren't getting met. And I was getting them met from other people. And I think I started to make excuses for it. So like, I remember y'all weren't here, but I was saying that same ex that came back, I told her what I was going through. And she was like, you need to call her up. I told her, I said, hey, can you talk? It's kind of important. And she called me up on my birthday and she said, are you okay? And I was like, what do you mean? I'm like, yeah. I'm like, and she was like, I saw your text. And I was like, what did I say? And I looked at it and I was like, oh shoot, I was going to tell you, but I shouldn't be telling you this. You're my ex. And she's like, no, tell me. And I told her what I was going through. And she was like, you need to call her up and break up with her right now on my birthday, because we had a birthday brunch. And I was like, all right. And then I call her, and then I was like, I hear her like sweet voice, and I'm like, I can't do this. I can't do this. Not right now. If I had a little bit more runway, maybe, but like, I can't do this on the spot. And we met up, and she said, how'd the call go? And I said, I couldn't do it. And she said, you haven't changed. So it's not that there weren't times where I was like, I think I should end this. It's just that the dates were so good.
But just to let you know, I know you say that, but that's where guys have fallen into, where we say, man, they get hypnotized by the girl's loving, and then they wake up, a year later and find out that's not the woman. And BBD, you never trust a big button to smile. Yeah. And that big button to smile have taken a lot of men under.
Well, I'll say this. How I want to say it. It's like, we had great dates. I think I always wanted to see what could this possibly be. And we never got to that, but it's like, for different factors and reasons, not just the physical, but it's just like, I have to, in the future, not get so captivated by, hey, what could something be, knowing that I'm not getting my needs met. If my needs are getting met, okay, maybe proceed and have some conversations. But next time, if my needs are not getting met, and I'm not necessarily meaning sexually, I need to see it for what it is, and realize it should be. We need to have a conversation and figure out, why is it this way? Because this is not, my needs are not getting met. But like I said, it's a lesson learned. Like I said, I don't think she's a bad person. I just think both her and I, she was in a unique situation, and it was more so about my other needs, not just the physical, were not getting met. And I was trying to force my way out of that by effort and saying, we'll rise above this. And we didn't.
With Chris, I know you wear glasses, my brother. I know you wear glasses. But sometimes I think you have those rose-colored glasses on. Mm-hmm. Example. You spend a lot of money and a lot of time with this girl.
Right.
And you said, oh, yeah, she bought me a little something for my housewarming gift. Mm-hmm. And the way we looked at it was, yeah, she should have. Matter of fact, she should have been over your house over there cooking on your first day. Those, you took it as this little gift meant a lot. And we were saying, brother, that was the easiest thing that was the minimal she should have done.
I'll agree with you. And let's be clear here, Fearless. I have to run interference. I can't just be on these podcasts shitting on the person I'm dating and trying to.
Oh, I understand. We just was trying to say, man, you deserved more. And it seemed like every time somebody said it, you made excuses like they're doing a lot. And we're like, they're not really doing a lot.
I'm just saying, I have to, just like when you're in a marriage, I can't just go shit on my spouse to my friends and family and then say, hey guys, everything's good the next week, or hey, don't worry about it, everything's okay. I didn't do any shit. I didn't change anything. Everything's okay now. So what I'm saying is I'm trying to handle some stuff behind the scenes, but I was trying to be very hopeful. So that's the rose-colored glasses. I get it. But what I'm trying to say is I still stand by the housewarming gift. She was trying back then. And I think after a while, she wasn't getting her needs met and she pulled her energy back. And then I agree with you.
What you keep saying she wasn't getting her needs met.
Yeah.
And from your conversations, you were taking her out, you were spending money. What needs were not being met?
I think that just like
on your end, because it seemed like you were doing it on your end.
Well, I did the dates, and that's not the whole package. I challenge anybody in Atlanta to be courting a woman better than I was doing it this year. But what I'm trying to say is we barely talked on the phone, and that I had to realize that cannot happen again. I got too comfortable thinking, oh, we have great dates, we have great chemistry on the dates, we're moving things along, things will move. Eventually, she's going to say, hey, she said, I want a boyfriend. I was just waiting for that conversation to happen, come spin the block again. It didn't. So I agree with you. Like the effort needs to be matched. And that's why I said, like, if it's not, I need to have those conversations and say, my needs aren't getting met. If this is what, and I remember I went on one date with her and I said, what does the next level look like? And I was trying to basically get to that through a conversation and say, if your effort is the same way as it is now on the next level, this isn't going to work for me. But I agree with you. It's just like I need to advocate more for my needs. Like I said, I stand by it. Like the housewarming gift, I think it was her energy back then was really great. It was great, and then it just pulled back and it went to zero. And I was like, what the hell is going on?
But why? I guess I'm trying to find out where the disconnect is. You guys live in the same city.
Yeah.
She doesn't have her child for a week. That means during that week, y'all should have been connecting basically 3-4 days, at least on the weekend. Maybe one day during the week, and then on Saturday every week. So where was the connect where you guys weren't conversing?
I think that, like I said, it's a two-way street. Like I remember when we last time I talked to her about like, hey, what are the state of things? It was July 4th. We had a great date. She mentioned to me, hey, one of the things I would like, one of the feedback was, hey, you should call more. I dropped the ball. I fumble Rooski. I didn't do it. And then that became a pattern. And I got comfortable with it. Weeks turned to months. Months turned to several months. Oh, and then I started getting concerned. And I said, okay, let me make a call and do that every week or whatever the heck. But it was probably too late anyway. But it's just like, I agree with what you're saying. But like some people might not have all the time. They might be socialites. They might be dating other people. I agree. But what you're saying is true. On the other relationships, if we isolate the married woman out of it, yeah. Like my on-again, off-again ex, there'd be many times where I was over her house 4 or 5 nights a week. My last ex, we went on like 2 or 3 dates a week. And then
how did you feel comfortable enough not to talk to her that much? Because the way you talked to us was this is my girl, we doing this.
Yeah.
Why did you get to the point where you felt comfortable enough that you didn't need to talk to her as much?
I felt like, I'll be honest with you. There's a couple things. I felt like I was in pole position. I think, as Dion said before they got smacked by Kansas, they got too ahead of themselves. I think I got a little too ahead of myself. I said, I'm in the lead. I'm what's Usain Bolt in this? I got a whole lap lead. Like, I got some slack. I felt comfortable. I felt like if
but was she seeing any other guys?
The understanding was like we were able to see other people, but I think up until a certain point, I don't think she was. And I felt, hey, if there was a problem, if her needs weren't getting met, if there was a glaring issue, she's going to bring it to me. I got too comfortable.
Did you ever tell her you were being exclusive to her at any point in time?
She definitely knew that after a certain point. It's hard to, it's a great question to ask. I just don't remember how it all played out. But like, I think she knew, specifically after a certain point, specifically after the 7 months, she was like, hey, how was this, the celibacy? And I was like, it was horrible. I don't want to ever do it again, but I did grow and I did learn. I did turn something out. I did make some lemonade out of these lemons. I didn't say that, but I'm just saying, I'm paraphrasing. But I'm saying, I think after a certain point, I just don't remember what point. I think she knew. I just don't remember it anymore right now.
Now, did you ever ask her, was she celibate?
Exactly.
Let's be very clear here. Let's be clear. Let's have this conversation. She's going through a divorce. She deserves to have her own fun. Part of me doesn't want to know how the sausage is made. Let's be clear about that. But on the second one, we did have a conversation where she said, and we don't know if this is true or not. I'm gullible. I like to believe what people say. She said, I've had my fun. All my girls are telling me to have a hoe phase. I did that, or I had my fun in my 30s or my 20s, my college days. At my age now, that's not cute anymore. So what was conveyed to me was we were both going through the same experience, whether you want to believe it or not. And
but she didn't outright admit to anything or deny. No plausible deniability here.
At the end of the day, people who don't want to tell you the truth, you'll never know unless you have a private investigator. But like I said, for what I was told, no, nothing. She was dating other people, and I'm sure their effort wasn't my level. You go ahead.
Right. So, okay, their effort might not have been to your level and right. The extremes that you went through with her right. to show her how much you were going to be dedicated to her.
Right.
Okay. But if there were other men, do you think they would have waited as long as you?
Oh, absolutely
without
not.
pressing that issue?
Absolutely not.
So how do you know other men that she was dating, they didn't?
And then also what we found in one of our lives, that there's some men that don't give any effort and get all the reward.
Well, I agree with you on that, Fearless. But the thing is, I can't be mad at that because, like I said, I go back to it. She's going through a divorce. She deserves to have her fun. Two.
But so do you. You were withholding having your fun.
I agree with you. But I don't deserve anything that she doesn't also mutually feel like I deserve. So I'm saying I can't say, oh, I've been here earlier than Ronan, so I should be able to be intimate first. No, like if Ronan beat me out, he beat me out. I'm just saying.
But that's when you should have laid down the law. And I remember I said it looks like you maybe the conflict or something. I'm trying to say this in a good positive way, but we've said it before. Where you are paying for the dates,
right?
You're paying for dinner, and somebody else is getting dessert.
Mm-hmm.
And that should never happen, man. You should never be the person who is out there taking care of the woman only for somebody else to reap the reward.
But here's the thing, Fearless, and I agree with you, but here's the deal. What you're talking about is a specific pedigree of woman, because there are some women, like Angie was trying to say on the previous live, like, hey, some women do recognize that if you're courting them a certain type of way, you're taking them on certain types of dates, they understand what the deal is and they're not gonna abuse that. But some women will, and that's what y'all speak to. What I'm trying to say is that I'm trying to lose my thought.
Never take advice from a woman on dating, man.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Because this is what happens. What women tell you what they want and what women actually want are two different things.
Well, I'll say this, Fearless. I know the homework that I have to take away from the married woman experience, and it was not all on the married woman. But I'll say this: I agree with you on this on one front. What you're speaking to is what I say: a woman can have a roster, a guy can have a roster, but you should not ask anybody on the roster to do stuff that you're not asking the person higher on the roster to do. You should not be saying, "Hey, can you take me to the Jay-Z and Beyonce retirement concert? This is their last show ever in Dubai." But then I'm 5 out of 5. You shouldn't be asking me to do that if you really want the 1 out of 1 guy. And he's saying, sorry, I can't even take you to Wingstop. You shouldn't do that. So
but here you said shouldn't do that, but they do that.
But you can't without a private investigator. I can't tell you what spot I'm at.
Chris, I just got to know.
Yeah, go for it.
This doesn't bother me.
No, go for it.
Okay, it's every other weekend for your girl. You're married lady.
Yes.
And that means no kids, no responsibilities. Y'all go out on a Friday night, say. Mm-hmm. Does she sleep over?
Okay.
Do y'all cuddle? I mean, or is she going home and you're staying at home on your own?
Yeah, I mean that like I said, that was a miss.
If you got nothing better to do, kids are gone.
No, I agree with you, Ronan. What I'm trying to say is
anything. Hey, just come on over to the house. Let's chill.
Yeah.
Take in some soft music, like the fireplace or whatever.
I agree with you. That's my style. But
especially after 4 to 5 months.
Yeah.
Nothing.
No, I agree with you, Ronan. Like what I'm trying to say is on two occasions, on two points. That's a ball that we both dropped, specifically me. But let me finish. I think this is a situation with the married woman where I gentleman my way out of it.
Goddamn way. I'm a gentleman to the nth degree.
No, I'm just saying. I'm telling you the truth. Like there's some women who will appreciate you being a gentleman, but I think one of my homework is I got to know how to be. I got to be a little bit of a gentleman and not a gentleman. That's all I'm trying to say. So I dropped the ball on not inviting her over, and the part of it was this. She was the first woman who I dated who was a non-initiator, and I'm a non-initiator. So it's like, it's awkward. The exchanges are kind of awkward. To your point, when I dated a person 2 or 3 or 4 months, if I don't invite them over to my house, they are inviting themselves over or finding a way to get over to my house. Like the ex who orbited, she was like, "Hey, how are you doing?"
Did your conversations at night ever get cerebral?
What do you mean by that?
Like she's literally getting hot and bothered.
We had
like you telling her, like you asking her those questions, like what's your fantasy? What you want to do? If I had you like this, like
what's your number? What's your record as far as how many times you've done it consecutively in one night?
Yeah, like talk nasty to her.
Listen, we had spicy conversations. I'm not saying we didn't. That's why I said like the New Year's.
How the next time y'all met, was there no spark? There was no sleepover.
Let me say something. I don't know if this was a factor, but like I told you all, she did have her fun in her 20s and she changed.
I don't give a damn about that.
Now I hear you, but everyone she is Muslim. She's kind of like Muslimish. She comes from a Muslim family. I don't know if that was an impact, but yeah, I mean it was wild to me too. Like I'll say this. I think the other thing is, besides the non-initiator, I think she might have been like the first woman I dated that didn't have like an extremely high sex drive. So that might have been one too. So like the libido.
Are you sure about that?
We had a conversation.
Had that with you.
Well, both. Hold on. Both could be true. I'm just saying. As I was telling my red pill best friend, if we're gonna be fair about this, all those possibilities have to be valid probabilities. So I'm not gonna say y'all not wrong. I'm not saying Ronan and Fearless y'all ain't wrong. Or not right. I'm just saying I could be right too. What I'm saying is this. The bottom line is, like I said, New Year's Eve, I said, hey, I'll get a nice little restaurant. Let me go get us a nice little party place. And she's like, no, I want it to be romantic. And I was like, oh, okay. So Here's Blockiest Flary. Listen, I learned this lesson. I would say this to Bacchus's point. I ran into one where this is exactly true. The other ones, it might make things awkward, but they're gonna try to like ungentleman you out of it. This one doesn't. So going back to the point is the what is this? You got another video?
And when you play that one real quick, and this is kind of what you should have what was said.
Okay, let's see.
You think I'm gonna sit on the phone with you for 8 months before you let me hit? First of all, I had one girl that was crazy in her mind. She like, okay, well, we've been talking for a few months, and I think you deserve it now because you waited long enough. Baby, you waited. I was hitting holes. You gotta realize like this. I was hitting holes until you.
Okay, so let's be very clear that that's the 2021-2023 Chris. I was like, yo, you want me to make me wait? I'm Mr. I got an X in tow. I got an X in the cut. But I was different. I showed up as a different Chris this time because I didn't want that collateral damage. Because what happens is when I'm doing that, when that woman says, hey, I want to be exclusive, I'm still cozy and I'm still emotional. I still have at the very least an emotional entanglement that I have to unwind. So, but going back to the point, like I said, balls were dropped.
But do you realize?
Nah, brother, your balls didn't drop.
Okay. That happened in puberty, so they've been dropped. Pause.
Yeah, pause. But anyway, if you had acted like old Chris with a nonchalant type attitude,
you would have had success.
Was whatever, but you already knew you were going to be hitting something else if she didn't let you hit. Then the attitude would have conveyed to her in a certain way to where she knew if she really wanted you, she was under the gun a little bit.
That happened though, Fearless and Ronan, because we went out on my birthday brunch, and we had a great brunch, and then at the end when we were doing the valet, the problem was like the affection was so awkward between us that like there would be
practice makes perfect.
Yeah, the practice was perfect, but like there would be kisses fumbled on hugs and stuff like that.
How do you fumble a kiss?
Let me
go straight in.
No, let me be clear. Because for me, we just got there would be she was giving off energy like it was almost like standoffish energy on some dates, and so my response to that was like, okay, I guess you don't really want to be kissed. So I would
make her tell you no.
Yeah.
Kiss.
But let me. Yeah, I get that. And that's what happens on other people I date. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm keying off of signs and signals that I'm seeing, and I wasn't the things that she was.
You know what the sign and the signal is?
Yeah.
The minute I get a confirmed date, you know what the first one, even on the first date.
Yeah.
She's getting kissed when I pick her up.
Okay. Well, let me go past this.
And you got to, and what you should have done, and I'm not telling you
because I'm breaking the ice right off the top.
But what you got to do is there certain, I don't want to say techniques, and I'm not trying to date, but there's certain things you do to a woman to know where she's at. For instance, you like brush behind her neck, touch her, touch her leg, and that if she is willing to do that, that lets you know she's comfortable with you touching her. That lets you know, like, oh man, I love your hair. You put your hand in her hair. Oh man, that's a pretty earring. You touch it on her ear. Things like that to test and gauge how acceptable she is for you to do it, because you just don't want to go in cold like you ain't had no kind of conversation. Yeah. That's how you warm up a woman to know if she's there, and then it doesn't feel awkward.
Yeah, and I get that. I feel like I didn't answer the original question. I'm gonna get back to that, but I feel like the miss with me and the married woman is like we needed to spend time at each other's places. That is a perfect battleground to be doing that stuff, because when you're at restaurants, you get a whole lot more cozy at home. But to go back to, I think what Ronan was asking about is like, so yeah, let me ask you this. When I had the birthday brunch, a kiss was fumbled, and that wasn't the only time kisses were fumbled, and we both kind of like left frustrated or confused or whatever the heck. But I had an ex that had orbited, and things got intimate with that ex like once or two or three times, and then we said, hey, you know what, we're just gonna be celibate too. So when me and the married woman went on that birthday brunch and we fumbled that kiss, when she went in for a kiss and I didn't realize it, and then I kind of kissed her on the cheek.
Oh God, not the cheek.
Yeah, hold up.
That's like kissing on the forehead, man.
Oh, that's a good move. I like that move. But what I'm saying is when I did fumble that kiss on the birthday, she went back to her girlfriends, and the girlfriend said, "He's fucking someone else." She wasn't wrong, but that wasn't the reason why the kiss was fumbled. She thought that the kiss was fumbled because she said he's fucking someone else. That wasn't the reason. The reason was the affection between her and I was so fucking awkward. It was.
But then why? Flag. Okay, then the question would be
red flag.
Yeah, why would you continue to date someone when it's that awkward? Because usually when you date someone and it's on, that fire is just lit.
Yeah,
you can't help yourself. It's like handsy type of.
I agree.
She got her hand in your pocket, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. That's everybody else I dated. But what I'm saying is like this is a person who I was really trying to pursue in a real way, and we were both frustrated through this process. Early. Yeah, we were both frustrated through this process, and I
Chris,
think
why was she the exception? I'm just wondering, why was she the exception to all your rules?
What made her that way?
That's a good question. That's a good question. I'm trying to think of this. Like, why was she the exception? I think part of it, Fearless and Ronan, was she caught me at the right time. That she would have caught me in 2021, 2022, like y'all saying, it wouldn't have gone. I would have been doing what you said in the video. I wouldn't. Hey, I got the X over here, and I'm doing that, or I've got someone else, and I'm doing this. I said that verbatim. I think I said it verbatim to my friend Chris and Eugene. I said, listen, she can hold out all she wants, but I'm gonna just be doing that on the side. But
exactly.
But I changed, and I'm not that person anymore because I've seen too much collateral damage come from that.
But you guys both agreed she could have her fun and you should be able to have yours.
Yeah, I understand.
You made this unadulterated commitment to her to be chaste.
I did.
While she was allowed to go and have whatever the hell kind of fun she wanted.
I did because I knew that when the problem is, Ronan, a lot of times when women say that, they're able to stop the train like a car brake. I got to stop a train like a runaway train. So I'm saying, let's not even start the train, because I know if I get this train started, it's going to be hard for me to stop it at some points. Maybe I can stop it now as the 2024 Chris, but the 2021, 2022 Chris, I was struggling to stop that. I felt like, well, I'll get around to stopping it. So I felt like in this time, don't even start it because we've already seen how this is going to end relationships. My on again, off again ex has ruined 2 relationships, not because of her, because of me keeping her around at the most inopportune times. So I get what you're saying. Like I said, there was definitely some colossal fumbles on my part. I think on her part too. And like I said, like I went through periods where my needs weren't getting met, not just the sexual. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, and that going forward will not be
even tolerated. If it was, that would be acceptable.
Yeah. It was not acceptable. I think I made a pass at it saying, we will get it together. It'll figure itself out. And it really, if we just came to, if
you know what,
let me finish.
Go ahead.
New Year's could have been a great opportunity to figure it out. I think that's where I was kind of holding on to. I was like, we go to New Year's, we get this on and popping. This might jumpstart something.
No,
but
I think you were using her as a safe bet. I don't think you were really ready to be in a relationship of any kind of note.
That's not true. That's not true. I was laying it all on the line.
I think you would have pressed harder if you were. Here's the big thing I do know.
What do you know?
If you're secure in if you're secure in your financial and your resources and your job, when a man is ready to move and he moves with purpose, within 6 months to a year, you're done. You're already married.
But
it shouldn't even take that long.
No, I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is like this is a person that she's the one gatekeeping the intimacy, not me.
But did you attempt? She can gatekeep, but if you ain't never knock on the door,
she ain't gonna worry about it.
There could be some truth to that, but what I'm trying to say is this: the miss was we weren't hanging out at the house. That was the miss. But I was trying to honor her boundary and say, whenever the right time is the right time. But like what I'm trying to say is this:
Chris, she an old lady. She ain't young. You don't have to hang out at the house. You could have been in the passenger seat of the car with the seat let down. She would have just strolled over and said, "Let me go ahead and take care of you."
I mean, there's certain type of women that are doing that. I agree with you, Fearless. But all I'm trying to say is this: it's not that we weren't attracted to each other. It's not that. It's just I think in this case, the affection played a big part.
That's
The
a
fact
big
that
problem.
it was a big problem. I'm not saying it's not. It was a colossal problem. The two was we didn't hang out at each other's houses. That was a big problem too. But it is what it is. You have to learn from it. It's
Well,
like
no, I get that, and I'm glad you are picking up notes and keys of things that you want to do differently, and that's great. That means you're learning from your process. It's just,
yeah.
damn, man, you got to shorten this process.
Yeah, yeah, and it's gonna get shortened for sure. But this was a different type of woman. Like I said, she's a non-initiator. I usually luckily, deal with people who have very high sex drives, who are extremely affectionate. She is looking for more of me to set the tone, and that was different for me. And I kind of just struggled with that.
But that's what you had to do, Chris. That's what you don't like this term, alpha and beta males, but you got to alpha up, man. Women want you to be that leader. That's what they're looking for out of you. They're looking for you to be
Well,
that.
what I'm trying to say is I'll meet you halfway. This one was that. The others, they would, regardless of whether I was that or not, they were working with it and they brought that out. They made it comfortable. They set a stage to make that comfortable. This one did not. So what I'm trying to say is this, I agree with you. That's my homework that I have to come home and take, and I have to improve in that category. So, and I could do that. It's just I had never dated a woman like that, and I was always expecting like, hey, there will be a situation, there'll be a circumstance, there'll be a location where eventually we're at each other's houses or the New Year's Eve where we will get closer and things will work each other. Things will start to become more comfortable. But like I said, this was the first woman I ever dealt with where I was uncomfortable. And it was a mixture of me and her. So let's see, hold on.
Yeah, we got to get you there, but at least I mean, everything is a learning experience. We live, we learn. Like Ronan said, we just hope that the time frame for that learning curve is not as long.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. Like I said, we're gonna tighten things up next time for sure. We're gonna every single woman I date, I take feedback back. So like I said, I know the feedback that I got from her, and it was exactly that. So, but it's sometimes, like I said, failure is a good teacher where it's like you have to eat that L and say, I don't want to ever struggle like this again. I don't want to go through this again. What do I have to change to make sure I don't do that? And I think when you're in it with that person, you take for granted it might already be over, or you're on borrowed time or whatever the heck. So it's like I said, there were balls missed. But I don't think that we did enough. There wasn't enough of an effort made to try to correct the balls that were dropped. That's how I feel. And I just, like I said, I know the homework I need to take back, and I need to just be more aggressive. I can do that. So I'll be fine. And now I know if I deal with a woman and I realize, oh, she's a non-initiator, I know exactly how to handle that situation. This one, I was like, I don't know what it's going to actually be like. I feel like when she told me that, I was like, I think it's going to be exactly how it played out, and it was exactly how it played out. I just didn't know how to respond to it and feel comfortable. And being that alpha, like you said, I'm usually more so like that with the women who are a little bit more aggressive. And it's because, like I said, they're giving me signals too. They're loving on me. They're being affectionate on me, and that makes me feel way more comfortable. But like I said, I'll be fine. These are things that can be fixable, especially if people let you know. So I'll be fine. Like it's a what have you done for me lately kind of type of like industry. So it's like right now, sure, Chris is down, kick him. But I'm like, I'm gonna be fine. It's just everybody's not great at everything, Fearless. Some people have holes to be worked on and improved and whatever. I excel in certain categories, and some of them I might struggle. So this was a learning experience where I'm like, you know what, there's some areas there's some blind spots you got to kind of like improve on.
No, I don't think you're down. I just, I don't see it as down.
I see it as a failure. I see it as a failure because of the stuff that we were just talking about. It was the factor. It wasn't Chris. I'm not attracted to you. It wasn't Chris. Like you take me on terrible dates and you don't put a lot of effort in. It was exactly what we talked about. It was to a T. That was the only feedback I think I ever really got, but we'll fix it. And the thing that really hurts about it is you leave a lasting impression with people, and I always want to fix that impression. I'm never going to be able to fix that impression with any of the women I dated in the past unless they orbit again. But I'm going to fix it. I'm going to try to become a new and improved and enhanced Chris every single new person I date. So, like I said, I'll make the improvements. I think the one thing that's best about me is like I don't look and say people just need to take me as I am. No, I want to continue to improve, and I will. So it's a failure. No, make no mistake about it. It's an epic failure in a specific in that specific category. Epic failure, but that pain will help me. It will propel me forward. So I'll be fine.
I think you should take. We got. Let's see. It's the 20th.
Yeah.
About 11 more days. I think you should really take this time, lay some things out, how you want to start the new year off,
right,
and then hit the ground running once that January 1st hits.
Right. I agree.
And
Part of that
is, I heard you say some of it. Some of it is getting your confidence up, and confidence up meaning you get your body up, you get in shape, you start eating right. By the time March rolls around, you're looking good, you're feeling good, and that can play a big part in how you approach those women.
Let's make it very clear. I'm always going to have like 10 out of 10 confidence, no matter if I'm middies Chris or flatboard abs Chris that I'm trying to manifest now. It's just I need to be emotionally available. I'm working on that right now to get myself back to being emotionally available. I need to kind of like maybe get some other things in order. I think one of the things I need to do is I think I need to become a little more social. One of my goals was to pledge. I might need to like really start kicking the tires and making that a 2026.
What are you trying to pledge with?
I'm gonna keep that on the wraps. But
Morehouse, man. You guys usually go alpha because of Martin Luther King. Is that it?
I don't know. But I think that would have really helped to expand my social footprint, because like I just kind of meet women online. I don't really do it in person. That's another thing that could change.
What you have to do, Chris, is this, and I've told some other people this, is for instance, you guys got a lot of happy hours, man. After work,
right,
hit up a happy hour. Find a regular place you can go on a Tuesday, another place you can go on Thursday.
Yeah.
And you can just be at the bar, and there's always going to be a woman at the bar who's looking for, some type of company, and you just can converse. You go there and you converse. Don't go there looking like you mad at everybody, but you start to do that, and then people, the bartender, the people who work there, they start to notice you, and you become a familiar face. So you need to just put yourself in certain places so that you can be out. And, sometimes it's getting out of your comfort zone, but saying, hey, I'm going to be somewhere and go out. Because even though you can go with a, Kappa Alpha Psi, Alpha, Omega, whomever, that's going out with a group of guys.
Right.
And our thing is, you're going to want to be with a group of girls. You want to meet the girls.
But they do have little parties and little shindigs that do, it could be like alpha and AKAs. It could be, all those kind of things.
But one of the problems is, Chris, you pledging, you're pledging like graduate chapter. So you're gonna have a lot of people talking about what they did in undergraduate, all the life they did, and all that.
All right.
Them stories ain't gonna help you out. Because you're gonna be meeting with frat bros who've been together for 20 something years, and nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying don't pledge. I'm saying I still think you should put yourself in positions to just be out. Go to Facebook. Facebook has what is that thing called? Upcoming events or something.
Yeah, Bumble has Bumble in real life. That's how I met my last ex.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with you.
You go there. You don't have to spend no money. You can just be out, and that's how you do it. Like, so if you go out to the bar, you're buying your drink. You can choose to maybe buy somebody's drink, but you don't have to. You can just converse. and they'll go out with ladies. And, you know, especially if you've been a handsome man, her friends, especially if she's a single woman, they'll put her on you. They're like, oh, you know, I got a friend here. I got somebody. You just, you know, nobody is going to, I know you got a new place that you live, and it's probably a nice place, but no matter how nice that place is, women just aren't going to say, hey, I think Chris lives here. Let me go just knock on this door. Never works like that. You have to put yourself. So no matter how great your product is, if nobody knows your product exists, you can't sell it.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's what I'm saying. Is like the goal is kind of trying to like expand the social footprint. So that, you know, that those are things that to kind of work on.
No, what I would do is this then. I know we talked about you dating Maya, and maybe not dating, but maybe socialize. She seems to be a socialite.
Right.
So maybe use her for, not use, that wouldn't be the right word, but you understand what I mean,
Right.
for your social activities. To say, hey, you know, I'm not really a comfortable person hanging out. You know, can you, I just want to hang out. Just wherever you at, you know, so at least you can be someplace. You may meet her someplace, and you have someone there that you're familiar with, so you can converse with. But it doesn't necessarily mean you have to be up under her. It's like, hey, I just want to be in a social place where I know someone. And I can talk to them, and then I can go off and do my thing. And, you know, if nothing's there, I can still converse with you. But maybe you could find somebody who's a social, like, you know, extrovert to take you out.
Right. I agree with that. One of this person who I kind of consider the hand, we had something like that on tap for last Sunday, but she had to back out. But yeah, I agree. I mean, like I said, I'll be fine even if I just said, "Hey, I'm just going to date online and only online." I'll be fine. I kind of clean up over there, but I'm always looking after opportunities to improve. And grow and bring a stronger package, and like you're saying, present it too. That means getting out there or you know, working on yourself and all that kind of stuff. But it's all those kind of things. But like I said, I should be fine. I think the best part of dating is just like learning, getting feedback from other people, and having the right intentions in the first place. So I think the approach was right. It's just I did the right things for the wrong person. She's a great person. She just wasn't the right person. It was practice. We could look at it as practice. So I think we'll be fine.
Ronan, you got anything to say? I just stayed.
All I can say is I'm proud on your progress and actually learning and moving forward life, and actually not waiting until New Year's to figure out where you stood with this woman.
It took the jaws of life out of me. I was like the crocodile with those ears those eyes just right outside the water. I wanted to grab that gazelle, drinking that water on New Year's Eve, but I backed off of it. And I think that was the right thing to do anyway, I need to free my life up for the person who needs to really be there.
Exactly. Time is of the essence. Especially with the things you said you have planned for your life. You want to get married again. You want to have a shot at having children. And like we talked about with the timetable, you know, her time to readjust to regular life, you know. I'm sorry, I don't know if I did that or you did that or what. Her time to readjust to life and everything else, you know, was going to throw you off your timetable if you wanted to have children. And then, like you said, the thing that cemented it was her turning around and saying, I reevaluated and I don't think I want to have any more children, which is always a risk.
Let's be very clear too. I'm going to just give honest opinions. I think it was a bullshit. I don't think it was actually the truth. I think I was courting her so hard. I think that was a way for her to back me off of her. That's possibly my opinion of it.
So you think she's running scared?
No, I think that this is her way, like the conversation we're having, saying, hey, this isn't the right person for you. You know, sometimes you have to kind of like take you know how they have to get pit bulls off of another dog? They have to shoot the other dog. I think this is her way to shooting the other dog, shooting the pit bull off of the dog. I mean, that's just one of my thoughts, but like maybe she is telling the truth. But either way, no matter what, it just wasn't the right person.
Facts.
Yeah. So.
Well, you learn. That's all. I mean, that's all you can ever ask for, man.
All I can say is,
go for it.
You can be a gentleman. Just stop being so nice.
No, that's what I'm saying. I agree with you.
Like I said, I'm a gentleman to a fault. I open doors. I do a lot of things, but I'm blunt and I'm to the point.
All right.
You know, because I time is of the essence for me. You know what I mean? I don't have time to mess around. No, even with the girl I'm dating now, indirectly is, yo, if you can't get on a voice chat with me right now, forget it.
Yeah, like I said, we didn't have these issues in the other people I dated, but every single person I date, it helps me see things that it could possibly be improved. But yeah, I agree with you. Like some of these things that I've experienced in this, I don't want to ever see this repeated. For either of us, I don't want the married woman to go through another.
It makes for good content. You got a lot of just off of it.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't think you were doing it for actually developing content, though. I think you really wanted to have something serious and legitimate.
Absolutely. I possibly fumbled it. That's in my heart of hearts. I think I fumbled it. I think that there was an opportunity. I think I fumbled it.
Well, the kiss thing wasn't necessarily a good look. I don't know how you fumble a kiss. I just don't. The awkwardness of it, and especially at our ages, we should be pros at.
No, I mean
any angle, any way.
No, I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe it. Like I said, I never had that struggle in the other people I've dated, but it's just like this one. It was just a different challenge. I just wasn't prepared. I didn't know. It was hard to kind of deal with it, and I think it was hard for both of us. But that's why chemistry is extremely important. It's just like it's all these different layers of chemistry: sexual chemistry, sapiosexual, kind of like a mental.
Yeah, you're longing to hear from that person. Meaning, the fact that you could be comfortable and not hear from that person on a daily basis, at least once or twice.
Yeah,
is like. That's a non-connection type of thing.
Yeah, I keep going back to like I tried to respect her her space and say, okay, she's got her kid. I'm comfortable not talking to her for the week that she has her kid. That's a mistake. I should have been saying, hey, I know you're going to be settling down. Let me just at least talk for like 15, 20 minutes and just, before you go to bed, blah, blah, blah. But that's how the comfortability set in and start festering and growing, where I was like, oh, okay, well, I got pool. I'm going to Vegas. I've got other stuff going on. I'm busy too. Now it starts to grow. And now we both start to get like super comfortable.
Curious. The weekend that you went to the tournament that you were going to in Vegas,
right?
Was that her weekend off? And did you offer to take her?
No, I did not offer to take her, but the thing was, I was telling her that week, I was like, I just want to see you before I leave and go to Vegas. And she was like, I'm not free until like a couple more weeks. I was like, damn. So I'm like, I'm not gonna be able to see you before I go. We saw maybe a week. We saw each other like a week prior, but go ahead.
Every other weekend she has the kids.
Yes.
But she wasn't free for a couple of weeks.
No, I'm saying, well, yes, I think that
don't sound right. That sounds like she had a trip or something that she already had planned for herself.
Yeah, let me explain. Like she's kind of like a very social person. She was probably dating other people too. But like I think that there were definitely times where she made efforts where she was like, hey, this might be my weekend to have the kid, but I'm gonna have someone watch the kid so I can kind of come out and we can go hang out, blah blah blah. So it's like there were efforts made up until a certain point, but then after that, it's like it started to kind of like really go down or whatever. And I just tried to, as someone was telling this woman I recently met, she was like, "You were trying to revive something that was dead." But like I said, like it's an experience. It was kind of like, if y'all football fans, when you ever saw the Broncos play the Seahawks in the Super Bowl and they just got shell shocked, they just got blown out the gym. Like I was just like, I came there with a high octane offense. It didn't look like it on the scoreboard though. I mean, so it's you learn from it. Next time I get to the Super Bowl, I'm going to win it. So or I'll do better at least. So like I said, like this experience of like living it out loud and in the public eye, I think it's therapeutic. It helps me, get opinions from other people. Um, um, I enjoyed when she came on that live. I thought it was like a really genuine moment. Um, I really thought really highly of her. I really was attracted to her in just different ways. It just didn't translate, and that was the first time I ever saw that happen. It was unfortunate.
We gotta get you
Yeah,
to
I can
come over on
imagine.
a Thursday, man, to talk to our therapist. She's actually in Atlanta, in what's that called? Marysville? Give me the one that starts with a Marietta.
Yeah,
She's
Marietta,
over there.
Georgia. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
over in Marietta. She
yeah.
deals with relationships, so that's
Well, yeah. I mean, I just had therapy. I have it every Wednesday. So today's I had yesterday. So I talked to my therapist about one of my therapists about the in network one about, hey, we broke up with the married woman, that we had that conversation, and therapy is important. And I want to speak about this time when you said, hey, you go to therapy, but you don't listen to your therapist. Well, I'll say this, Fearless. Sometimes that might be I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. And I was actually, when you said that, I was on the verge of a breakthrough. I was about to hit a wall. It shouldn't have had to take this to get to this point, but that's what it happened. Like, now I get to have these conversations and just kind of figure out how the path forward and stuff like that. But like I said, you make the choices you want to make. You live. I choose to live with them. Some gambles don't pay off. This one didn't, but I enjoyed the time I spent with her. Like, this was not like someone who, but when they describe that this definition of a simp, of someone who doesn't. I know we can argue certain things weren't, maybe a certain energy wasn't matched, energy wasn't reciprocated, but this was not a person who was like unattracted to me. It's just it just didn't pan out. We weren't. I don't think this is the first time I met someone where I think romantically we just weren't compatible. I was
It's
trying
just
to
sad
force
that you had to. It took this long to figure that out.
Yeah, I didn't want to accept it. I think it goes back to like what you all were saying. I didn't want to accept it. I was like, no. We just one little thing can just turn this. One little pick six, one little scoop and score. We can turn this around.
Well, not if you weren't doing a full court press where you were actually inviting her over to the house and you
Yeah,
were kind of talking to her on a regular basis.
I agree. I
You
agree on
know,
that.
sometimes you got to make love to a woman's mind way before you deal with her physically.
yeah.
And if you can't get that done, then it's a wrap.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, I think that was happening. I think it was that physical intimacy. I mean, affection, that was kind of like the balls dropped specifically. I'm gonna take. I own the lion's share of it, and that's just. I think that kind of like lost confidence and all that kind of stuff, and that kind of turned the tides or whatever. But now I know, just to kind of adjust things, get more comfortable with that, and we'll be fine. So that's, like I said, that's the advantage to me, is like I'm gonna just try to adjust every single time.
So do you have any chicks on the roster? I mean, you are in Atlanta.
Let's be clear about that.
He
So
don't need none. He need to wait until the new year. He need to
so
get
let's
this stuff.
be clear about this. Serious relationship wise, I'm not trying to.
No, we ain't talking about nothing serious. It's just
Yeah.
for fun. Who's on your roster, and you got some shorties over there that you could hang with, kind of thing.
I got a friends with
lick your wounds, as they say.
I got a friends with benefits that got stood up yesterday. I mean, just talking. So I might be dabbling in that for a while, just as I recharge.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. Like I said, lick your wounds.
Yeah. So, but the problem is, I think the problem I see with that is,
the quicker you can get back on that bicycle, the better off you are. Do not wallow in it.
Yeah. I'm not. Like, my energy was off as of until yesterday when I connected with this person. They finally messaged back, and then we had a nice little 3-hour FaceTime. I gotta see what's going on for tomorrow, because like the text kind of got fumbled today. Like, we didn't really talk text today. We didn't really connect on text today. But the concern I have with that is, the problem is that sometimes people in these friends with benefits apps, they're angling to try to be in a relationship too, and I'm like, that's not what I'm looking for. So at some point I'm gonna have to stop.
That's not what you're looking for right now, but you know, you
well,
never
with that
know.
person, with that person, like if
Why is she just friends with benefits? Maybe that will help.
Do we have to
Why
ask
could
that
she
question?
never be more than that?
Do we have to answer that question? Oh, I mean, because let's just say this: if you have a friends with benefits, sometimes that person might not be like, you might not be they might not be the person that you're the most attracted to. I guess
She got a banging body, but she ain't the one.
Butterface.
No, it could be that. It could be that. It could be a
too.
butterface. It could be a butter body. Let's just say that. But I'm just saying. I'm just saying, like, I agree with you. Things can, and if they are supposed to be, develop into more, fine. But I'm like, right now, I just need to kind of like cruise at a speed and just kind of like work on me and just kind of get needs met, and then and just.
No,
Chris, you've been working on yourself.
Yeah, been a married man, Chris, and this is why I use the Maya person. You get it. The hardest time to find a job is when you don't have a job.
Right.
Because you have a desperation on your face. People know that you're having a dry spell. But if you hanging, when you out with a pretty woman or you out with some other women will hit on you. Other women will start to be attracted to you. So maybe you go out with some women and, hang out with them. You'll see
Let them be your wingman. Next thing you know,
let them be your wingman.
You all up in something that night, and it ain't one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I get you. Yeah, and I'm not against that. I think that's a good idea. But like I said, it's not as far away as it seems. Like we'll be fine. I'm not struggling to date. I'm not struggling to. It's as I told Fearless earlier. It's like the struggle is: do I choose to settle or do I choose to go after the woman who I really want?
You go after them both. I mean, you just meaning. You
somewhere in the middle.
You do your in the meantime, and then you make sure that you.
So, do you have an objective woman that you really want, that you're waiting on something for?
Well, I'm saying like there's at least one or two in Bumble that look that I'm really attracted to, but I think I need to kind of take some time off and get myself ready to be emotionally available again.
The 26th, that would be the good date. Don't get to them now; they're going to want a Christmas gift. 26th.
Bro, I was thinking about taking like a couple months off, honestly. Like just
no, that's too long, bro.
No.
Yeah.
That's too long.
No. Over what? You said you had a whole great experience with this woman. Don't turn it into something negative. Yeah. Hey, I learned some life lessons. I knew I need to be a little more aggressive, but still can be a gentleman, but I need to be a little more blunt, be a little more direct on what we're going and what we're doing. Even if it's just a date, we're just hanging out and seeing how the vibe hits. That's it. But keep pressing forward. Don't say, well, I need to reevaluate it. No, you've been evaluating for the last 10, 11 months.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, sometimes I need to like recharge. Like, I know this married woman experience, like it kind of drained me to certain in some ways it drained me, in some ways it didn't. It never drained me. But
if anything, it should have been a release. Unless it hurt you that she told you the truth.
No. The truth doesn't hurt. It was just like disappointment. It was disappointment of like, man, I feel like if we just got that scoop and score, man, if we could have just, you're looking at the tablet, you're like, fuck, we made these mistakes, blah, blah, blah. But like, I'm not down in the dumps. I'm just saying, I know I need to, like Ozzy's saying, get back in the field. I get it. But it's okay to kind of like go on IR for a little bit and come back.
No.
Because you're not really hurt, brother. You just disappointed. It's like this. You the quarterback that just threw an interception. Now you gonna take yourself out the game? You just like, I threw that. I fumbled. Now I got to get back in.
Right.
Well, yeah. I mean, I hear you. I agree with what you're saying. It's like, I agree with it. I don't really have any pushback to that. I'm just saying, after breakups, I know this is technically not a breakup. It's just like, I know I want
this ain't even a breakup. This is just clarity. And at that point, once you get clarity, you should be excited because now it's no doubt. You know exactly where you stand, so you can move on without any kind of feeling of guilt or like you led somebody else on.
Right. No, I'm not disagreeing with y'all. I just think that, like I said, I even talked to my guardian. She was like, "You're not ready yet." I agree, and I led with that first. it's gonna be okay. Like these women are gonna be here. I'm not gonna take a year off. But let's see what Robert is saying. Hold on. He's listening to old news. I don't know. But I'm gonna be fine. I just know the type of energy, the type of person I want to show up as, and I want to make sure that I'm 100% in on all facets. So I'll be fine. Like I just might, like I said, I might just instead of playing
by New Year's, you need to be in a group of people having a good ass time and see what happens. You never know. Some random chick might be right behind you when you bump into her.
I don't know if
mistletoe, and the next thing you know, you're slobbing her down. You just don't know.
I don't know if y'all heard it earlier. The New Year's is already rebooked. This woman, she's a little older than me. So I think she's like 4 years older than me.
He went with comfortable.
Hold on, but this woman's bad though. She plays in my pool league, and I was like, we just happened to talk about Thanksgiving. I was like, what were you doing for your Thanksgiving? How was your Thanksgiving? And I was like, hey, I cooked the whole Thanksgiving. And she's like, well, when are you gonna cook? I don't know if she said when are you gonna cook for me or like, hey, I'd like to try something. And I was like, well, whenever the next holiday is, I'll do that. But I was like, New Year's is kind of a romantic holiday. She's like, no, it's not. Just come out with me and my friends. I'm like, all right, we'll do that then. An excuse to dress up or whatever the fuck. But
there you go.
So, like I said, I will be fine. This just might be a situation where I just decide not to plan the Olympics this session. I'll just take the month or two off and just come back when the season starts. You know, I'll be fine. The women are not going anywhere. I want to make sure that I bring what I brought to the married woman to the right woman next time. I don't want her getting a discount. I don't want her getting.
The whole thing is, you don't want to go too strong, too hard out the paint.
Right.
Just be casual about it.
All right. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, I know that. Like, I got a lot of stuff, good things going for me. I know what I bring to the table. I hate saying that term, but like, I'm fine. It's just like I said, like everybody has some weaknesses, you know. So I just, you know, I'm the person who's always willing to improve on them. But like I said, I'm fine. Like I'm not.
You ever hear this?
I'm gonna say this,
when a brother says he's fine,
he's
not fine.
I think you're absolutely wrong in what you just said, man.
Say that again.
I think you were absolutely wrong on what you said. You said, I know what I bring to the table. I don't think so. Because if you knew what you brought to the table, your whole standard would be entirely different. Because if I go through and I say, man, I make well over 6 figures. I'm physically fit. I'm educated. I've world traveled. I speak different languages. If I said that to a woman, that means I know where I stand. I know what I bring to the table, and I know I can't sell myself short. It's like somebody saying they're gonna give me a discount for this Bentley. No, brother, there's no discount to the Bentley. I know what the Bentley is.
Right.
So you I don't think you know what you bring to the table because you giving discounts.
How am I giving discounts? Let's have that conversation.
Because you saying you have this to offer. Yeah. And by that to offer, you should be the prize. You should be what somebody else is pursuing, but you are the pursuer. If you are a Bentley doesn't go on sale. Right. A Bentley doesn't even need to advertise because people already know what it is and they want to buy it. They are bidding to buy it. Right. Where you are putting on your Kmart stuff where you're saying, oh, well, I'll discount this, or maybe she won't go for this. I'll put that on sale, or So I don't think you know what you bring to the table.
I don't know. I respectfully disagree. I know what I bring to the table. That's why I say, like, when Richard says, is it over for Chris? Is he not going to be able to start a family? Is he not going to be able to date? I think he's more saying about the kids situation. It's never going to be over unless something catastrophically happens to me. If a pit bull bites if an ape tears my face off, if I get 3rd-degree burns all over my body or something like that, and I turn into Two-Face, I get it. But hold up, these tables will be turned.
Everybody been saying my wife gonna leave me. Every time I ask her that, she keeps saying, "Well, when? I need to know when I'm gonna leave you."
I'm just gonna be focused on me, and like I said, I will be fine. I'm a high effort, attractive guy.
But see, let me do the Ryan. See, Ryan, here's the thing. I don't live in that scarcity mindset. I don't live saying, man, she may leave me, she may do this, because I know my value. I know if my wife left me, I could find someone else immediately. I know what I bring to the table. So I don't concern myself with what she gonna do, when she gonna do it. I don't have time for that. See, it's just like my job and my position. I know my skill level and I know the value that I bring. If that job said we don't need you anymore, I know that with what I have and what I bring, I can be hired immediately. If I wanted to quit today, I can be hired immediately. So you concern yourself, that's a weak-minded man who concerns himself with a scarcity mindset and worried about what some woman's going to do. I don't let somebody else control the outcome of the game. I'm in full
Your
control.
values is nothing if you can't keep what? That's not making sense. What is it?
It's the education
keep what?
level.
What keep?
Hold on.
No idea. No one knows.
But bringing it back, like I said, I know I'm gonna be fine. And good. Your value is nothing if you can't keep. But let's say this.
I still don't even know what that means. Maybe
I guess keep your wife. I don't know.
The bottom line is this: I'm not worried. The same thing that you said about the job stuff. Like I already know I'm well above the average. I'm in the top tier of.
I mean, as long as you're going out for New Year's, you got a group of people to go party with, man, that's good. Here's the biggest thing. I know a lot of people during the holidays get really depressed, especially if they're alone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So I'm just saying, don't let that affect, what you could possibly be doing.
Oh no, I'm good. I'm over it. I'm over it. Like I'm not. Y'all can listen to the stream. I didn't cry. Not a tear swelled. I'm good. Like I said, I'm gonna have fun on New Year's, all that kind of stuff. Like I'm moving forward, I just look at it and I say, "Hey, it was this person's loss. This person."
Exactly the way you should be looking at it.
Yeah, that's all I see it as. Let's see.
Nothing. Man, am I reading this fun?
I see what she's saying. I see what it's saying. I see what it's saying.
Your value is nothing if a woman keeps if a woman keeps leaving. Is that what he's saying?
That's what she did. It's a she. Right.
Read that to me because I'm not maybe it's late and I'm just my.
It says your value is nothing if a woman keeps leaving. But, just to translate that, there's a lot of guys. I know we speak about the manosphere and all that kind of stuff. It only really what they're saying only matters if they're able to keep a woman. This is the only woman that I really couldn't out from my way to it. Other women, they're like, hey, let's be exclusive, and I'm the one kind of bucking.
No, see that.
But even the way that's written is it's like as if a woman defines us, and that's not the way we think. Women don't define us; they can come and go as they.
No,
please.
I think what I'm getting from it,
our own women when we want.
Well,
it's just a matter of. And if you value yourself, you got to value yourself first before you could even be attracted or attractive for a woman to even want to deal with you.
I agree with that. But what I'm saying is for the guy.
And just let me say this real quick, Chris. I think it's not if you can keep it. A man is defined by the woman he can get. A woman is defined by the man she can retain. It don't matter if we retain. We're always just getting. So don't think that.
Well, I'm saying this. What I'm trying to say is there are guys who can consistently not keep a woman around, keep a woman satisfied, keep a woman happy, and that is a problem.
That is a problem that they need to address.
That's what I'm saying.
And like I said, and you go through you're dealing with your therapist and things, and that's great. And like I told you, in between my marriages, I did the same thing. I took a minute, take a breath, reevaluated some of the things I might have done in a relationship as a mistake or whatever. Made sure I talked to a therapist and before I got back out there taking some kind of toxic trait onto the next relationship. You'll never hear me say something in a relationship. Well, my ex did this, that, and the other thing. I don't even keep pictures around. Matter of fact, my girlfriend's like, "What does your ex look like?" Couldn't tell you. I don't keep pictures like that. Why am I reminiscing about the past? I don't even keep pictures of my ex-wives. I literally had to go on my son's website just to pull a picture down of what she looked like. For what? Why am I having those around the house? That means I'm harboring some kind of feeling towards that picture or that event. For what?
Don't say that, because when I don't even want to ask Chris if he keep pictures of his ex-wife around.
It's over here. There's some great memories, but that's what I'm trying to say, Fearless and Ronan. Everybody processes things the same. I look at it and I say, "Wow, my ex-wife was very beautiful." I remember how happy I was.
But if you had a guest come in your house to see,
I don't think he has no pictures of her. I hope not.
No,
you don't have pictures of her.
Nope. Your ex hanging around the house in a picture, still not a good look.
Well, if where I will push back a little bit, I get that, Ronan, but it's just like, people.
Yeah, you know what? I can't say it, because Chris, you're in a different situation, man.
Explain
because and you're in a different situation than Ronan. I could see Ronan having pictures around if he has children, because it's like, oh, that's the mother of my children. Yeah. You really don't have anything to tie you to the ex-wife anymore.
Yeah, I know, but everybody has different policies and principles. Like for me, I might have a picture of my ex like tucked down inside like an alpha storage underneath, laundry and other stuff like that, and other like envelopes and stuff. But that relationship is done. I haven't talked to her since we were going through a divorce. That's 3 years ago. Maybe 3.5. Almost 3. Maybe going on 3.5. But like, it's done. Sure, it could, if someone was to become Molly May and say, "Okay, let me go clean and go up at every nook and cranny and see that."
Do you know women? Women will fine-tooth comb your house if you leave them alone for the first time. They will go through everything.
I remember when I was dating the woman in St. Louis, and we had a conversation of exes. Like, she had pictures of this ex that she broke up with, and it was really a bad spot in her dating experience. And we just kind of exchanged pictures, and we said, "Hey, this is with me. This was you." Blah blah blah. So like, I get it's a best practice, but I'm just saying, like,
But why, if she had a bad experience with the guy, would she still keep the picture?
Like I said, everybody's different, Ronan. Like you delete people out of your phone. I don't do that. I just don't talk to them anymore.
Well, here's the reason why I do it.
The married woman. I'll tell you what I did. The married woman went on IG yesterday, muted her stories, muted her posts. I still follow her. She still follows me. But I'm not going to be seeing her on my feed.
Yeah, I don't want to see live feeds or whatever the hell she's doing. For what?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But my thing is, and my mentality is, it's not for me necessarily. It's for my future.
Right.
Why would I want my future woman or the person I care about to have to worry about me harboring some feelings for somebody that is supposedly dead to me in my mindset, and she's my focus?
Where I'll split
she's going to doubt the fact that I really am focused on her if I'm still harboring feelings of my past.
Where I'll split the difference with you, Ronan, is right now where I'm a bachelor, I'm not married, I'm not engaged. I can do whatever the hell I want.
You absolutely can.
Now, when I get remarried and I start a family, maybe I don't want that anymore. That's completely done. Maybe at some point I might say, you know what, I don't care to have this anymore for any kind of reason. But like right now, I'm just like, I don't mind reminiscing on the memories and saying I don't want to ever go back there. That was a point in time, and look at look at the wife that I used to have. Like I remember the good times, but not want to go back. But I get where you're coming from.
Mm-hmm.
I don't,
especially in the days of social media, man, making comments on people's pages.
She even pops up. She'll pop up as a suggested friend on IG. I don't go look at her page. I do look at it'll pop up, and I'll say, "Oh, I'll just look." But
y'all still have the same circle of friends?
No, they were all her friends.
No,
but no. Well, no, we have not talked. Nope. But I get it. I get what you're saying. But like I said, for right now, it was like when my grandma on my mom's side passed, and they were cleaning out that house. There was like I think it was like a wedding book or photo book of my wedding, and I was like, hey, or pictures. I was like, hey, send that to me. Like I wouldn't mind. It's just a memory of like what things used to be, and that there was some preciousness about those memories, and innocence about those memories and stuff like that.
I think I downsized my life. I had lived in so many different houses and had so much stuff. And I was like, why am I moving stuff from one place to another?
Exactly.
And you accumulate, the longer you're somewhere, you accumulate more things that you're like, how the hell? When I first moved into this place, it was nice and tidy and a minimalist type of situation. Next thing you know, you look back 3-4 years, you're like, God damn, I got all this stuff in here now. Nah, so I always go through a downsizing anytime I move. I start giving stuff out, I start throwing stuff away. Then I'm just like, I'm not packing something just to take to another place that ain't worth my time or my effort.
The other thing, Ronan, is when you're talking about you getting rid of pictures that involve your ex, some of those were family pictures. Are you going to delete those family pictures?
Is she in the family
pictures?
Yes. When you're married to someone, they're in the family pictures with the grandmas and all that.
No, we didn't do all that.
Okay.
That was a convenient thing. With my second wife, we never did any of that.
Yeah.
She had family. We had family photos with her
I think
family.
here's the thing, Chris. You keep them until you meet the person that, then you don't need them anymore.
I agree. I agree. I don't got any pushback for that.
And the only reason I would keep pictures, and even it would be my first wife who I had kids with, is because of the kids. Right. If I didn't have kids with you, oh my God, you're exed. You're done. It's nothing.
Yeah.
If I don't have kids with you, where's the tie at? There isn't one.
Yeah. Yeah. I get it. But I think like I said, going off script, I think that there's something really great coming my way again. I think I've gotten great things coming my way when I wasn't ready. I've come in and maybe been a great person to someone who wasn't the right person at times, maybe. So something great is going to come my way. And I think the good thing about it is I'm going to be ready next time. And it's going to be really interesting to see.
People come into your life for a reason, a season or a lifetime.
Yeah, I agree. There was a reason for the married woman.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully life lessons were learned.
Yeah.
Progress is going to be made.
Oh yeah. I will
Some
never.
people like to bang their head up against the wall several times before they get that life lesson.
I will never date another married person. It's the only other situation that's going to happen is it's going to have to be a family friend, a family friend where I know exactly where their head is at. But I don't think I'm going to be dating anyone else.
So you're already thinking wrong.
Like,
the reason I'm saying that is if you're getting married and you want to have kids, and you're not thinking about dealing with any other married woman besides a woman that's going to be your wife.
Well, I'm just saying I never say never, but this is pretty much a never. I was just trying to be a contrarian.
You're a manifester. Claim the next woman you meet is going to be your wife.
Right. Oh, I said that in other words a minutes ago. I said something great is coming. I don't know if it's going to be the next. I don't know if it'll be the next
New Year's Eve. Could be your little friend. It might bring somebody else along that's right in your profile.
Absolutely. Hold on. Let's see. I want your happiness to be defined. You'll find it. Yeah. Oh well, this person was about to be a divorcee. I don't know if a divorcee is when the decree is final or if it's someone going through a divorce as well.
No,
but
she's done. Yeah, the divorcee means exactly that. She's done.
Okay.
Yeah, she's already gone through her process.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I get it. I had to test that and realize no, I don't. I made this joke with someone. I said dating someone who's going through a divorce is almost like love after lockdown. When they get out of jail, the first thing they want to do is not go straight to the altar.
I told you that. I said the last thing that woman want to do.
And hence why we're saying if you weren't knocking boots in the 3 to 4 months after the intensity of her dealing with some asshole she didn't really like or care for, I'm like, yo, something's not right.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's under the X-Files for Skeller and Mulder or whatever. But all I'm saying is this: I understood that Fearless, that she was not in a rush. I was willing to wait for the right person. I just know that waiting and I'm not opposed to doing that in the future of Ronin and Fearless, but that weight can't be undefined. It's got to be, hey, you know what? I just need maybe to get a couple things moving and shaking, maybe like 6 months, 12 months while we work. Whoa, let me finish. While we are also working and getting our needs met and we're bonding during that time. We can't do it like this, where there's distance all over across the board. We can't do it like that.
Yeah, because
Chris, I don't know why you should even have a problem, man, because Atlanta is filled with women who have put their career first, which means they didn't, they passed up time to have children, and now they're late in their career with no children. It should be like I understand what you're saying. Maybe you're looking for a specific
where all the
type
good
of
men
woman.
at? I just want to have one good man.
Hold on one second. Rick, I have no problems getting women at all. It's the women I choose to be with, and those might not always work out. So, like I said earlier on the stream, I think I don't mind it, living my life as a public figure, putting my business out there. I like transparency. I don't want to be one of those people where it's like, oh my gosh, Chris got slapped in an elevator, and then I come out and say everything's okay, that wasn't what you thought. No, I want to have these kind of conversations, and it gets uncomfortably transparent. That's just the way I want to live. So the thing is, Rick, your life isn't, we don't get to see your failures. We don't get to see the homework that you have to come home and do or refuse to do. You do for me, because I live to be transparent, and the goal for me is you're never gonna be able to say I was fake. You're never gonna be able to do that. You're never gonna say, "Oh, it was so easy for Chris. It was so easy. It wasn't. He never had to put any work in." That's not true. My journey is gonna show that. So, you guys are throwing stones from a glass house. You're just behind a screen name. But anyway, I forget what we were talking about.
No, we're talking about timetables.
Oh yeah, we're gonna tighten that up. We're gonna stress that. We're gonna tighten that up within reason. We're not gonna be going crazy with it, but we're gonna just make sure that goals align, chemistry aligns, effort aligns, and all that kind of stuff. All the things align. So,
and look, Chris, if women can put together a list, I don't know why you can't. You put together a list and you say, "This is what I'm going for." They want a guy 6 foot tall, 6 figures, 6 inches, and they have that whole list.
I do too. I have that list. That's why, like I said, I could settle, but I'm choosing to go after the woman I want. The reason why I married the woman, was she had a lot of things that I wanted. Sure, she had some things I didn't. I did not want to wait. I did not want. Optimally, I would not want to date someone who can't have another kid for whatever type of reason. But like I said, everything will be okay. It's not that I don't have a list and saying, oh, you know what? I'll just take I don't know, a woman who's not attractive. Khloe Kardashian. No, she's not attractive.
I thought she kind of got a little bit better with that makeover or something.
Yeah, I like Khloe. Khloe's nice. Chloe's the thicker one. She's the taller one, right?
She's the one that has the chicken, the grilled, the unseasoned chicken hands. It looks like death.
I don't look at women's hands. I ain't watching. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. They zoomed in on her, and she had these pale hands that looked like she was 80 years old or something like that. So I'm like, nah, I've never found her to be attractive. But like I said, we're gonna be perfectly fine. And I think what my journey shows is I'm not a person who's gonna quit. Dating.
I got one more question for you.
Go for it. I'll shoot from the hip.
Because my baby gonna be waking up in a little bit. Why is it? And this just the question. Why is it that you would not open your horizon and date outside of your race?
I'm attracted. There's this song from Young Money called "Every Girl." I'm attracted to literally every woman. Priyanka. I don't know if I ever read my top 5. Let me just do it here so you can get a picture. Let's see. Priyanka Chopra is on one of them. Let me just find the list. Kim K, Kate Winslet, Priyanka Chopra, Lupita, Melanie Libbert. She was on the Power Ghost. Tulsi Gabbard. Listen, I love me an older woman. Don't judge me. Keisha Lance Bottoms. I love me an older woman. Don't judge me. Megan Good, Scarlett Johansson.
See, Scarlett. There's a white woman there.
Kiki Wyatt. That was my high school crush. Don't judge me, y'all.
No, I like Kiki.
Yeah, me too. She's not in the top 5 anymore because the looks are not keeping her. It's just
she's slimmed down a lot.
But yeah, so to answer your question directly, Fearless, because I remember when I got out of my divorce, when I was going through my divorce, and I was like, I don't know if my next woman is going to be a Jewish spinster. I don't know if she's going to be Indian. I don't know if she's going to be Mexican. I don't know if she's going to be black. I don't know I don't know what she's going to be. And it wasn't until I dated my on again, off again ex on the first date, and she was just like, we meaning black women, we just love y'all meaning black men. And I was like, why? Why are y'all being loyal to black men? I don't get it. I don't understand it. You're limiting your options. It makes no sense on the numbers. Y'all can't. There are more of y'all than there are men, in terms of black men. It doesn't make sense. And what I took from that was the fact that I'm going to try to do the best I can to kind of explain how I felt back then. But I was like, the fact that they're going to hold us down and be loyal to us. I have a plethora. I have more than enough choices in Atlanta to date. Attractive women, successful women like
you're definitely in the right market for a black woman.
Yeah, so I'm saying I'm not struggling to find great, attractive black women. Why do I need to look elsewhere? I could, but I don't need to for any reason. That's why.
And I'm not even saying look. I'm just saying open. You know,
I'm attracted. I'm open. Every once in a while, you'll see one slide.
He said, "I'm a red-blooded American. I'm attracted to anything."
No, I'm attracted to anything. But I think
as long as it's beautiful, as long as she got some looks.
Absolutely. Like I said, Priyanka Chopra. Nobody's gonna tell me that's not a beautiful woman.
Well, I can tell you without a doubt, this is the first Asian woman I've ever considered doing anything long term with.
Nice.
I've always dated black women.
Listen, you go see the movie Shang-Chi. There were some beautiful Asian women in that movie.
I've always dated black women.
Yeah.
That was my go-to. And I would like to say most black men prefer black women priority first.
Right.
It's just when they start having toxic experiences, they start looking at other options.
Yeah.
Just like, the sisters have toxic experience with brothers. I'm not saying it goes one way. And then they start looking outside.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the goal is I'm gonna date black, remarry black. But like I said, it's not the
children black.
It's not. For
no matter what person you marry, all your children are gonna be black.
I agree with that too. But it's not that I'm not attracted to. Listen, I go to Orange Theory Fitness, and those are primarily white. And there's some women over there who
got
are
them booties in there too. No snow bunnies, man. Snow bunnies looking good now.
They eating good. I mean,
the women in the
especially down south, and there's a special kind of air down there. I don't know. They all growing badunkies.
Snow bunnies eating that southern meal, man.
They eating that collard greens, cornbread, fried fish, and grits.
Yeah, but.
But
like I said, there are so many different reasons why I have an advantage. Just being a black man who wants to get married, I am on the favorable side of things. So it's just now, how high do I want to punch up? That kind of eats at that advantage, and it maybe puts me sometimes at a disadvantage. But I'll be fine. I'm gonna be perfectly fine. I'm gonna make sure that no matter who the woman is, how attractive the woman is,
but if she's younger to you, you're not punching up. You're reaching down to pull her up. Because you're way more established than any person that you would meet that's younger than you.
Yeah.
So you're not punching up. Like, if anything, you're just picking for the cream of whatever crop you're shopping in, but you're going to pull her up to your level anyway. That's the difference.
Right. Yeah. I think there's truth to that. I'm just saying, like, these women who are highly desirable, they have other successful men too. That I like when I dated the woman in St. Louis. This woman was extremely. I've never seen someone this. I've never been attracted to a person like this ever in my life, besides her. And I just felt. I never feel insecure. I think the little insecure that did slip through was I was like, I feel like this woman could do better than me.
Never think that.
But not saying that I'm not a catch. I was just like, I just felt like I said, regardless of her age, and she's like 42 now. So I was 39, she was 39, just about to be to 39. I just felt it wasn't until like we broke up and I realized actually we're both kind of rare.
And you don't want to, I've been in that situation. You don't want to be with someone who, I know it seems weird. You don't want to be with someone that you are more attracted to. I think a woman should always be more attracted to you. Because if not, you will, you go down them steps, man. And that's when a guy really falls hard. And when a guy falls, it's much more difficult for him to recover. Women recover faster and better from relationships than men.
I mean, I agree with that in practice. Like, I think that's been typically the solution is like find the one, like Money Travel said, love the one who loves you, not the one you love. But even with like the married woman, it's like if I learn what her love language is and I'm able to kind of like satisfy that, it can work. But that's why I always say,
yeah, but it shouldn't have to be an effort that way. It should be effortless.
Correct. That's why I always kind of tell people like I really just swipe on the women who swipe on me first, so that's already baked in. We don't have to worry about whether she's attracted to me. She swiped on me first. She's attracted to me. So, but that's gonna even that's gonna be kind of changed a little bit as I put myself in other situations to meet people and be more social. So, but everything will be fine. I'm not a guy who's I'm great company. Like I said, I'm attractive. I'll be fine. More than fine.
That, bro. We know it. That's just
just don't wait to get back on the wheel, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no purpose because at this point, all you got was clarity. There should be no pain from it. It could be a little sorrow and heartache just because of the fact that you're relishing the time that you vested in the relationship. And maybe it's a little fruitless.
Don't use that word. Remember, return on investment. That
no.
good now,
invested meaning time. Listen.
Now.
No. I didn't say return on investment. I said time vested. What did we say? One thing you can't get back is what? Your time.
Mm-hmm.
You vested time, 11 months.
But I still think it's that return on investment.
You gain some knowledge. Mm-hmm. You gain some experience with dealing with that type of person.
Right.
And now you're progressing forward. So, but it was still a 10, 11 month lesson.
Right.
In return, what I mean by that, Chris, is like you were saying you were betting and you double down and double down. You want to hit. You want to at least get back what you put in.
Oh, here we go.
Right. I agree with that. And I was doing the long game, and I think the long game was like
long game. I don't know, married woman. I mean, I'm sorry, a woman getting divorced. You can't play the long game with them.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I had to learn that. Like I said, like it's not to say that there aren't some diamonds in the rough.
And it's not like she was trying to screw you over or anything. It's just like we already knew she wouldn't be ready, and we kind of ran that down to you, but. I don't know if you had a wing or a hope and you had an inkling of thinking that maybe she could be somebody that in the future you could be with, but like timing is everything.
Yeah, and where I agree with that is the time that they need off. Like when I was in a position and I was going through my divorce, I knew I wasn't ready. I knew I didn't want a long-term relationship. How long it was going to take for me to be where I am now, I wouldn't have been able to tell you in 2021. 2024 is the year. So she might say, "Hey, I'm not in a rush to get remarried." I'm sure she has no idea how many years or months she needs, and that's a problem.
All I can say is you don't know how long the car has been in the garage.
What do you mean by that?
Think about it. It's a metaphor. Car's been in the garage.
Right.
It hasn't been test driven for a while.
I see. No, but we were
working out in a relationship. And like you said, her girlfriends were advising her to go out and have some fun. So that's a little insight by what they said.
But
she hasn't been having fun.
Right.
And her girlfriends know her best.
Right. And she wasn't doing it. And she was saying, hey, I'm getting back out in the dating scene. I know you're telling me to go have a hoe phase. I don't want one. I already had my fun.
She's saying that out loud to you, but that's not what she means.
Yeah, maybe not. But all I'm saying is, there's like I said earlier, there's the fact that she isn't is possibly true, and the fact that she is possibly true. We don't know. Only she knows. Only her and her girlfriends know. I mean,
exactly. But her girlfriend saying it kind of leads to they know a little bit more about her to actually voice that out loud.
Right.
You need to go have fun.
Right. And probably, what the hell are you doing with Chris? This is ridiculous.
I go that far, that's on you.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, if her girlfriend's saying she needs to go out and have fun, and they know her best because they've seen her life,
right?
And that means she's been not too active.
Right. Right. So I agree.
I got a question, and I'm gonna get off here and after this one. I know I'm saying that, but I have to. 2025, March 2025.
Mm-hmm.
Married lady
I'll
comes
be in the
knocking on the
Philippines.
door.
Oh no! Looks like this is good. I can ace this test right here. I've spoken about this.
Look, Chris.
Go ahead.
I've been
no. Sweeten the deal.
Thinking about it. I know
sweeten
we had
the deal.
A great time, Chris.
No, sweeten the deal. We gotta say, she's coming back with a trench coat underneath. She's sending spicy pictures.
I've had that happen, bro. I had to kick my boy out the house.
She's saying, I'm sorry. I said I didn't want to have any more kids. I reconsider. I dated, and I haven't found anybody. I want to give this a try. I told y'all on the live that nobody can spin the block. I'm gonna give you a pass for that. I'm still gonna say no. Because you asked me the same thing. You said, hey, why don't you want to rekindle something? Why don't you rekindle something with your ex-wife? And I said, on 2 occasions, I said, and I might actually lift it for the woman in St. Louis. I said, my ex-wife and I dated for 13 years, and we didn't get to where we needed to get to. That time was, we could have gotten a whole lot more accomplished in that time. We didn't. It's now time for someone else to have an opportunity. It's now time. There's other factors involved. It's like, do the families want to see you back with each other? There's a reason why we weren't able to get to what we need to get to, and we need to respect that and let them find other people to be happy with. Same thing with a married woman. Married woman, I'm sorry. I know you're probably not listening to the podcast. I've dated people for a month or two and been further than you are and I were in 10. So there's a reason why there's a reason why it took 10, and I'm not saying it's a bad reason, but more effort should have been put in to correct that and make sure that it had every opportunity to thrive. So no love lost. I'm just saying, no, the time I can't. I look at it and I say, Fearless, she doesn't respect the time in the way that
11 months
that is respectful to both of us.
Yeah.
I know she's going through her process. She deserves all the time she wants, but her and I are not a match. And it wasn't just the time; it was other issues. Like I was telling when we talked last time, you said Ronan was like, "What else is there to work on?" There's a whole lot more because like we haven't really bonded. We don't even know if sexually we're compatible. We don't even know if we are compatible in the same space.
Oh my God, that's such a problem.
Yeah, so it's a problem. I agree. So I'm just saying no. Like the woman in St. Louis, I even quoted that last time y'all asked me that. And I said we haven't talked in like I did reach out to her and I said, hey, I understand what you said when I wasn't ready to date you in 2021. But with this time when I talked to her, I didn't throw any compliments. I didn't say, hey, are you dating anybody? Can I get another shot? I didn't say nothing. I just said I wanted to let you know I came full circle. Thank you for speaking something into me. And how are you doing? How's your family doing? That's it. But no, I agree with you on the scarcity mindset thing. Like something better is coming. And I think the one thing that would have sweetened the deal, Fearless, is me and my on again, off again ex. We broke up a handful of times, if not more. But we broke up every single time with love for each other on good terms, never wasting each other's time. We got a whole lot. Every single time we were all in. So that's the reason why I would do it with a married woman, is because she was never really all in.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Exactly.
Or she was, and I might not have been ready. But I'm saying, besides that,
you would know if she was all in.
You'd
Like I said, the handsies, the intensity every time you guys were around each other would have all been there.
Yeah, she said, like I said, she said she wanted a boyfriend.
The whole thing with her going home versus her inviting herself to your house.
Yeah,
that's a whole nother thing.
Right. I agree with that. Like I said, I give her credit for, hey, she wanted a boyfriend about 3 months in. I kind of I kind of said, well, we'll get it next time it comes around. Never came around again. So after that point, like I said, she did put forth some type of effort, but not very, maybe like maybe a half of the time or at best. But like I said, no, I would not. I couldn't do it, because like I said, like I had thoughts of like, hey, let's just go through with New Year's Eve and let's put an ultimatum out for January 1st and say our needs aren't getting met. We need some changes. And I said, I don't know if I want to do an ultimatum. So I was just like, so no, the answer is no.
You did it right. You cleaned the clock before the beginning of the year. You start off fresh at the beginning of the year.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I wouldn't. I would not. It would be tempting. But no, nothing relationship wise. Where I'm probably gonna fall fearless is, what I always say is your language. I would fall for some bed sheets, but that's about it. But so some thread counts.
Wow.
But that might be it.
As long as you go into it knowing, hey, this is where I'm at. You're honest with the other person, and y'all on the same.
Yeah. Like you've had that before. Like you said, you've had at least as much as 5, and now all knew about each other. And that's the nice thing about society nowadays, is the more honest you are, the better off you are when it comes to dealing with women. All you have to do is tell them where you at in your place and time, and they have a choice of whether they want to deal with you or not. And 9 times out of 10, they'll deal with you in the situation and the place you are.
Correct.
Yeah, it's. I'll be honest with you. In the past, it's been hard to. I keep extending this conversation. I'm going to say this last thing I'll say is like it's sometimes hard to be transparent about that. But
why? You already said there are more of them than us.
Yep.
You are a high earner, so
right.
You are a desirable part of the community.
Right.
There's not that many of us.
Right.
So if they want to have an opportunity to win you over, where they say they don't want to compete, they really do. And as long as they know they are competing and there is a group of other women that are vying for your time, then it's up to her to step up to say how much of that time she wants to try to take up of yours.
Right.
And if you know what you bring to the table, for instance, if Drake said, look, I got somebody. I ain't trying to settle down. What you think they're going to say?
That's okay. I can be a side chick.
Exactly. Because he knows what his worth is.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I said, just know your worth, brother. That's all.
Yeah, I think I do. I think I know what I want. I think I know how I need to show up. Like I said, we'll be fine. I'm not worried. It's not woe is me. I'm not crying. I'm good. I'm looking out for the next great person. It's gonna come. I just don't know when.
You never do. They smack you upside the head later.
Yeah.
Well, brother, we do a Thursday night therapy, so I guess we kind of continued our Thursday night therapy.
Yeah, we did.
With Chris. Chris, we appreciate you letting us on. We hope that from last time we were on to this time, it seems like there was a
huge
great
change,
learning
man.
curve.
Congratulations on making your decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
it took a village.
That's all right.
I really wanted that New Year's Eve. I really did.
You still can have it.
Yeah, you can have it. It's just going to be with somebody else.
Group of people, not just one.
I wanted
one that you were awkwardly involved with.
I wanted that bear rug. I wanted that.
You never know on New Year's Eve, depending on where you go. You are in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Where that ends up at by January 1.
Yeah.
It might not even be at your house. Could be in a whole nother place.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I'm sure you're not going to drink and drive. You call Uber, or you might wind up renting a hotel room. You never know where parties end up at.
Right. All right, but I'm gonna let y'all go.
Good luck, brother.
Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Y'all take care.
We don't talk again. Merry Christmas.
Oh, you too. Happy holidays to everybody.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. Bye.
All right.
Bye.